Smooth entertainment.
And your boy right in the south and then charges on the beat.
To get your information. To be part of smooth Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
So, folks, I'd like to welcome you. Thanks for joining us tonight on this Monday edition of the program Spoon Talk. 26th day of January. A day
you want to know what is happening in Morovia.
Just a few hours after the presentation of the State of the Nation address, the Firing Show is coming your way. Great edition of Spoon Talk tonight. And I'd like to welcome all of you. Thanks for joining us. I'm Nelson Colette. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. On Super FM 95.5. Many thanks to our listeners across Liberia. Those of you following by means of relay, Voice of Liberia 104.1, and on several other frequencies across the country. So welcome tonight. This edition of Spoon Talk promises to be very engaging. You're going to get the analysis here tonight. A full package coming your way. So let me also welcome our online audience. The many of you joining us by means of Facebook and YouTube as well. I see so many of you joining us here tonight. Lai Kanen is here tonight. Thanks for joining us. Sigba Dober is here as well. Thank you for coming up. Peter Topa, Venetia's Junior Bar is joining us tonight. Thanks for coming on. Peter Tatime. That's Peter Tamate. Thank you for coming on. I see so many of you joining us tonight. We appreciate you for coming on this edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We are definitely going to go to the phone lines, take your calls. Let's hear what your thoughts are, especially following the presentation of the SONA, the State of the Nation's address. Yes, let's hear what your thoughts are. What is it you would like to talk about? Maybe starting with you, what are your takeaways, and what is that issue that caught your attention today? Since in fact the SONA is the biggest conversation in the country now. We're going to at some point hand controls over to the CEO and the rest of the team. That is when they come on. As soon as they come on, we do that. But in the meantime, I want to say welcome. It was a very elaborate activity today in the courtyard of the legislature, a beautifully decorated stage, and the president of the Republic of Liberia presented his third State of the Nation address today, giving the State of the Nation through the direct representatives of the Liberian people, the legislators, the representatives, and the senators. He presented on the State of the Nation. He said the State of the Nation is strong, and everyone have their own pieces they took away from today's SONA presentation. But I mean, in the midst of it, the president talked about the health, the economic situation in the country. They went on to talk about, let's say, employment. The government has created, government has been able to create employment for a lot of young people. um, the Liberian dollars has been strong, appreciated a little bit against the US dollar in the course of 2025. There has been nothing such as shortage of basic commodities in the country, from rice to petroleum products. Yes, and a whole lot the president spoke on today. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts? What is it that you would like to talk about? Though the CEO and the rest of the team will come on, they have a great analysis coming your way tonight, and you can rest assured that this edition of Spoon Talk is just one that you don't want to miss for anything. There has been different reactions as well. People have their own analysis, their own pieces with respect to what the president said today. They're matching the speeches or the speech presented today, the information provided about the different sectors to the reality of the average Liberian citizens. Some people are saying that the president did a good job. It was a very great speech, right on point, factual one. While others are saying that yes, the speech was not a reflection of the reality of 2025. But let's hear your thoughts. What do you have to say about the Sona today, and maybe just any other thing that's of concern to you? You're gonna have the opportunity to speak out on those different issues. So call us 0555 and you'll be live on the show tonight. 0555 and you'll be live on Spoon Talk tonight. We go to our first caller here. Let's see if we talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir. You have 1 minute to make your point. What's on your mind? Let's hear you. Firstly, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm the power president for M-Fontu, Republic of Liberia.
All right, let's hear you.
Operations. But we were not given invitation to the house or to say our representative there in order to be part of the SONA. So this is one of my disappointments. And I hope those that are responsible, the authorities are responsible, will take note and the next time so they can include us.
When you say M-Frontus, what is M-Frontus?
It's a motorcycle organization that responsible organization are responsible for all the motorcycle in Pueblo, Liberia.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. Okay, we lost that person. Then we take this one. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Too bad. We are not hearing that person. So we go back to this line. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
You getting me?
Yeah, hello, you're live on the show. Let's hear you.
I'm Arvin Johnson calling from Dubo, District number 4, the chairperson for the Concerned Librarian for Just Say.
Go ahead.
Today, the president did lie on several issues that I never expected him to lie on. He said the Liberian people, he spent $1 billion on the Liberian people. The 70 37,000 new loan and things to be able to better their life, and 15,000 youth. That was a lot, brother. Where in the country you saw people giving money to people for micro loan?
But what if the loan didn't reach the part of the country you have, my man?
I can be right in Moscow and I ain't see my own papa. I was selling the bitter board down the road, selling the cool on the side of the road at the reach. But that every day. Why did God thank you, the president today? He was able to talk about the project that he get in Lufa and saying with both faces, he say not for MRU again for Liberia, the Liberia project. He will come outside. So the president got to be clear to the country, not to be lying to the common people.
Let's leave you there. Thanks a lot for your input, this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Hello. Okay, so keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. Hello, let's hear you.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Good evening to Spoon FM and good evening to my
Alfonso, please just go to the point. Just go to the point. Okay, Alfonso, sorry. We didn't get plenty of time for that. Plenty good evening. Just go to the point. Your name and where you call from. Hello, let's hear you.
Really?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, this is the voice of artist music. I was from the church number 9.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Yeah, listen. What on my mind tonight is the president's speech tonight. The evening.
Mm-hmm.
The president said that he 70,000 Laban people. That's a freaking lie. That Laban people are living at the poverty. He's going about telling the people that he gave us 700,000 jobs, and he said that he based 600 housing units. That's a serious lie.
No, he said they
good for our country.
Listen now.
Why not do you don't talk?
Hello. For that aspect, he said the National Housing Authority is going to begin the construction of those housing units by February of this year, which is this month. So he didn't say they've already constructed the housing unit, but rather they're going to start.
The houses have not been constructed and not been dedicated to 11 people. Then how you be pronouncing it that you do the one? It's not even really. What really that what you must be all the time about? Thank you very much for the time, man.
Hello, your name and where you come
cannot do this. This is also AS Kamara.
Alfonso, please go to the point, sir.
Nation today, the sooner it's box of promises that we have as a Liberians, because with all due respect, the president spoke in deception. He was deceptive as a president of the nation. He spoke to the Liberian society, to the Liberians today. Nothing was factual, and I will let the basis is deal with no factuality. We talk about
there was no what?
There's no factuality on the speeches he made.
Factuality? Is it
Let me speak on those sectors that I have comments with.
No, but let's clear that one. You said no factuality in the statement from the
In
president?
the president's speech.
But what do you mean by factuality?
Madam Notice had to see with the issue. There's no factuality, no magnitude in the speech.
No, when you say factuality, what you mean by factuality? That factuality part we won't understand.
There's no fact.
So the other way to say fact is to say factuality. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Spoke about they have created 1,700 jobs. What is job? No data. There's no data. That seems to be deception. And you talk about repatriating our medical, our health sector. Let me refer hospital JP. We're seeing it. There's no subsidiarity or provision or to subsidize the nurses and the doctors over there. Then you also talk about the trickle-down effect on the commodity prices on the market. We agree. The trickle-down effect is spoke about is not taking place. Commodity prices remain the same and money is not in circulation. The economy is broken down. Liberia, I don't live in my so it's like $100 in our own country as a nation.
Alfonso,
so that is deception.
Alfonso.
And you also talk about the roads.
Thank you.
What are the roads? The roads just to destroy and demolish people's houses and places with no improvement on the floor up to the start. Places that they broke down. People are passing homeless. There's no improvement. Ministry of Public is not working in that direction. Then we move up to the educational sectors. You talk about the educational sector. Go to the University of Liberia. People are struggling. There's no.
Thank you, Alfonso. I'm sorry we have to hold you there and take others. Hello, your name and where are you calling from?
Let's go.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's say.
Thank you. Sekou Fofana is my name. Member of United Party Intellectual.
What's on your mind? Let's hear you.
I hope the seat that will be allotted to me. I want to say this. I want to tell my president thank you for today. Also, they have done what the government is about to do in the 2026 going forward. But I don't see no lie in the thing what the presidency. Now get the fact check on them right, let them check the president out to prove him wrong. If the commodity person want to talk about it, so it's not a fact to say the commodity yesterday and today that you see. People were looking for 6,000. Will not know where to be from. But today you buy down less than 2,000. Less than too far. some area, less than 2 cents, some area. Gasoline. It's not true that we get international recognition. We are doing the Fair has been hosted today at UN General Assembly in New York. That one the last. So the what they some people here at Nessie, I want to see some people get in the city, they don't even know where they're coming from because they get trouble. They just born there, they get in the movie, they get trouble. As a driver there, they will tell you the impact the president made in the country road there. But it's so here you can't even afford to go to your home. Yesterday, the people night passing Africa to go to Marina today. We pass the field, but some of them they can't travel. They don't even know their home. I can tell them most of them they don't even know their home. If you can travel, you know why you me in the country.
Thank you.
I want to say
thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Thanks a whole lot. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening to you on your model evening presentation. I'm on the evening.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. My name is Mohammed M. Kanan and I'm a resident. I still my resident this evening, 16 on the budget and in Twala. Let me appreciate, I think, the president for his third annual message today at the John Legislature, which is at the Capitol building. I think he spoke very excellent. Listening to other people come out to say or the president he was not or the fair with his speech or with his analysis or with his and that he gave today. I think for me the president did well. He spoke very in school. I'm going to say the president spoke score very, very. I'll say 100. Okay, look, the speech from the president today it was well. Or if you look at even the committee, let's say the business committee said that your question on look. Okay. Look at the petroleum and press right now. It's still the same. Okay, it's still the same. Even the president of our civil food right now, the rest president still the same is in the range of what 2550. Okay, rest are not even cross 3,000 or 35 yet. Okay, so people shouldn't come on the platform. No, when people come on to say that or we have private agree that you don't remain very important, there's no need for all the even be having road construction, road issue in the country. No.
Thank you for your input. This person, hello, your name, and let's hear you.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Ivan Keita, calling from Brovium.
Keita, let's hear you.
Yeah. I listened to what the president says today on different development. But the issue that government close for me to come out today is to ask the government, appealing to the Ministry of Public Works. Even though what they're doing for us is trying to set a database where to go everywhere part of the country. But asking them to support bridge to Lado Douala, they break people's houses and I've seen the road, they're trying to bring back the road to the same place. And all the houses that they built, that they broke down, the space is there. Then what would become the other space that they left behind and they break the people's houses? So that we're asking the Ministry of Public Works to those that are facing the road. If they say they're paying the road, look at the public now is increasing. If the government want to do development on Brush Place, all the places they build, they just put the road there, and they will be 6 lanes, so it will be already then you break the place, then you need the side that you break again, then you still get 2 lanes. That time we're going to people start building there, the next government can, they say they won't break again, it will bring different fun to the country.
All right.
So I'm only appealing to the government that if when they break the outside, they just do it 6 lanes. Then at least they will just finish with the other then when they go to the other side now, then they just do it, but they cannot break this side, then they come back to the same place.
Thank you for your input. Okay, hello, let's hear you.
Hello,
It's good to have you on, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what on my mind is that president of the nation today, he got us sick. I can get right to get for work and pay. For his suppressions of the government to go nations to lie with us. Today, before the elected city, nations
No, I'm sorry, sir. Your line is bad. Please change your location and call back. Your line is very, very terrible. Let's take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. How are you, sir?
My name is Jerry. I'm calling from Dugo.
Yes, sir. What's in your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, what my mom had to do with the president's speech?
All right. Let's hear you.
Yeah. At least we talk about why would you did pass pass. Not the one that you come and do next year coming. But the president said, well, I know how to hologram of stuff that something that you now establish, you put it in a speech. You sort of tell Liberian people why you did the past year, the 1 year that passed. What the benefit of Liberian people, what Liberian people enjoying, what Liberian people will enjoy in a today's speech, but not tomorrow. The buffer you will put down tomorrow to put it in a speech. And they play against problems.
The waiting you put down tomorrow, the buffer.
Hello, you got me?
All right, thank you. Your point is well understood. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Joseph Baga, first from CK Joseph Baga.
Hello, it's good to have you on. Let's hear you. Whatsoever.
Nothing for dollar can cause pardon because it can locally president say president lie. This man is my pa. When the local in saying lie, then which means you can cause your pa who? Just start local in the old man to saying lie. Please, our poor boy, help me like nothing. There's nobody more local president about they say lie. Anybody say I'll get there with you. No tell my like you lie. You know you tell your father who
hello, your name and where you come from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing. My name is Ajay Asmo.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind is that this president today's station. Yeah, there's some things that
your line is terrible. Please change your location and call back, sir. Your line is very bad. Hello? Hello? Yes, sir. Hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Nuta from 540 Congo.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, why on my mind? I just want to appreciate the President Justin Baga for a fast speech today. You blind loyalists, those who say that the president lie, all I want is, those are blind loyalists. Means you see the reality there, they want call to get go in the street. I'm on Sacolis to we have bought guy for 950, 1,000 now. I find guy over about 4,000 now in a tire as a Sacolis. Now today guy is 600, 700. Few will be hard when a gap. Almost few bread gap over the scene. Now I was stable food. Oh, women, you know go people for all kinds to play on fence to buy rest people now. Stable is available. Available. You can see and affordable. So what really is people want for them to do? So blind loyalists, tradition they are blind loyalists. So even when we are doing bad, we are trying to say, oh, you're doing well. But at least the whole world is seeing what Boga is doing. So now we're deterred, but they are calling, they all want talking, you want to speak, it's not English, they causing noise.
Okay, so leader element hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, let's hear you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, A Bakayaka K Cole Jr.
A Bakayaka K Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a feedback coming from you. Can you walk away from your radio, please?
Yeah, a little bit better now.
Yeah, please go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I want to appreciate you a lot. For staying on air and letting the Liberian people to know how good and evil our situation is. Actually, with the Liberian, it is not time for us to set our minds and focus as politicians. How long, my people? The only message I have to give them tonight is the Bible says, when national group comes together and approach the God Almighty and regain power. And then when we regain power, we will get everything that we lost, my people.
Thank you.
Back then.
Thank you. Let me take this person from this line. Hello, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, good evening, Nelson, and good evening to the people of Liberia. This is Winston Cooper, and I'm joined from Ghana this evening.
Let's hear you, Winston.
Thank you, Nelson. Let me first say thanks to the Liberian people and the members of the both houses for the organization we saw between them today. They were well organized to attend SONA. But, my attention has been drawn to a few things that the president made mention of. The first thing is that, Nelson, the Liberian people hope was very high today. The anxiety was very high. And then the hope was very low from the president SONA today. I think the president should be addressing more about, the current issues that people of Liberia face, especially with the statement he made about the 70,000 employment. I think let us be real to the people. The people of Liberia, we all understand. You don't need rocket scientists to tell you that you don't have 70,000 persons employed under this government. It's a clear thing. You only need to have logical analysis on the way the government functions. But I believe that the hope is still alive, and I still have the belief that the people of Liberia will be redeemed, and the people of Liberia will live a better life like that they really deserve as a country. Thank you.
All right. So, in regards to your point, I'm just concerned if you don't have the data to kill the argument, what then would be your reliance that maybe 70,000 jobs are not created?
So I don't know if I can just respond to that quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because you in November, if I'm correct, in November, we saw the MCC scorecard. If you see a specific part on the MCC scorecard that talks about the employment opportunity for Liberia, you have 9%. The employment rate have dropped to 9%. So now the government is coming up just November of last year, and the government is coming out and telling us that they have employed 1.2% of the population, which is the 70,000 according to the current estimate we have as our population in Liberia. So I think to really balance it is the problem. So you don't need rocket scientists to tell you that we don't have 70,000 people employed under this government, because the NCC scorecard spoke on that.
All right.
Saw it was in the public. We
Thank you.
The information in the public.
Thank you for your input.
That's the reliance of our different allegations.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate your contribution tonight. We're still going to go ahead, take more of your calls. Keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. That's the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the show. We're still taking your calls. 0555-101075. Hello, let's hear you.
Nelson, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
This is Pascal David.
Yeah, Pascal, go ahead.
Look, Nelson, let the president understand that some of us still got sense. While it shows that many of our people are ignorant, but you still get people in Liberia with sense. Into the last color, the MCC that they all celebrated. To us, that job creation, employment rate is extremely low under President Boga leadership. Not only that, the vice president of the country eluded what the MCC said, admitting that yes, they have failed to provide jobs for Liberian people. And the president comes today being so repetitive. Of course, for me, I'm not surprised, I'm not shocked. Because this is what President Boga would do. This is what he would do. Did you hear him talk about the 4-year mansion, which he said he was not even know of? He was first not to attack people about capital building, because this is where his interest is. You heard him say, we've given all 1 billion to family, to homes for Philip. Nothing. Can we ask the president where were those donations done? They said the same way you made to cater to people and young Liberians on I call it the active program that you promised to give to Liberians. I mean, 1,000. Have you done that?
All right.
And you still talk about RI rule
after 3 years under your regime.
Thank you
And
for
you
your
think
input
we're
tonight.
supposed to
We
sit here
appreciate you, brother.
and watching lie
Thanks
to
a
us?
lot. Thanks a lot. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the show tonight. 0555-101075 is that number you can call tonight, and you'll be live. Hello, let's hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah. What on my mind? I just do this,
The what?
The part I got to do it. But the first name I need Jerry.
Jerry,
I'm
okay.
Jerry thingy. Yeah, I call you from the board.
Let's hear you, Jerry. What's on your mind?
What on my mind? I got to do the dog creation.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 occasions the bad president and Nigeria that.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. All right. So we lost him there. Let's take this person. Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sidowski from Paris.
Yeah, quickly. Let's say what's on your mind.
Yeah, I don't know why the people are trying to say the president lied of creating 70,000 jobs. Nelson, the entire CSA, the civil servant in the Republic of Liberia, there are 70,000 people, or a little bit over or a little bit less, 70,000. That's the reason why we get 80% of the national budget going there to pay those people. So for me, I think the president now, the only job the president created after the civil servant, those 70,000, because President Barker, oh my. That woman will not want to laugh at the people. 70,000 dollars.
So that's it. Hold him there. Hold him.
So fortunate that 81-year-old man. Wow. Thank you, man.
Okay. Let him go. Let's just let him go. Let's just let him go.
Be on the dot. But then national secretary now, somewhere you want to show a face.
Man on the show. But thank you. Thank you. The CEO is here already, but thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks.
I don't want to show a face because it's so not secretary.
Look at that. Go watch the show. Thank you.
Okay. The message you've been waiting. Nancy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
The message you've been waiting for me. I had to dig snow, take ourselves out of the snow. That's a thank you. Thanks to all of you that have been waiting for us. We're going to have a wonderful, wonderful show today. It's crazy busy here, but we were able to, monitor the president's State of the Nation address. Again, listen, we're going to dig into it. We got Edwin Mervyn Snow, Senator Snow for Bowman County will be joining us. We got the former Chief of Staff to President George Biden. His name is Wilson Blamo. He will be joining us. We got Musa Hassan Benete, the political leader of CMC, will be joining us. We also going to bring in Clarence Moluba. Clarence Moluba will be joining us likewise. Everyone will have the 30 minutes or less to discuss and tell us exactly where they are with the President's State of the Nation address. We're also going to be bringing Mr. Simon Freeman, again from the MPC, to give his own contribution. It's a jam-packed show today. If you want to be part of the show and talk to your fellow Liberians, we will share the link and you can come and share your ideas. But what did the president say? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the special edition of Spoon Talk. I don't know what I'm asking to you guys. I'm in Zigo. I'm ready to rock and roll. The team will be coming along for Uncle Sam Jackson. We're going to have Dr. Francis Chinua Richardson. And guess what? Ben Sammy said he's coming on. From nowhere, Ben coming. Ben said, I want to come. I said, you know what? That's the Liberian people should come. I believe that Kanye Bagbala will be joining us too. If he has the time and he's available, we're going to bring in everyone, the good, the bad, the ugly. But you, our fellow Liberian, you can find us on Spoon FM, Super FM, Fabric FM, Voice of Liberia, all over the country. Right now, we will be jam-packed to jump into, that's it. Let me wait. They said they're going to, let me work my time. Y'all head over, the president addressed the nation today. Full national address. Can you imagine? Yeah. The president addressed the nation today. What were you when the president was speaking? What thing that thing was good and what thing was bad? Let's just talk to you. Which one you liked and which one you did it? Which one was a lie? It's not a president lie. But who put it in it? Who put that in the address? But did the president say exactly what they gave him? Did you watch the speech from start to end? When they said bam 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 bam. Listen, it's gonna be a tough one today. Want to say to all of you, the puppet not talk. The puppet tell the truth, or the puppet here play politics. Let's go. I personally shared this speech when the old man was speaking. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I've been having a speech for all this time. I said I would just, the address, we had the address, everything. That's it. And I said I was just going to hold on small. But when the puppet reached a certain place in that speech, I said I got to share it. I couldn't keep it no more.
And somebody engaged me today at the Capitol building.
And what is that?
The president said, "Why you guys posted that speech while the speech was going on? Who gave it to you?" I said, "No, don't ask me."
Tell them to ask me. I will tell the Liberian people who gave me that speech today. That speech was given to me by the Liberian people. The people say we must share it, and we did. Make no mistake. The only reason why we would be, the Liberian people gave it to me, Nancy. The Liberian people gave it to me. The only reason why I try not to share anything because, of national security. But the speech is not national security thing. The president saying that let's share it. Let's share it. This is to tell you that the Liberian people deserve better. And when I share this speech, I said, why did I say, no. We formed the speech, when you're coming down Crown Hill, that's it. Right in the corner there, before you get on the New Bridge Road, the Vartan Road. That's why we find the speech right there. It was there.
You're in the water or
Ma Anita Harrison said, SU. Mama Sasson, all of them doing the Mama Sasson, Augustine Gango, everybody gospel man the second. We want to say you're welcome to the show. You share the show. The speech, James Etta, Yasa Guido, Kokulo, it was laying right there, right in the corner. So we pick it up. Can you imagine? We found it and we share it. The Liberian people didn't read it. Go on Spoon Page, it's there. Daniel, say you're going to buy me coffee, you didn't buy me coffee. They're picking that skin. Power is a Prince Flomo. How you doing? Fellow Ballad, it's good to see you. We found the speech. How can you tell us, say you verb when we find anything lying down right on the nothing? We're lying down right there. They picking up. They see, I found the speech. I said, where is it? He said, hey, yeah, somebody drop it. I said, oh, and you know what? They dropped the one that you can share on the email too. Not even the paper. The soft copy. They dropped the soft copy.
Because other questions somebody about the act. I'm gonna see the copy and we see real soft copy, but we don't see.
They dropped the soft copy of the speech.
So I didn't drop it.
I don't know. I mean, I beg you, we can't disclose our sources. They dropped the soft copy of the speech. I picked out the soft copy, and they said, see, I said, give it to me. The police said, see, okay, you give me all that. I said, I get nothing for you. That you must say, find it together. We found it, But that's how Liberia is. The people deserve better. The Liberian people deserve better. They need to know everything now. So apart from all the joke, the speech was a good thing. We put it on the Spoon Page. So many people owe up to that. I know of them share the speech. It's all over in all the chat room. That's the best thing. Now, we will be discussing what the president said today. You hear about 70,000 job creation. Hey man, that true? That's it. 70,000? That true? The president in 2 years, he surpassed the 77 job that they have in the country. Say Charlie Quintan, they can move between 70 and 80,000. President Boga said they have done, listen, one by one in 2 years, the puppet is a job creator. Joseph Boga can create job. In 2 years, the strength of the civil servant in the country is between 60 and 75,000. President Boga said he double it. But with I'm going there. Hey, Leroy Johnson. Leave me my man. I'm going there, Leroy. I'm going there. I'm going there. Let's wait small. Hey, Jerry Best man. Your way we get to the we'll open the line, you will tell us. What else in the open speech? I printed the speech though. And we will go through it. But you know what? We are bringing politicians on. Patrick Kennedy. The Mexican President Biden said he sent a budget back to be recast. That's what the president said. He said budget back to be recast, right? Probably signed the budget, man. The thing I remember 1 week here, you said probably say he sent it back. Now early recast, they begin to buy. You know what? You're welcome to the show. You share the show. Let's have fun tonight. It's about Liberia. It's about our country. It's not about us. It's about truth. Tell them. And we should tell the truth. You begin to ask yourself, who lied to President Bouakai? But for the thing, I think you're gonna probably say, get my hat. They probably offer a hat. You saw that, right? Not me saying it. Can you call the team and send it to me? They probably say, get my hat. You want a hat, probably put a hat on it.
After the national anthem, they probably put a hat down. Then somebody will take it and say, no, get my hat back.
Yeah, probably put a hat on here. They probably say, I'm gonna tell you what to sit down now. I don't know who you were asking though. Remember asking the woman say, yeah, tell her to sit down. Hey, God. Yes, why? But I mean, that means saying that, listen, I follow President Bouakai from start to end. But I'm gonna tell you to sit down now. They say, yeah, Papa, tell you to sit down.
That one, yeah.
Oh, you yellow?
No,
you got a message here. Can somebody send it to me? The person I'm gonna tell you to sit down. I say, Mr. President, tell her to sit down. But I say, you sit down with the woman say, I'm gonna tell her to sit down.
They almost.
That's your topic. Don't do that to me. Shut the show. Let's make progress. We're in the job outside on that, right? Listen, you know me, right? I can be on anybody. But we hear from those politicians. We'll go into the speech. The people talk about agriculture. You talk about the foreign service. It's there, that I mean. When I was cutting the same process, where you got it from, you don't ask me. It's on the street, right? Oh, it's the let the old man rest. What are doing the old man? That the old man asking the old man, what you can tell the people to say that? Did they practice the different steps about, what was going to happen? I'm kind of like, I don't know. So to all of you out there, one thing, I will mind my business. I will talk only while in the speech, because when I read to talk the other one, y'all say, oh, stand on, why are you talking this? Jackie says she coming on. Yeah, Jackie, you can come on. Business, Jackie. You will say answer the question when you come on. And everybody else coming on. Ben, did you send the thing cap to Ben? Ben said you want to come on, you're waiting for your link. I don't know what bringing it on tonight, but again, we'll bring Ben on. We'll start with our first guest. Our first guest will be Minister Wissa Blamo. We send the link. Then we will bring in Nelson. Who we got in studio, Nelson? You're leaving us. Oh.
No, nobody. I'm making a quick adjustment.
They begin making quick adjustment concerning though. You see, guys, I gotta be careful with this point beginning. When they say they're making quick adjustment, you gotta be careful. So let's have the different clips, right? Let's have the different clips. And I know you gotta finish the phone calls, and then for that we'll jump into this thing. It's not me saying that. I just want us to be fair. Let's have a good conversation. The president said they have brought in 70,000 people, IMF, October 2nd, 2025. People sending different messages here and there. The government have created 70,000 jobs, and sanitation on Mo Ali said on there, excuse me. And the all of you will open the phone out, guys. And yes, indeed, you will contribute. Be patient. We get only 5 more minutes to go, and we'll talk our own talk. I want to say to all of you, there we go. Everybody coming on now. How can somebody say one people coming on? Everybody coming on now. Everybody coming on. So I want to say to you, the team about the Kev, welcome to the show, Kev. Let's hear you, my man. Let's hear you. I'm in Zico tonight. And, am I too clear, Nelson? My eyes looking blurred, man. Am I too clear, or maybe because I was outside under the sun? Am I good?
No, I think you just need to wipe your camera lens a bit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's in the beginning. If you check the beginning of the president's speech, you were asking the protocol beside him, can I ask the people to sit down?
Yeah,
it's there. I was looking for you to call it for you. It's there, but just look to the first thing he said after he asked for his hat. Just look at it. You hear it clear. Well, you were filming, so you probably didn't hear that. But it's there. But Well, let me say this to you. We are in trouble. You understand, Nelson? We grew up to respect.
You are who in trouble. You better leave my papa alone. We are in trouble. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you play our attacking to now. We are in trouble for where?
We are in trouble.
For your own thing, you brought you're being using to attack your papi.
But I mean, Papa say, but as opposed to say that, let me say, as opposed to say, let me tell you something, right? I don't even allow Kev to say fine on the show tonight. I will deal with him according to the law of the 6C. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We got 4 more minutes. I see Winfred Russell on the back. Dr. Richardson is coming on. Emmanuel George will be coming on from AMC. Dr. Richardson from CMC coming on. We're bringing a political leader of every political party, those that are willing to join us. First on the list for the first 30 minutes, we're going to bring in the former Chief of Staff to President George Manneh Weah, the former Minister of State, G. Wisse Blamo. I see he's in studio already. And to all the panelists come and join us, let's have a wonderful show. It will be an interesting one tonight. Again, we are here to discuss Kev Hassan, the President's State, the third State of the Nation address. We'll be discussing it because this too will make our country better. What in this thing you want to talk about? Come, let's talk about it. We're going to talk about the 70,000 jobs. It's the truth. We're going to talk about feeding students. Where are they feeding the students at? Where? We really want to know. I mean, in the government school, they get careful. Do you know about any government institution doing reset? They're feeding the student?
No, not yet.
Okay, so we'll ask the Liberian people. Maybe we don't know, right? The president said they're feeding student. We ask the Liberian people, Kev, not to be frank, take away CDC high. Is there anywhere in the country they're feeding student?
Maybe we can get 10 calls to come in. Maybe student will tell us.
Yeah, we get one student to answer. The president said they raised the salary of the nurses. What's going on? It's the truth. They didn't increase nurses' salary. Who put the 70,000 job in the train? He said liar, Gafwan lying and say he created 70,000 jobs or it was a slip of tongue. Let's talk about energy. Let's talk about road infrastructure. Let's talk about the President's State of the Nation address. Where are we, my friend? Where are you today? Now listen, the president was right on some issue. International foreign policy, super. He should have kept that, right? Yeah, I mean, that was the greatest trend. Yellow machine coming in the country. The president, we thought he was going to say, we'll prosecute those that lie about $84 million on the yellow machine. And our friend is taking the banners, 35 pieces of yellow machine back home. But the president ran through that. The president talked about 10,000 youth TVET program. Where are the 10,000 students? Where have they placed them? A lot to discuss today, my friend. But it's about you, though. It's not about me. It's not about the politician. It's about you. What's your position? The speech is out there. Read it. I want to welcome each and every one of you. Kev, let's tell you real quick. We got 2 more minutes before we bring in the former Minister G. Wisse Blamo. Kev, let me hear you quickly.
Listen, after the president won the election, a lot of people were saying to us, we have a statement now in power. We have a man who crossed across the line, an honest man clean record. But we continue to tell the people that no, he's not. Today, if any Liberian don't realize that we are in trouble, we are in trouble. For the president of the Republic of Liberia to come on and just openly lied to the Liberian people, openly. We're talking about somebody with over 42 years experience. So nobody can come and say that somebody else or put the blame to somebody. No, it's his responsibility to look through this and cross-check it.
So I want to bring it quickly. I'm going to bring it because it's 9 o'clock in Liberia right now. 9 p.m. We'll be starting the show. Let me bring in my brother, Winfred Russell. Brother Russell, welcome to the show. The State of the Nation address was done today by His Excellency, Dr. Just say you're my boy guy. Real quick, we'll give you 30 seconds and we'll bring in G. Wisse Blamo.
Thank you, Stanton. It's great being on. Good seeing you, Kev and Nelson, and all of our listeners and viewers out there. I'd like to say welcome to a special edition of the of the Spoon Talk show, and we will be dissecting and segmenting the President's State of the Union address. So looking forward to that. The President said a lot of things, and a lot of those things, I think, speak to all of what the President and his government, what they have been doing. And it's about time that we analyze the speech fairly, productively, and just pick up the parts that we think that and provide some some counterpoints where necessary. And so I'm looking forward to that conversation, Stanton. I think there's a broad-based, very comprehensive speech, and we're looking forward to dissecting every aspect of the speech. You're muted. You're muted, Stanton, except you're talking to someone else.
No, I'm here, Russell. We want to say thank you. We want to say thanks to all of you. It's going to be a great day today. We welcome you as the team join us. We're now going to bring in our first guest for today. Today's program is about the President State of the Nation address. We're going to bring the former Chief of Staff to President George Manawia, right? The former Chief of Staff, G. Wisa Blamo, the former Minister of State, G. Wisa Blamo, to the former President George Manawia. So we're going to get each of them between 20 to 30 minutes, and then we will move on as fast as we can. We'll bring in Edwin Melvin Snow. We'll bring in Musa Ability. We're going to bring in Simon Fremont. We'll bring in Clarence Manuel. We'll bring all of them to give us their own side as to their position on the President's State of the Nation address today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have any time to waste. We'll bring in Minister G. Wisa Blamo. Welcome to the show, Minister Blamo. It's good to see you. Today is a great day. The State of the Nation. Can you hear us, sir? Can you hear us?
Very well.
It's good to see you, sir. Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you, Honorable Waterspoon, for inviting me.
You are quite welcome. I've been chasing you for a very long time. Thank God I caught you today. Thank God I caught you today, but today is a special day. We listen to President Barker. You listen to President Barker, I do believe. You serve in a position that crafted and position yourself whenever George Manawia, the former president, delivered the State of the Nation address. Here we are today. Your takeaway, sir. Welcome to Spoon Talk.
In the first place, let me correct you just a little bit so that you're not used to it. So, and I'm blaming you for that. I'm not on the show as former Minister of State. I'm on the show as the political leader for the Liberian Alternative People's Party. So in your introduction, that should be corrected. Calling me former Minister of State, though I'm former Minister of State, but my position for which I'm here is what I just told you. So
Thank you, so you are a political leader?
You said it last night. Why are you running away from it?
No, I just want to make sure now. I want to put myself in the right position.
Yes, I am. My party was certificated by the National Election Commission.
Thank you very much. Alternative People's Party, correct?
Liberian Alternative People's Party, LAPP.
LAPP, Liberian Alternative People's Party. Thank you very much for the correction. Welcome to Spoon Talk, sir.
Thank you. Well, I listened to His Excellency's speech, and I have a lot of reservation on the speech that was delivered today. And I want to start with first reconciliation, because where there's no peace, where there's no understanding, progress can never be made. You will try your best, but it will not work. Reconciliation in our country is a problem since the Unity Party government came to power. And we need to. On our reconciliation, the president said last year we reburied former President Harold Tolbert, Samuel Doe, with dignity. And he went out to talk about reconciliation. But my problem with the reconciliation with the Unity Party government is that regardless of what, every one of us are Liberians. We have to accommodate each other. President Boubacar did not win the 2023 elections overwhelmingly. So there's a serious division in Liberia. So being an experienced person, an older person, what you should have done from the beginning was to bring everybody together and say, my children, the election is over. You gotta come together. And then get in touch with the two former presidents. And then get in contact with the political leaders in the country. And we organize a reconciliation conference. And then we reconcile the country. If possible, you get a religious community involved. The Council of Churches, the bishop, you get it involved. Why is he doing this? Because you need to run a country with peace, with happiness. Stanton Liberians are disenchanted. There's too much noise in the street. But since President Boubacar came to power, it's been a difficult thing to do. One time I went on OKFM when one little girl wanted to disturb my mind. I'm not somebody who usually talk on top show. And I said it, I repeated it. This government needs to govern in the middle. Govern in the middle. The country is divided. We are all Liberians. That was not done. And I continue to repeat this statement. That's the only way there will be reconciliation in our country. In the absence of that, no. Even if you were under the past government, one thing I learned about these American people, they will be putting anger in your hand. They will be laughing. They'll be laughing with you. And then play the advocate of being a customer officer who is sitting there to serve customers. You didn't stay. She will not be happy, but she will serve. But we are not. That's one point. And the other point I want to speak about is, and because there's no reconciliation, people run to the court. The court is being controlled by the executive. I was very shocked to say the first statement that came from President Boubacar was a burning of the Capitol building. The burning of the Capitol and those that are in court. I thought that statement would have come first. So it will be somewhere in the middle or last. Because there are people that are hurt already. They're not been treated fairly. So it's a problem for us. The second point I want to talk about is the budget. Since President Boubacar came to power, the first budget was 730-some million. The second budget was 880 million plus. If you add all two, you get 1.6 billion plus. What the Liberian people had benefited from this budget, the 2 years. And then you get 1.2 billion. If you add it, you're going to 2 billion plus. What had the Liberian people benefited from that? I didn't hear President Boubacar telling us he started this project and it's at this level, at this time, it will be completed. I didn't hear it.
So let me hold you the political leader, Liberal Alternative People Party. We just want to say we got to push you. You talk about reconciliation. You are talking about all the issue because we gave each of you guys those political leader between 15 or 20 minutes. We want to.
You did it. You did it.
How many minutes I was giving you? How many minutes I was giving you? I can't forget.
You said 30. You said 30 minutes.
Okay, we'll give you a due 30 minutes, but let's push you some issue. You talk about reconciliation. Let's hold you there first and ask you some question. You are in a position as a political leader now, not as a former minister to the former president George Manneh Weah. A reconciliation, the president argument, and I'm trying to cut this thing, but I have it here. The president have few lines on reconciliation. One of which he had only 3 paragraphs. That's only 3 paragraphs he had on reconciliation. What more you think the president would have said to change the narrative in the country? He said, we are considering a reconciliation commission and have established the Office for the War and Economic Crime Court. If you look into this, that was the only takeaway so far. Mr. Speaker, members of the legislature, in an address to this honorable body last year, I extended a hand across the political divide and call on our compatriots in the opposition and others to join us in building an inclusive government. Today, I renew that call. Isn't that enough? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not enough.
Talk to us.
Reach out. You are the father of the nation. Reach out to those you are referring to in the speech. Call them on the line. Talk to them. Call elders in the town. Call religious leaders. Those people when you call, that can come to me and that can come to you. Please give them a space. Talk to the religious leader in the country. I'm talking to that person, but they're not listening. Please help me. They will come. There are other leaders, other political leaders respect. So go beyond this. This is on paper, but the actuality of reconciliation, you have to reach out.
Let me bring in Winfred Russell. Winfred Russell, the political leader on reconciliation, he's going to do a 2 takeaway here before we bring in the other political leader. What do you think his argument on reconciliation is? Your question or your comment to the PEL, Mr. Winfred Blamo?
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Blamo. Great seeing you, and great to be interacting with you via this platform. I think the president set the right tone. I think it would be good to see after what he said in his speech in the SONA that he takes that on the road. So he had the first announced this, put this out there and then follow up. I think it's premature now to be criticizing the president for not, for not.
Can I interrupt even before the PL comment? Is this the first year of the president's speech, or Winfred?
Thank you.
Is this the first time he called for reconciliation? So all the other 2 times the president called for reconciliation, well, there was no follow-up.
So Stanton, reconciliation can be done in so many different ways. So Mr. Blamo's approach or his preference might be to not only talk about it, but go a step or what he considers a step or so beyond and bring people together. I mean, that's one approach. Another approach could be, what the president is doing, setting up the War and Economic Crime Court. That's another approach. Another approach could be, a lot of the stuff that he's doing in the background. So everything does not have to be the way we want it to be. There are so many ways you can take to get to downtown. If the goal is to get to downtown, Sometimes it doesn't matter how you get to downtown. It doesn't matter how we achieve reconciliation sometimes. So, so that's what I would say about that.
You want to respond?
During President Boakai's annual message 2005, governance, he set July 30th as a national prayer day for peace and unity. He talked about it. Prayer and unity. What happened afterwards? Were those people there? Those political leaders? Were they present? Before this conference, because this one involved religious leaders. You want to solve a conflict. And those leaders in there, those religious leaders, are very special, and how they call it good, are reconciling many forces. Was he able to get in contact with them to say, okay, I'm having this, but I'm having problem with Mr. A. I'm having problem with Mr. B. Please get them, let them form part of this program. Did he do it? No. That was not done. So, if that was not done, we're still dancing. We are still dancing around reconciliation. So to answer your question, that's not the first time he said it. This is the second time. Let me see whether in the 2024 he had reconciliation. Because I did my research before I came.
Thank you very much. Sorry if I say Minister Blam, you still Minister. I know you are.
No problem.
Yeah, they teach you how to get used to it. But I want to say thank you on the reconciliation. We have Senator Snow on. Senator Snow will be here briefly also. Again, Clarence Modubar from Lano will be contributing to the show tonight. Again, we want to say to all of you, we are bringing in these big guns to talk to us and that set the presidency of the nation address. Dr. Richardson, thank you for joining us. The political leader of CMC is addressing. He will be on our show thereafter. Emmanuel George from ANC is here. We're going to be having one of the biggest programs tonight, folks. But on this reconciliation, Dr. Richardson, let's jump into it. I want to hear Honorable Snow's side of this too. It's important. This is the third State of the Nation address. If the argument Winfred Russell is making, Dr. Richardson, then that's a flawed argument because President Boakai, you not hearing me? You guys, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, are you hearing me? All right, you want to go
I can hear you, but you're going in and out, and I can't.
Just turn off and come back. Just go come back, Dr. Richardson. Go come back quickly. Let me come to you real quick, Kev Hassan. Kev Hassan, before I go to Honorable Snow, Dr. Richardson will go back and we'll come back quickly. Let me ask you though, is that a strong argument? Yeah, number 3. Soda number 3. The president says saying reconciliation but no action. Faith without work is dead. You have to put the action. What's going on here with the Unity Party and President Boakai? You just can talk the talk. You got to walk the walk. You got to reach across the line. People are asking, when did President Boakai call George Manawia? When did President Boakai call Cummings? I'm not talking about on the football field. When did President Boakai call Musa Belete? When did President Boakai call Bernard Uri? When did President Boakai have an organization, a program to bring in all those opposition political leaders for them to toast to peace and reconciliation? When? Are we going to go to year number 4 before that is done? Kev, let's hear you quickly.
The first thing, hi, Minister and political leader, let me say hi to you.
Thank you, Kev.
Yeah, the first thing, Stanton, the minister said it. The first thing he said in his speech is to go after his political opponents. That's the first statement. He called it out straight that something went on wrong, even though they in court, but he said it clearly, holding his opponent accountable for the fire and say, I will prosecute them. Minister, is that a way of olive branch? You send it to your opposition in order to heal the nation? Because he's supposed to serve as the father of the nation, as you rightfully said. He's supposed to, because I remember that day that President Weah called him, to say, look, I'm conceding the election. I was in the room. Less than seconds. There was nothing in that call to say, President Weah, let's meet and let's build a nation. Election is over now. President Weah talked, he just said, okay, thank you. That was it. I was right there. I was in the room. Nothing like olive branch. My question to you, you think this is the way forward to heal the nation? Because he talked about the, Stanton, you say anything? Okay.
You asked me whether that's the right way to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's not the right way. When President Salif won the election, he brought all the political leaders together and he was regularly having meetings. Why you do that? It's because you want this country to be civilized. That's what you do it for. Madam Salif did that as an example. He civilized the country. When President Weah won, the way he did it, though I was not at that level, he accommodated all Liberians in his government. Internal Affairs, Minister of Transport, and others. I think my brother Edwin know most of them. This time around, everybody from the past government were devils. Why the governance system is giving Unity Party a hard time? Don't get me wrong. I don't want a job. No, the people behind them want job. No. But the way to reconcile the country is just what I'm saying. So that was not the right way to do it. The man with...
So I'm sorry, PL. I'm sorry, PL. Let me bring in Honorable Snow. Since you're raising the topic one at a time, it will be fair for us to do that. Honorable Snow, you are at the program today. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Reconciliation is the topic on the floor. Did the president, in his speech, did he do well? Can you unmute? All right, I think Snow internet is having some problem too. All right, Nelson, can we bring in Lano political leader, Dr. Moniba? Nelson, can you bring in Lano political leader, Dr. Moniba, if he's ready? Let me come to
we all set. Bring him in shortly. We all set.
Thank you. Emmanuel George, we have the PL, former Minister Blanco, political leader, Liberal Alternative People Party, almost like your party, by the way, Alternative Liberal, ANC. But anyway, we'll leave that for another day. The issue of reconciliation, the president came out and said, yeah, I want to reconcile, but there's no action. I mean, what say you? Do you have a question? Or you want to make a short statement to the Honorable Blambo on the show, Emmanuel?
Well, I'll make a short statement. Yes, in the president address, he talked about reconciliation. In fact, there is a quotation from the president that I feel that is very powerful. He says, the nation that refuses to reconcile hinders its own progress and remains bound to the weight of its past. That's a very powerful statement, very powerful quotation. I think many of us will be using that quotation over time. But the president will have to work towards making sure that what is written on the paper is being seen and is being practiced.
Thank you.
Yes, we have this, the reburial of the former president, William Albert Tolbert Jr., and former President Samuel Kyan Doe. Under the president, they were buried with dignity and respect. Yes, we had that. But we also have situations where the president have not reached out to his political opponent since he became president. I mean, we had a beautiful picture coming from the Samuel K. Doe Stadium with him and my political leader, Mr. Exxon Benedict Cummings. But there's more to do. there are other political leaders that he could reach out to. In Ghana, they have a system where I think we can learn from. In Liberia, they have the Council of State. And the Council of State are made out of other statespersons from different political spectrums that meet with the president and advise the president on how to move the country forward. That we are political opponent doesn't mean we don't love Liberia. We love Liberia. That's why we are on different sides of the spectrum.
Thank you, Dr. George. Let me interrupt you, sir, because of the internet problem. I want to squeeze in these great men. This political leader will come and ask our question. We want to welcome all of you. Dr. Richardson, it's good to see you back on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special edition of the Spoon Talk. We have the Honorable Dr. Clarence Moniba. I got to be exact with that last name. We have the Honorable Wisa Blamo, the Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. We want to welcome all of you thereafter. Excuse me, we'll be bringing in the political leader of CMC, Musa Assembly. And again, we'll say to all of you, it is your show. Share the show. Let's make progress. I want to come to you before going to Dr. Moniba next. It's good, guys. We will not cut you off. You can ride with us to the end of the program when you have the time. Senator Snow, reconciliation. You went off. You were speaking. Let's hear you.
Senator, thank you very much. Again, I'm happy back to be on your show. Dr. Moniba, let me say Happy New Year. I'm happy to see you. I listened to your maiden edition, the first guest on Spoon, January 1, and it was very, very good show. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bishop Wisa Blamo, political leader, thank you. I've listened to you, and most of the things you said already are things I will be saying. So, Stanton, I hope you just bear with me. You talked about reconciliation. I think it was the idea of the speechwriter, but not from the president. The president had done little or nothing, and the president, like you said, there were just a few lines on reconciliation, and the only credit that the president took home on that was that he reburied Samuel Doe and President Talbot. I think if we were to give him a check mark on it, those would be the two things. So, like you rightly said, Stanton, and reconciliation comes in a lot of ways. You're talking about a government of inclusion. There's not one opposition figure in this government. When you talk, they say, "Oh, Louis Brown and you," and we all know. And at least I know how he got there. All right. There have been cases where opposition have gone to the Senate for confirmation hearing and were confirmed by the Senate, and their nomination were revoked because they were claimed to be in the opposition. There were cases where people were nominated, and when partisans went to the president and said these people were on the opposition, those nominations were withdrawn from the Liberian Senate. So I think reconciliation should not be lip service. It's something tangible. You can feel it. All right. And let me not talk about the CDC. I mean, someone will say, okay, CDC is opposition in waiting, so you're not going to do much for them. So give it a pass on that. Look at Dr. Moniba running a studio there. Our son from Lofa. His father was vice president from Lofa. Current President Becker was vice president on from Lofa. All right. I mean, if there's one trained and qualified Liberian, he's right in the studio there with you. Let him tell us what has the government done to solicit his service or brought him over. Forget about giving him a job. Even just to say, we need your advice on this matter. Nothing. The issue of reconciliation is zero, and we shouldn't lie about it. We shouldn't or be economical of the truth about it. Nothing has been done about it. The CPP was a political machinery that actually began to dismantle the CDC government before the CPP itself collapsed. What has the ruling party, what has President Becker done to rekindle that relationship with Alexander Cummings, with Beninda Ure, with other political leaders, even the Musa Belete? What has he done? Nothing. So the issue of reconciliation, and if I was to mark the president's speech today on reconciliation, he will get 2 marks, and the 2 marks will be he reburied Samuel Doe, he reburied President Talbot. But nothing has been done with the living. Nothing. This is a government. Madam Sirleaf, say what you want to say about Madam Sirleaf. Madam Salif had Nathaniel McGill as chairman of the CDC as assistant minister in her government. Nathaniel McGill worked in Madam Salif government. Madam Salif had George Weah as peace ambassador in her government. Madam Salif brought in before they finally got on board with her, because again, we have consciences. Every human being has flesh and blood. There's no way somebody will bring you on board. They're so nice to you, and then you still want to maybe stab them from the back. Madam Salif brought Eugene Nangwe, the what's his name, Sam Wooden, as opposition that later on joined her because they got comfortable working with her. How can this government boast of reconciliation when there has been nothing like that? If you forget about the president, when someone like Alexander Cummings go and issue a statement, and the Ministry of Information go the next day and insult Mr. Cummings, and nothing is done from the presidency, and we say we reconcile the country? If former Vice President Jewel Howard Taylor goes and make a statement, and she's insulted by the Ministry of Information on taxpayers' dollars, on the platform, insulting opposition leaders, and we boast of reconciliation. So for me, I think it was just the mind of the speechwriter, maybe going into the campaign, to political year. There may be need now to reconcile to get the votes for 2029, but into year 3, as we stand today, maybe the picture of Mr. Cummings on the football field, and I can bet you, I heard Mr. Cummings issuing a statement tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock. If he issue a critical opinion on that speech, they'll go after him. Their whole football team being there with Jacklat. So that thing about going to take kick off on the football field, if that was one of the things we're counting, then forget it, because tomorrow morning, if Mr. Cummings wants to be objective tomorrow morning and give an objective analysis or critique the speech, then it goes back to square one. So reconciliation for me is 2/10. Barry Samuel Doe and Barry Tauber, 2/10.
Now, before we bring in Dr. Monubai, thank you very much, Senator Snow. Let's put this exactly what the president said. This is the reconciliation portion. 4 paragraph. If there is any in the entire speech, please let me know, we'll put it up. But this is what he said, 3rd paragraph. We are considering, they have not considered yet. We are considering a reconciliation commission. I just want to stop there. Year number 3, the president, the Unity Party, they are considering. Before I go further into this, welcome to the show, Dr. Monubai. What say you on reconciliation?
No, thank you. I'm happy to be here. And of course, Senator, I haven't seen you in a long time, so very good to see you as well. It's been a while, so happy.
And we are neighbors, eh?
Yeah, we are neighbors. So, so either I will pay the fine or you would pay the fine.
I will pay the fine.
Okay, good, but then thank God for that. But no, when we even start talking about reconciliation, and the senator brought up a point, right? And it was so interesting, to be frank with you. In the second round, I had conversations with both sides, right, in terms of endorsement and our party officially supporting them. And my point was clear. I said, whoever wins, we are willing to work with them. And so I only bring that up because when you now think about the fact that it took 2 years, honestly, I was kind of waiting around. I had been approached by several international people. If you see, even now I'm traveling all around the world, it's simply because for 2 years, I literally waited to see what the government was going to do. Not because I need a job, but because also I felt like I can help to contribute to the development of the country. This country is too small for us to be divided. This country is too small for us to be sitting down to say, this person didn't endorse me and this person didn't endorse me, so I'm not going to support them. And it's clear. The reason why I'm not working in this government is simply because we did not endorse. So if that's the case, that cannot be talking about, then we cannot start talking about reconciliation. Again, the idea isn't trying to pitch for a job, right? I have so many international commitments now that I'm not even saying, oh, yo, please give me a job. The idea is that if we don't get the best and brightest people in Liberia working together to develop this country, we are never going to develop. And that's the challenge. We are so political in this country that we actually put political parties over national union and unity. And it's so unfortunate because this country is so small. Even when you talk about the presidency, we have a country of 5 million people. We have 20 people running for president. We have one single district. We have 30 people running. So you understand how divided we are. So, when we start talking about reconciliation, let's be real about it. Let's start to really see what we are putting in place in terms of how everybody can work together. Because at the end of the day, if President Boyka succeeds, that means I succeed. You know, and so everybody succeeds. So let's stop talking about it and actually start to implement. And I think that's the issue we have in this country. We are more partisan than nationalistic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melba. Okay, guys, everybody will squeeze in one question. I want to complete this. Go back to Dr. Richardson, and then we'll bring the honorable men on. Welcome to the show, Jackie. Welcome, Paul Kennedy. Welcome, Dr. George. Welcome to all of you. Do you think, and this is to Minister Wisse, and then Dr. Richardson, you can come in, we'll ever get to actual and truthful reconciliation? Looking at what the president said today, the Honorable Wisse Blamo, do you think under this government will achieve that?
Thank you very much, Stanton. It's left with the president. If you want it done, it can be done. I will give you an instance. When he traveled and he came from somewhere at the airport, there was a question that was posed to him by a journalist. He responded. Was not reconciliatory. I know you have that clip. He responded. So if the president wants genuine reconciliation in Liberia for the development, for the sake of the Liberian people, it can be done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Blamo. Dr. Richardson, your one question or your comment, we got to bring this thing topic by topic. We will not hold these honorable men too long, but we got to dive into the 70,000 job creation. We got to dive into all the other stuff. Let's go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I just want to welcome all of you fine leaders of Liberia to the show. I also want to welcome all of the panelists and those who are viewing the show. Jackie, I want to say hello and welcome to you as well. It's good to see you since I was last here with you. I have a comment to make. I think that the leader of the political party, LAPP, said it all. You know, we have to look at Liberia from a collectivist position. And I think that's what you are saying, that there are so many ways, and other people said, to bring in reconciliation to our country. A lot of times people just think that, you know, we should inherit other people's culture, the way of doing things, and just drop it on Liberia. But I think that we can take the good from individualistic culture and also strongly consider that we are very collectivist in Liberia. You can't just come and give words to us. We have to see action. You have to be engaging. For example, you talk about the prayer breakfast. What happens after that? And I think that when I look at the president's speech, and he passed an executive order since 2024 to establish the Office of War and Economic Crimes, and I'm just seeing in the speech again today, he said we are considering, after passing that executive order since 2024. So then, yeah, but then what happened in between? You know, what has he, like you rightfully asked, what has he done? He thought about it, but now they are saying we are considering. So we need to see some measurable steps, some action-oriented steps. That's what we need to see, and we need to see it from a collectivist culture perspective. Not we need to take our culture into consideration. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have exhausted ourselves with reconciliation. Is there any other addition? Fine. If not, we want to move to the next topic. We ask the Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow, what's on your plate? What was your takeaway from the speech? Now we put reconciliation aside, sir.
Well, Senator, there's just so much on the speech, and if you want to, you can take the lead, and then we'll respond to you. Or you want me to introduce something, and we'll talk about
introduce what is on your first one on your mind. Then we'll ask Dr. Moloba to introduce his. Reconciliation came by way of Honorable Blamo. So what say you before we get to our
before we move on from reconciliation, let me just join again on Honorable Blamo, because I'm looking at the speech now also. The president opinion of the speech. Don't forget, when the Capitol building, when the fire incident took place at the Capitol building, the president first day he rendered judgment. Mm-hmm. He declared, you know, who were those that burned the building. And I think to a large extent that compromised the investigation and maybe even the court proceedings to a large extent so far. Today, the president opened his speech with it.
With that,
you know, that we are here for the second time. People burn the building. This. He's talk about it. So let's just close on that. Then I will make progress. The president also talked today about growth.
Let's hold on right there. A lot of people call me on that point on snow, so we will put it up. But let's give the honorable man and our panelists a chance to address it. Was it fair enough for the president to make that the first, second, and third paragraph of his speech? I want to go back to you, Honorable Snow. You say you disagree. Why so?
Now, this matter is before the court already. The court, this matter has left the executive, it has left the police, is before the court. The executive or the prosecution have already asked to disband the jury. There have been a lot of things playing into this process. I think it's only fair now that political actors leave this case alone with the judicial system and let them go ahead and hear this case. But yes, I mean, you may say that he had to reference the atmosphere or the venue of which we were, but the fact that a preliminary investigation had gone on, the case had been forwarded to the judiciary system, allowed the law to take its course and leave it. You know, referencing it, this is a jury case, okay? If they put on new juries and whatnot, you cannot be seen as playing on the minds of the jury. You cannot be seen as being on the mind of the judge. All right. I would think the president just leave this case alone, let the law take its course. If someone is found guilty, the law take its course. If there's nobody is found guilty, then so be it. But you know, bringing it out in your opening, you know, not just talking about the venue now, but going back into the incident and you determining now what will happen and all of that. I just think the flavor and the timing, I don't think it was right.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. We'll bring you the panelists in. Let me ask you, Dr. Clarence Maluba, Honorable G. Wilson Blamo. Then from there, we'll bring in Mr. Russell, Paul Kennedy, Amanda George, Kev Hassan, and our sister Jackie McKay, and Dr. Richardson will close on this first topic. Dr. Maluba, do you think it was necessary?
When you start talking about bringing up the idea of the burning of the Capitol, this goes back to what we've been talking about in terms of reconciliation. If you begin any statement like that, right, then that starts to even undermine the very message that you're trying to do. And so you don't want to start off on that note, because immediately probably 30% of the population were turned off, because then they started to take a side. So I think that was not the appropriate place to talk about that, especially, you know, in the setting that we're talking about, which should be talking about national development and transformation of this country. So even looking at the state, the SONA itself now, right? If I was to even slightly change topics, the idea, and you know, a lot of times when we're looking at this, the idea we have to now be asking is that, you know, because a lot of what was said, even when you talk about the 70,000 jobs that you mentioned, right? 70,000 jobs mentioned. But the question is, where are the facts? I really went on Ministry of Labor to look. You know, so the idea is, even when you're looking at this entire state of the nation, the thing is that, yes, some good things were said, but the idea is, where is the, you know, where is the proof? And that's the question I have. Even when we talk about the 70,000 jobs, we talk about the 100,000+ people, farmers who are supported. Where is the proof? When you talk about farmers, there's nothing on the Ministry of Agriculture. So we have to now start to be very transparent as a government now. Right? The government has to be very transparent in what they tell the Liberian people, because it's one thing to say it, but there's other thing to put it in action and be able to show the Liberian people, right? If you say that you created 156 computer labs, what schools, where is it on the Ministry of Education side? So these are the questions that I had just initially looking at the thing.
Starting, it's my time.
Honorable Blamo, I just put this up. We're coming to you. When Senator Snow said, let's go back. Yes, indeed, it was right. Here we are today. The president brought about the legal process to bring those responsible for this heinous act is still ongoing. He said, for the second paragraph, Mr. Speaker, honorable member of the legislature, we are painfully reminded again of last year's arson attack on the Capitol building This attack on our symbols of democracy has forced us for the second year to meet in this courtyard instead of the historic chamber. However, I show every Liberian that my administration is pushing this matter with resolve and impartiality, and that anyone found guilty will bear the full weight of the law. I use this time to remind those driven by narrow personal interests that this country is moving forward, not backward. Do you have problem with this second and third paragraph, Honorable Wissett?
Yes, serious problem. If you say that as a president of a country, you put the other people on defense to start getting prepared to attack too. It's not reconciliation. Edwin was not in the studio when I started my statement. That was the first thing I said. I said, I saw the speech, and the first thing that came from the president was, though that when the Capitol building will be dealt with. What's that? Jackie, hi. Since the inauguration, I've not seen you. So, to be very frank, Stanton, the president started, I don't know how to term it, but he didn't start good with a message. People were in that audience that went there to listen to him. Those same people are related to those people that are going on an investigation. They are political leaders, they are politicians that have constituencies. Some of them were sitting there. So your first line of your speech to come up with that, you carry the spirit in some of those people. I said it first. That was the first thing I said. So it was not correct.
So let's go to the guys. I want to bring you, Winfred Russell. Let's hear you. Let's go around the table on this issue about the attack. The first three paragraphs, was that right? You think the president did the right thing, or his speechwriter, to include this paragraph? You're muted, Brother Russell. You are muted, Brother Russell.
Yeah, thanks, Stanton. Sorry about that. You know, the State of the Nation address, like the State of the Union address here, is like beat on the president head day. No matter what he says, people are going to take a different position. People are going to take a contrarian posture, which comes with the territory, which is fine. So I think that, you know, and this is a question to our three guests, Dr. Maniba, Mr. Blamo, and Senator Snow. How do we achieve true reconciliation, or could we achieve true reconciliation in the absence of the rule of law, in the absence of holding people accountable, in the absence of discouraging impunity in the country? How can we as a nation and as a people accomplish true reconciliation in the absence of all of what I talked about?
So if I can pick on this, my brother Russell, I don't think any of us here are opposed to rule of law. I don't think any of us here want people to go unpunished. That's not what we're seeing. All right. This matter is now before the court. The legal people will call it, I think, prejudicial, or someone help me on it with the right pronunciation. The matter that is venue before the court, leave it with the court. By referencing the judicial process in the annual message, the messaging, the timing, the indications are just wrong. Look, Brother Russell, the Capitol building is like my home. I've been there since 2005 when I first got elected in January 2006. I was seated. This year, I'm 20 years there. You really think I feel good? The last time, 2 times now I sat outside there, because the last annual message out of the country. When I served as speaker and presided over the session for Madam Salif's first inauguration, we did it outdoor. And the inauguration for President Baraka. We had it outdoor there, and I think 1 or 2 other times. But it's not fun sitting under the sun. For some reason today, I decided and I was so lucky, Sandra. My staff got my clothes ready, and just as I got ready to dress, I looked at the weather forecast and saw that it was going to be really hot. So I changed to short sleeves. My Senate colleagues were telling me today, my man, you're lucky you came with short sleeves. These boys were sweating like I don't know what on that Sunday today. You know, and even at one point, Senator Tyler and I were joking. I said, "What if it just rain here? What's going to happen?" You know, we're all going to run from there. So it's no fun sitting out there. It was no fun sitting out there today, sweating like Billy Goat, and we got to be sitting down there listening to 70,000 job creation. So it's no fun. So we're not here, Brother Russell, to say to you that that impunity is what we're preaching. No, we're just saying, let us not interfere with the judicial system. Let's leave it. It's gone to the courts now. When we're in the hands of the police at the Capitol building, we can do all the politics. We can talk about it. When we turn it over to the court, we now wait for the court to render its opinion, and then we prosecute those that will be found guilty, if any, or the case is closed if there's nobody, found guilty. That's all we're saying. So I don't think
before I beg you, let's squeeze in because we got to bring in the rest of the team, right? But 15-second record, why do you think it was important to include that in the speech?
You asking me?
Yes, 15 seconds to you, Honorable Maluba and Honorable Blamba. Let's go with you. Why do you think it was important to include that in the speech? Why was it so important?
What was important? The fire?
Yeah, to include the Austin situation in the speech.
I don't think it was important. I think it was just to induce or to play with the minds of those that were judges as jurors in the case. That's all. I mean, I think it was just a political strategy just to play on the, because don't forget, jurors are people that are with us in the society. They listen to the president. You have
the Supreme Court, members of the Supreme Court, the judges, they were all
It's a jury case, it's a jury trial, Tendon.
And I understand, but the power and the influence upon those groups and those that within the media, those within the public that you're saying, now they are getting a direct coded message from the president. Maybe that's me. That was a coded message. I'm watching this case. You don't play no fun. I told the people from the beginning, these are hooligans that burned down the Capitol building. Y'all make me feel happy. I need hooligans. Maybe I'm wrong. But for the president to send a caveat, a coded message, and I know my Unity Party friend will get mad at me, Dr. Mullivan, but I think it was a coded message. Sending indirect messages to the lawyers, the prosecutors, the judges, and those that sit on the jury bench. What say you, Dr. Mullivan? What do you think, though? Before we bring in Porky and the rest of the team, 15 seconds, sir.
Again, still talking about the unfortunate thing is that, to be frank with you, I truly believe we lost a whole year of development talking about this Capitol burning, to be very frank, right? Because if you really look at 2024, the entire year, most of the conversations on this network, on all the networks, on everybody's mind was not necessarily development of the country, but who burned the Capitol, majority, minority. So because of that, we have lost so much. So my only thing about referencing it now is that I think that people of Liberia, what we need to be discussing truly, right, is talking about how many roads are built, how many schools not only are necessarily built, but the quality of schools. So that's why I think in that situation, we should have started with and consistently talked about the development and the progress that the government is making, and not necessarily talking about, the Capitol building. Because I promise you, in 2024, if we look at what was discussed in 2024, 80% of it was minority, majority in the House, and there was no development. And so my whole thing is this. The people of Liberia, they want to see development. Again, let's put partisanship aside. They need to see development. We all want to see development. And so when we start talking about the state of the nation, I think that's what it needs to be focused on.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Let me bring in Minister, Political Leader Blambo, and then we'll go to Paul Kennedy, Emmanuel George, Jackie, Kev Hassan, Dr. Richard.
Yes, Statham, I think I've talked on this. It was not necessary at all. It was not. As rightly Senator Snow said, you were only telling the judges, the lawyers, that your government still pursuing this case. And you as president, anything that comes from your mouth, there's nobody they can go against it. Say, very difficult in Africa. So that message was coded. That particular message, that what I have problem with it, it was coded. So right now, our friends that are in court, the president already given instruction. I consider it as an instruction. He stay behind that case. Nobody will play around it. Anybody play around it, if that impeachment, you will get it. It's coded.
Thank you very much.
So, it was not necessary.
Thank you, political leader, Liberal Alternative People's Party. Senator Snow, I'm kind of confused. Why Honorable Blamo using alternative? Well, we already have ANC. I don't know. Are we going to make that same mistake again like 2023? We bring Appeton. Yeah, Appeton told me Mr. Cummings vote. By the way, let's make progress. Let me go to you, Paul Kennedy. Paul, let's hear you. Welcome to the show.
Why you can't ask me, asking Snow?
No, Snow, my man. We do bad things together.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to the honorable people we have here on this platform. My own political leader, Dr. Clarence Moniba. I don't know what I can call him, my friend and my godfather, Edwin Melvin Snow, and the rest of you, Honorable Blamo. It's very nice meeting you. The acquaintance is mine. Stanton, I don't believe that the president opening his SONA with the burning, referencing the burning of the Capitol building was a strategic move. And I mentioned the word strategic because we from the strategic end look at what set the tone of public speaking. When you set the tone of a meeting in which you're supposed to be presenting to the Liberian people the progress made, then you mention an issue that you have not concluded, you've not reported anything. I think it's rhetorical, it's politically motivated, and it really did not live up to the essence of the president's SONA. If I were writing a speech for the president, I'll be writing a speech that would label the president's accomplishment. And as far as we are concerned, he has not accomplished anything with this case. It has lingered around for almost a year. We've not been able to produce all the evidence needed to render these people guilty or not guilty. But then he comes to speak about it at the first line of his opening to a nation that is struggling with high level of unemployment, without health care or very low level health care. And all of these things.
How can 70,000 employment be on level? High level unemployment.
So the people who wrote the president's speech really did not do him justice. I would not have written that speech starting with something that is currently burning in the minds of our people. And like Honorable Blamo said, when you speak to a gross section of the Liberian people, with all levels from different parties, you don't want to be coming across as a confronting certain segment of the population. While we agree that no one should be on law abiding, everybody should be living within the confines of laws, but the president sat this speech with looking at a particular segment of the people who he had initially last year called hooligans and people who are barbaric into his presentation. So I really don't think that driving that force was, and let me just throw a point to the reconciliation person who stay on that topic. There was a 4-county reconciliation meeting held in Lofa. Monserrato, Nima, Bong, and I think Lofa. The president did not invite any of the past presidents to that meeting. None of them were invited. But you say you're holding a reconciliation meeting that brings together people, and reconciliation, even in our own financial management, if you don't reconcile your account, you're not doing well in financial management. You have to be able to reconcile, because reconciliation is the foundation of a progress and forward move of anything. For this country to go forward, you need to reconcile the country so that everybody feel they are a part and then you can have a better platform to move
Thank
the
you.
country forward. Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much, Honorable Paul Kennedy. We're going to bring in Jackie. Jackie, welcome to the show. From there, we're going to go to the 70,000 job creation. Jackie, welcome.
Thank you, Stanton, and greetings, everybody. Greetings to Liberians in Liberia and around the world. You know, I'm here chuckling, laughing in my heart because I'm listening to all the oppositions, especially our lawmakers. Can you hear me?
There's only one lawmaker on the show. How you can put S?
Especially our lawmaker, who should be extremely concerned about what happened to where he has called home for over 20 years. They should be the ones to even solve this problem, so the government of Liberia will not be spending so much resources in solving a problem to take care of the legislature is the first branch of government. So the president needed to talk about it today, and I'm laughing because when you look at the president's speech, he didn't open his speech talking about this. The president talked about 8 important things, at least 8 important and critical things that benefit Senator Snow constituents, that benefit everybody in the country. But yet still we come here today to focus on a microcosm, a very small, tiny, but critical portion of something that happened to our first branch of government late 2024. So I'm laughing and I'm chuckling. He mentioned it because people, Senator Snow constituents and other constituents, 73 districts, they are asking what happened to the capital. He had to mention it today because he was standing in front of the very place where our democracy, something happened to our country that day when we saw the fire, and the entire 5 million people, whether living in Liberia or abroad, they are concerned. He had to mention it. He's reporting as per the article in our constitution, I think it's 58, I'm not sure. I stand to be corrected, said he had to stand today, the 4th Monday in January, to give his progress to the nation, to the legislature. The president, before he talked about that, he talked about the MDA, ArcelorMittal Steel, MDA, Mineral Development Agreement. He talked about the establishment of the Civil Service Commission. He talked about the bills submitted.
Let allow Jackie to finish,
and the expansion
please.
of LACRA. The president talked about at least 9 critical things before he even mentioned that. And
No,
for you to
that's not true. Sir, we'll allow Jackie to finish, please.
Okay.
Go ahead,
the
Jackie.
president mentioned all those things, and he had to say, because people are even wondering, why is the nation, the SONA, being addressed outside instead of inside in the John Chambers? And the world is wondering, and you mean the president in his address should not explain why he's standing out in the heat where the legislature on their ground got people standing us. You're the one got us sitting down, or had the president out there, everybody, the diplomatic corps, everybody out there in the heat. And you want to blame the president today for explaining why everybody had to sit down in the heat today? Really? And ignore that nothing ever happened? Y'all should be solving the problem and helping the other branches of government to solve the issue, and not come here to complain. Because your constituents, the Liberian people, regardless of party lines or party affiliation, want to know what happened and what's going on right now. That's why he had to explain that today.
All right, so I believe that you wanted to say something real quick, Snow, before Honorable Blamo.
Tell Jackie go read his speech and come out, man. We can't waste
Okay.
our time on that.
Honorable Blamo,
Jackie, you're in the 3rd paragraph. Jackie, go read the speech before you can do your advocacy. You're in the 3rd paragraph. You're the first important thing the president talked about.
Senator Snow, The president did address it in the first part of his speech, but he talked about other things. And even if he addressed it first after saying hello, people are wondering, the world is watching. Why are we here in the heat? Why are you guys in the heat?
Jackie, we heard you. Let's move on. But
Let me ask you
one minute. Yes, the president had your speech, and that's the reason why, while the president was speaking, we posted the speech. We posted while the president was speaking, because we wanted to be, listen, this is what for the people. Mr. Vice President, Madam First Lady, the president went on. 1, 2, 3, 4th line, the president talked about the Austin Jackie. He didn't name any 9 things before getting to the Austin. It was in the first page. On the first page, in the first, second, third, and 4th paragraph. So I think the president intentionally decided to address this issue before he say anything thereof. Now we make that correction. Let's move. I want us to get to the 70,000, which is so important about job creation. Before we do that, it will be only fair to bring you in, Emmanuel George, on the president. You will be the last to go on this one. We'll start with Dr. Richardson, Kev Hassan on the 70,000, and give it back to our guests. You want to add anything about this fire situation?
Talking on the 70,000, John.
You want to add anything?
Yes, Stanton. If you look at Article 58 of the Constitution, a specific Article 58 of, Jackie, welcome. You always come when we have to talk something important against the Unity Party, so I always like you to be at this time. But Article 58 of the Constitution lays down a framework for the State of the Republic address. And that way I think that the 4th paragraph was an error, and whosoever wrote it, the president should have removed that. Contrary, I agree that he who have made a statement because of where they were seated. So I think paragraph 3 could have covered that, but going into the nitty-gritty of the case and speaking about it, and then coming to paragraph 5, when he used the quotation from Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
That quotation is about motivation. It's about rallying the people of a nation to stand against adversary. It's not about an incident that you, Mr. President, have perjured if we're in a serious country, because when he went out to the Capitol on that day, he definitely said the opposition was responsible even before the investigation could have started. So the president seemed, by accepting this 4th paragraph, I think it was an error on by the president. I would not have added this to the speech. It did not enhance the speech, where it showed that we have an angry president who is not too happy that his political opponent are not in prison right now.
Thank you very much. Can we move to the 70,000 job? We're going to put it up, but we have heard, we listened to the president. I'm going to bring in Dr. Clarence Mulva. I'm going to bring in Honorable Blamo and Honorable Edmund Snow, Senator for Bowman County, and Dr. Richardson. You will come in with the first question or comment. Honorable Mulva, you raised the issue on the show. Let's hear you. The president believed that his government on 2 years created 70,000 jobs.
Mm-hmm. You know, and again, when we start talking about the job issues, you know, and that's why it's so difficult to sometimes when we come on these different platforms and people think that everything is political. It's in actuality that what we are talking is not just for the benefit of, from a political standpoint, but the benefit of Liberian people. So when I start talking about the 70,000 jobs, honestly, I was surprised when he said 70,000, because again, my team and I, we have been looking, we had seen no information from Ministry of Labor, there have been no facts behind it. And then even if we agree that there were 70,000 jobs created, the first thing I think we need to have the Liberian people understand is that, yes, we need millions of jobs created. But even the 70,000 jobs, he himself, the president himself, was very clear that they were short and medium-term jobs. So if that is the case, what is the guarantee that any of those 70,000 people are still working? So when we start talking about job creation, sustainability, right? We have to start talking about long-term jobs, permanent private sector jobs. And that's why I take it all the way back to the budget. The budget as constituted cannot allow the private sector in Liberia to thrive because 60 to 70% of it will go to recurring costs. So even in the State of the Nation address, when you say 70,000 jobs, but they're short to medium term, that means that 1 week, 2 week, 1 month contracts. That cannot develop and transform Liberia. And that continues to be the argument from my standpoint. And even if it's so, where is the statistic from the Ministry of Labor? Let's start talking, even when you go to public works, right? And we talked about the amount of roads that were done. Even when you talk about the schools that were, the computer labs, all of these things have to be supported by facts. And that's the only argument. The reason why it has to be supported by facts is that we have to be talking the truth about where we are as a nation. If it's $70,000, fine, prove it. If it's 500 kilometers being paid, fine, prove it. But it can't be said and then there's no facts behind it. Because if there's no facts behind the 70,000 jobs, that means there's not 70,000 Liberian people working. That means Liberian people still don't have a job. That means Liberian people are still in the hands and the economy is still in the hands of foreigners, which cannot be the case. So when we are making this argument, I know a lot of people, that politics. No, it's not politics. That's what we continue to forget in Liberia. We continue to put politics over reality. If it's 70,000 jobs, first of all, where are the evidence? And if there's evidence, fine. But we also know that we have millions of people unemployed in Liberia. So we should not be celebrating 70,000. The standards that we have in this country have to raise. We have to raise our standards. It can no longer be at least. It can no longer be Delaware, Jersey. We have to be talking about creating a private sector in this country where it's not 70,000 people being hired. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people being hired. And we can only do that when we look at the budget and start to put more money to the agriculture sector. When we look at the budget and start to train more technical and vocational training. That's the only way we are going to develop this country. So the State of the Nation address, nobody will complain that 70,000 jobs, but let's be clear, the president himself was very clear, there were short and medium-term jobs, which in effect means that they didn't last more than 3 to 6 months.
But let me ask a question before the rest of the guests join us too. Are there any 70,000 jobs out there that were created in 2 years under this government? I know you're asking for the report, but let's just get to it. Can we look in our fellow Liberians' faces and say, listen, the government did extremely well. They created 70,000 jobs. You've been looking all around, Honorable Modibai. Are you seeing anything? Are we just going to give it to the president because he says it?
Well, and that's why I keep saying, right, the Ministry of Labor should be putting out these stats. That should be, right now, Stanton, you should be able to go on Ministry of Labor and see 70,000 jobs created in what are the salaries, what are the sectors, and how long are these jobs for. But again, I will continue to repeat, they were short to medium term, which means none of these 70,000 jobs lasted more than 6 months. So if that's the case, then we are saying that
there was 70,000 jobs. But they were short to medium term. Is that what
no,
you agree?
The argument is that there's no evidence of the 70,000 jobs. That's the first thing. But even if we agree that there are 70,000 jobs, they still, because they're short to medium, they did not last more than 6 months. So then it's not permanent jobs. So in effect, those 70,000 people could not be working right now. That's my point.
In a political level, if you say even if, and you're giving the government a pass, we are not seeing it. We cannot find it. So why would you even say even if, Honorable Modibai? If you can see it, you can see it. Because is that a secret pie? Is that a susu? Is that something in the bracket that will come out, spontaneously that the president just did today? There's no data, there's no record, there's nothing about. Now, the entire workforce, 7 is between 65 to 75,000. If Liberians agree tonight that the president created 70,000 jobs and 70,000 folks came out of unemployment to have jobs, then the president doubled the entire workforce that he met. Am I correct?
Listen, but honestly, Stanton, my point is this, right? We know for a fact that when you go to Ministry of Labor, there's no evidence of that. We also know for a fact every Liberian working every single day, the only job that we can normally find are in government job. There's no private sector in this country. So we already know, and we have to question the 70,000. But I'm just saying, even if we give the 70,000, we still also know that there were short and medium-term jobs, which means that they did not last more than 6 months. So these 70,000 people are not technically working right now. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to be pivoting this conversation to say, where are the sustainable jobs?
Correct.
And so my point, you understand what I'm saying? So 70,000, we know it's not 70,000, but even if it is 70,000, there were short to medium term jobs, which means that 2 month, 3 month consultancies. It's not sustainable permanent jobs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Well, it's good to have you, by the way. Let's keep you on. It's very important that we discuss the jobs issue. Honorable Blambo, let's hear you, sir, before Dr. Richardson come in. Are there any 70,000 job, whether short to medium job, whether the foreigners that came and got our job, maybe they included them. Those people that are buying work permits, maybe the government included them, who knows? But are there anything out there that we can count on, look at? Anything that we can see from labor ministry, from finance, and maybe got financial lied to the old man and say, yes, we got 70,000 jobs. Talk to us, Honorable Blambo.
If you employ somebody, it go with cost, and that cost will affect your budget. Was it in the budget in the first place? So I don't consider it to be a true story. Whether short-term, long-term, or was it sponsored by an NGO? It should be reflected in the budget return. If it was not there previously, and he's saying it was there, when his own vice president admitted that creating jobs is their problem. When the MCC scorecard came and mentioned only 9%, he said 70. I don't have much to say because it's not, if something was true, I would talk on it. But it's not true, so I can't waste my time on it.
Wow. Workforce development was 0. No report on workforce development. How did we get to the 70,000 job when the MCC scorecard said no report, Dr. Richardson, on workforce development? So is that something that Susan Club somewhere that only the government can see? Let's bring it in, Dr. Richardson. Yeah, it's kind of like, did somebody lie to President Bwakadu? Is that Gafwan? Is that Minister Kra? Is that who actually did this to the president? Sorry, Honorable Dr. Chinwe. Let me bring in Senator Snow. He's back. Then we'll come to you. Workforce development under MCC is no data, nothing to show. But today we are hearing that the president said he has doubled the job, 70,000. Next year it will be 140,000, by the way. But let's see Senator Snow.
So, Stanton, in 2023, the economic growth was at 4.7%. And then it went, and then we projected by the IMF for 2025 came to 4.6%. Now, if the president is projecting 5.1%, and the Minister of Labor, I still remember, was on your show a few months ago. I think we're talking about the B Mountain issue, and you specifically asking about job creation. The Minister of Labor could not even answer that question. He told you he didn't have the information. And a few months later, the president is reporting 70,000 job creation. Again, I wait to see it. But I doubt it. I don't think there's anything like that. And I think those that wrote that in the president's speech will have to answer some questions. I mean, 70,000 jobs. I see my friend Mo Ali is on Facebook. He's defending it. He said there was short and medium and long-term job creation. But with 70,000 jobs, even if we were to give 1,000 jobs in the smaller counties and add some in the big counties, I don't think we'll be where we are today. But I know 70,000 jobs, I think that was very far from the truth, if I mean, for lack of better words. So I think it's something we need to look at. And again, they come back to the legislature. I think it's the one time that we have to carry on our oversight and just write the Ministry of Labor, and ask them to just give us the job portfolio and see how we can target or have the data for the 70,000 jobs. So again, until that is proven, I find it difficult to believe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special edition here with the Honorable Man, Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow of Bomi County, the Honorable Wisa Blamo, the Honorable Dr. Clarence Moriba of Lano, again, the Honorable Wisa Blamo of the Liberal Alternative People's Party, the Senator from Bomi County, Edwin Mervyn Snow, and independents like CDC. I want to say to all of you,
no CDC to my title.
I'm sorry,
independent.
Sir. I'm sorry. Sir.
I'm NPP. I'm NPP.
I'm sorry, sir. I slip of tongue. Yeah.
And I kept Hassan Palestine at NPP.
Okay, let's bring you Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, let's stick with the job issue. What say you? Your party leader will be coming on next, by the way, who addressed the nation a few minutes ago, Musa Hassan Belete. But let's talk about this job issue.
You know, I was going to mention that the title of the speech was From Resolve to Results and Rebuilding on Progress and for the Liberian people. So when I speak about, result, I think about, where, who, when, and how, this 70,000 jobs that we're talking about, where is it? I think many already have asked these questions. And an important point was, if you said you created these 70,000 jobs, I think Mr. Blamo said, where is it in a budget, that we can see that there was a cost to creating these jobs that is fairly reflected. And also the issue of sustainability, we need to keep talking about this, because in our country, we always speak about just maybe flowery terms, staying stuff, but we don't follow in terms of maintenance and sustainability. So if these jobs were just 70,000 jobs, whether they were short-term, long-term jobs, how are they maintained? How are they sustained? What would happen, like Stanton Juggling said, we have 140,000 jobs next year. But, how are we going to be discussing this matter? Because it's a serious bread and butter issue for the American people, for the Liberian people, and not politics. Lastly, I want to talk about the Ministry of Labor that we keep on speaking about. It's about time that they work in terms of letting us know the statistic about our job markets in Liberia. Someone mentioned that we can go on the website and we'll not find a decent statistic that would give us some clue as to how jobs are sustained or made in our country, or the statistics for the employment rate in our country. We cannot find that. But they have to go to work. Maybe we don't have the type of market that someone can say, okay, it's formal, it's in a nutshell, like in other developed countries. But then let the Ministry of Labor go to work. Let them tell us, maybe we have informal job market, formal job market, maybe we don't have a job market. How are they going to categorize the people who are just going to the market, the people who are selling the street? So they will have to tell us, they will have to go to work in order to tell us that. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. If you have a question, you can state your question or make a statement. Let me come to Kev Hassan. Kev, let's hear you.
Thank you, Senator. So that makes sense here now. Dr. Moriba, Minister Blamo, 70,000, that's a little over 70,000 job is what the civil servant job is 70,000. Then outside civil servant, get something like 30 to 50,000 outside the government job. That includes maybe Salamita, other areas then around. This government saying that they create 70,000 jobs, equivalent to the civil servant. So we're talking about a lot of jobs in the country. A lot of jobs. We just had Christmas season about a month ago. Civil servants were crying for salary. The president is saying 70,000 jobs, right? And if you ask me, he actually stopping jobs, Liberian for getting jobs. Like, for example, Kimia, the former foreign minister, stopped him for getting a job at ECOWAS. So he actually stopping Liberian for getting jobs. So he actually not creating jobs, he's stopping Liberia. And let me ask you this direct question. So you two honorable men, and let's be fair to the people, because I don't buy this, that some speech writer Somebody did. 42 years experience. He claimed. He's the best guy. Matter of fact, he and Minister Wisse, he called our political leader, your boss at that time, and he said, you cannot give a man job to a boy. That's what he said. He said you get experience. And the question to you, President Bokar lied to the Liberian people? It's a yes or no. He lied to the Liberian people? The first question to you, Dr. Monba, the second question to Minister Wisse. He lied?
Right now, I would like to say that people have lied to him. Let me say it like that, right? I think we have to respect the presidency to be able to say that, you know, he was lied to, because again, I keep going back to the idea of the 70,000 jobs. The 70,000 jobs should be something that is tangible. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in government, it has to be in private sector. But I continue to go back to the fact, when you look at the overall budget, you understand that the budget is not going to support private sector in this country, right? Because you get private sector for agriculture and different things of that nature. So when you say the 70,000 jobs, I will continue to stress, the president himself was very clear. It was 70,000 jobs that were short to medium term. That in itself makes you know that it's not sustainable private sector jobs. So it's kind of like a job where you say, okay, for 3 months, here's a small contract, which isn't sustainable. So my whole idea is that I keep going and I keep saying the same thing. Where are the statistics from the Ministry of Labor? This is the time the Ministry of Labor should be coming out to defend what the president said. Let me tell you how the State of the Nation, and I actually helped to support President Sirleaf in writing her last three State of the Nation addresses. And I was the one responsible to make sure that every single thing she said was fact-checked. So if I was to receive something from Ministry of Labor to say 70,000 jobs, the next question is where, in what sectors, and where are these going? Because you cannot have the president going out just to say anything. So therefore, there should have been somebody in the president's office looking at every single speech, every single point he made, to be able to fact check that. Because I'm telling you, to write a State of the Nation speech, I hope they don't think it's a 1 week or 2 week job. It takes months, because you have to be able to verify every single thing the president said. Because at this point now, the fact that we are questioning the credibility of the statements is a problem in itself, because it takes away from his message. So again, 70,000 jobs, we all know that it's, I won't say impossible, but it's near impossible, let alone short to medium term that he was very clear on. Again, short to medium term, we're talking about 3 to 6 month jobs. It's not sustainable jobs. So therefore, that's the issue that we are having right now when we talk about the jobs.
Honorable Wisse Blamba, you want to address this, sir?
Moniba. Then if it is short-term job offered by maybe NGO or the private sector, I don't think it's supposed to be mentioned in the speech. Because if you connect it to your expenditure report you're giving to the legislature, then I will go look at the budget. I will go look at the budget. I don't go under the Ministry of Labor, or Agriculture Ministry, or Health Ministry, and go check. So if it is not connected, some NGO came and help the youth to do short-term jobs, yeah. But it has to be connected to your report that you're making to the legislature, because you're giving a report to the country on the previous budget expenditure, the revenue you receive, and the way you spend it. If you create a job, and that job, then that money should be in the budget. Finance Ministry, I look at this year budget, I look at last year budget, and I look at 2024 budget. It's fluctuating. I know we're not covered that. Why is it fluctuating? So to be very fair with you, I'm still confused about this 70,000 job issue. Another one that was he increased salary for health workers, for teachers.
We get that, Honorable Honorable,
Okay. So definitely, I can't say any further thing than that if it is not connected to the budget.
So let me put this up. Job creation remains a top priority for my administration. So say President Boyka. Our job creation strategy has focused on addressing banding and structural constraints to growth, including investment in roads, energy, and other infrastructure. In this connection, we have created more than 70,000 short and medium-term jobs across infrastructure, agriculture, social protection, and small businesses, among other sectors. Going forward, the Youth Entrepreneurship and Investment Bank project, launched in 2025, will support 30,000 youth-led businesses, creating over 120,000 direct or to indirect jobs for the youth. The National Employment Acceleration Strategy focused on agriculture, blah, blah, blah. Paul Kennedy, let me come to you, my brother. Why should we always take the sweet things and say, we're happy, we're happy, we're happy? This is year number 3. Because we told the president going to say, this is what we did, and these are the outcomes. You remember Paul Kennedy? You propose these things, you look for outcomes achievable, right? And you boast about it. Let's go back to 2025 State of the Nation. Let's go back to 2024 State of the Nation, Paul. The outcomes, the promises that were made, we have not gotten to that achievable outcomes yet, Paul Kennedy. And now the president is saying, well, we're going to do this again and wait for 2027 State of the Nation address. But right now, we don't have that right outcomes. These are all projections. These are all promises. These are all sweet, hopeful conversation. What say you? We can see nothing yet to give us anything that 70,000 jobs were created, whether short to medium term. Talk to me, Paul.
Yeah, so Stanton, you see, government can say a lot. And I think government, when in the State of the Union or State of the Nation, when government presents to the country, the government presents on the progress, the challenges, the outcome, and even government has the right to speak of futuristic plans, right? Government is not wrong for telling you we'll build 10 bridges next year. The government is right when they tell you that. And let me come back to the issue of the 70,000 jobs, Stanton.
But let me hold you there. If the government is trying to tell me that, don't you think the next year the government will show that they did what they promised?
That was where I was coming. When government speaks to issue to say, let's say in the beginning, they say, okay, next year we'll build 100 schools, we'll build 15 community centers, 5 health centers. Next year, when they give the State of the Union, they cannot be repeating the same thing that they said they would do this year, next year. They cannot do that. But what government has done to us in Liberia over and over is they say these things and hope that we'll forget, because there's nowhere that they will put the data for us to actually go and point our finger to it. And I'll come back there. When government said they've created 70,000 jobs, Stanton, it's not impossible. It's actually possible that this government could have created 70,000 jobs, because government is not creating jobs that's supposed to be on the payroll or in the budget. Not necessarily. Government does not have a responsibility when they say creating jobs to go and create employment position. We should not get this missing. Government can create jobs by providing opportunity and enabling environment for jobs to be created. And let me come back to a particular point I wanted to make. One of those jobs, one person can take 10 of those jobs. And I like what Dr. Moniba said, because the president was right when he was specific when he said short to long term, medium to short term jobs, which means it could be consultancy position. Paul Kennedy can come and do consultancy for developing a gender plan, health management plan, health insurance. 5 jobs, and one out of those 200,000 jobs, I alone can take.
Well, I thought the medium is 3 to 7 years.
No, it's not 3 to 7 years. It can even be 1 week. It can be a 1 week. I just come and hold
workshop. We understand when you're teaching us the short to medium term job. Let me ask you a question, Paul.
So from a development study perspective, I was trying to lay that creating 70,000 jobs, even 50% in the country can hold 70,000 jobs. It does not. They don't talk about 70,000
I understand
positions
that.
that
What
have
we
to
say,
be
let's
filled.
come back to the subject now. You begin to lecture us as if to say we don't know when it says short to medium term. Let's go back. Let's come back to the issue. No, we're not talking about water. We're talking to each other here. Well, if you do that, then you either take a position here. My question
I'm
to
taking
you,
a clear position, bro.
Yeah, good. But let me ask you openly though. Like your political leader said, and I respect him for that. Where are the data to show that these things?
But you
were
didn't
done?
let me finish my point.
Well,
That's the question I was coming to.
You're lecturing us about the different long to
I wanted to
medium
set
term
the
jobs.
premise. I wanted to set the premise. I'm a scientist. I
We
like to
don't have
set
the luxury
premises
of time,
before
Paul.
giving facts.
Well, we don't have the luxury of time.
So the problem that okay, let me finish my point now. So the problem that I particularly have with the president's statement is the World Bank report in 2025 says that there are not cleared data in Liberia to state that private sector or any public sector jobs have been created that can maintain the workers. It says from their website, it says, I'm reading verbatim, make independent economic report makes it difficult for us to realistically point to generation of quality jobs in Liberia. So they just told you that in last year, right, in 2025. What I'm trying to say is most of what the president said cannot be referenced by data point, which Dr. Moniba has already said. So I was only trying to add up to what Dr. Moniba said, not trying to, give in additional information. Because my political leader has already laid the premises. He said, listen, the president created short to long to medium time jobs. I came to define what short to medium time in this capacity will be. When we lay all of that out, Stanton, the data, there's no data to prove that the country has created 70,000 jobs. Is it possible for him to have created 70,000 jobs? Yes. But where is it? We can't find a source to show our hand to. That was the clarification I'm trying to make before you jump in.
Thank you so very much, brother Dr. George. Let me bring you in, sir, before we go to our brother Russell, Jackie, and Dr. Richardson. Let's be clear. Let's forget about what we bring to the table today. The question Liberians people are asking: were there ever 70,000? Whether 1 day or 2 days or 3 years or 5 years? Can this government show anything about?
It's there, Stanton. I don't know what.
Stanton, I agree with Paul on this based on conservative, based on World Bank report.
I'm trying to. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to lay this thing out for you, then you can comment.
Oh, okay.
Let's go up and down to say we agree or we disagree. Can the government now put out the ministers and directors and say, this is where the president spoke from? These are the job creation. And that's what Dr. Modiba, he was alluding to. Show us something, all right? We shouldn't just sit back and agree. Show us something. We are not seeing anything yet, Dr. Josh. Can you talk to us, sir?
Yes, I think the government, if they want to, they can easily show us something on it. But this will be the clear picture we see, that those 70,000 jobs were majorly created in the informal sector. And that way I agree with Paul and Dr. Modiba on, because the civil service report came up and the Director General, Joker, told us that he hired 3,406 persons. So we managed that one. Metal Steel have about 6,000 people, 2,200 of them are informal unskilled worker. We removed that one. So every report we have shows that 87.6 Liberians work in the informal sector. So it's easy to create a list of our brothers who are working in a diamond fields or gold fields in Birmingham County and other parts of the country. The Liberian market women who are selling and other people in the informal sector, you can create 70,000 overnight.
So let me ask you a question. Which one the president talking about, formal or informal job?
Well, the way it is laid out.
Not the way it is laid out. Let's talk about what the president said.
Yeah,
the way he laid out. The informal jobs?
Yeah, the way he laid out, as firmly believe that most of those jobs are in the informal sector. If you read,
that's what you believe. That's not what the president said. You talking about the way it lay out. They got a special way to lay out formal job creation.
The way the author of the speech or the president's speech is laid out, is rated. You can clearly see that majority of those jobs are in the informal sector. You can put it up so we can see it together.
Okay, so let me pull it out, and that's where it's very important. Let's listen. Let's read the first paragraph. The director, can you please?
Yeah. So the president said 70,000. Okay. In this connection, we have created more than 70,000 short and medium-term jobs across infrastructure, agriculture, social protection, and small businesses, among other sectors. So right in that, by the time you start going to short and medium-term jobs area, they are not sustainable jobs.
What is medium term? Let's forget about short. Let's forget about short. What is medium term?
Medium term is maybe something between a year or a year and a half, or depending on
medium
the
term. You talk about almost 3 to 3. You talk about a year and a half to 3 years. People that will be paying taxes. It should be reflected in the labor ministry or the Ministry of Planning, Development and Planning agenda. It's 3 to 7 years. You cannot just think for these people that write on behalf of the country to lie or both lie and say we created 70,000 jobs. Now, we are cherry picking and getting into the mind of the president to say, no, maybe a short term, no, maybe that long term, no, maybe that formal, maybe that informal. I think the government playing games out of the Liberian people. But say your own.
Stand up. When I was working in a particular capacity, and perhaps at that time, Dr. Monumba was working in a capacity he spoke on, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, in one of her State of the Nation address, lambasted us, right? But the very next year, she was congratulating us because we were able to bring out the sample size and what we were doing in Liberia. In fact, we had the first INGO International Fair, and President Burka was our guest. At that time, I was chairing the INGOs in Liberia. So it is easy to bring up numbers in the informal sector. And those numbers are highly, majorly short-term numbers. And the president the president is laying out in his remark.
Okay, but again, guys, let me frank, and everybody can say what they want to say. We're going to go to Dr. Richardson, our sister Jackie. This 70,000 job, now this is what make this thing, Dr. Richardson, so confusing, because the government intentionally try to play on Liberian people. Either you created the job or you didn't. Either you said the job was 1 week or the job was 7 years or you didn't. Give us something, right? That's why you have the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development. That's why you have the Labor Ministry, right? That's why you have all these different ministries and sectors to be fair, frank and real with the Liberian people. But yeah, we are not cherry picking what is medium term, what is short term, and what kind of wheelbarrow job, keke driver. The president put everybody there and say he created 70,000 jobs. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, this is what when we speak about this government not telling the truth to the Liberian people, this is what we mean. You need to be direct. You need to show data, evidence that will support your 70,000 jobs. Whether it's formal or informal, we need to know. And this is not about saying that this Unity Party government is a bad government or another government did better than the Unity Party, but this is about the Liberian people. So if these jobs were created, we want to know where, so we can be able to sustain these jobs. We can be able to maintain, so these jobs can be maintained for the Liberian people. The Liberian people, on the one hand, are saying things are hard. Okay? The vice president said that job creation was a challenge to the government. If it is, then we say that. That's the only way that we'll move forward. If we continue to have these flowery speech and numbers added to presidential state of address, then we are not looking for results, resolve to results. We are just repeating ourselves. So that's what that's it.
Okay, so again, let me bring in Honorable Blamo. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Honorable Blamo? Honorable Blamo, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
I didn't hear that, Emmanuel. I didn't hear says Richardson, right? Okay, I'm not hearing then. I'm not hearing you.
That's cool. You can hear the moderator. Beautiful. Thank you very much. At least you one foot in heaven, the other foot still dragging. Thank you very much, Honorable Blamo. But we are talking about the short-term to medium-term job creation. Why would the government be so ambiguous on the challenges? Why are we here talking about these different issues when the government that right with us and say, hey, listen, this is what we are. This is what we created a job from. Let's hear you, the Honorable, as we welcome Jacob Jada from CMC to the show. Honorable, what do you think?
Well, Stanton, until the speed writer can come up to clarify what he have said, we are in doubt. Because the levels in darkness. If for any reason it was short term, medium term, which agency implemented that, all the details have to be there. If the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Education, any other entity, they're going to provide the information. But the information is not available. Short-term job, long-term, how they call it, medium-term job. The information is not available. That's why we don't know what to say. We need statistics.
Yeah, let me put this short-term things up, and we're bringing the rest of the guys. I'm so grateful to have the Honorable Blamo and Honorable Molvar on. Senator Snow will be back. Now, yes, the definition is out there. You can define it. Medium term doesn't have one universal definition, but in most academic, economic, and policy contexts, it typically means 3 to 7 years. Here's the comma breakdown. Short term, 0 to 2 years. Medium term, 3 to 3 years. Long term, 8 and over. Well, in Liberia, I don't know our own medium term, short term, long term. Maybe Liberia will have different definition. Honorable Blamo, before we go to Jackie.
Yes. Then why the UN report or the MC report did not pick it up? They didn't give the statistics. It was not available. And then if run a verdict on then that employment in Liberia is 9%. Then today they're coming back to say we employ 70,000. Why they didn't give the information? If the information was in the database of Labor Ministry, the international community would have picked it up. But it was not there, so they didn't pick it up. From November to January, the magic. Anyway.
Again, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. We're bringing Jackie. Jackie, let's hear you. I want to open the next discussion with Honorable Clarence Moduba when we hear Asidu and CMC Jacob Jala. Jackie, let's stick with the 70,000 and the confusion. Where is it coming from, man?
Stanton, under the last administration, the global report showed that Liberians lost jobs. Unemployment rate went up. That data is there. You can research it, it's there. And as a result, due to poor economic policies under the last administration, Liberia went up on the poverty rate. That's a fact. Instead of us dropping and improving. So there is no debate, there is no question that Liberians became poorer, hungrier, and more jobless under the last administration. Now, as these economic policy changed under the Boyka administration, opportunities, the doors open, the country is now safer, more positive outlook, policies flowing, confidence flowing, jobs started to flow in different sectors. The president made it very, very clear in his speech what areas were impacted when you talk about those 70,000 job creation. It's not something that is far-fetched. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand what the president said. He mentioned the agri sector. You're talking about our public sector investment, the PSIP, roads, construction. So who working? They're not people. They're not rabbits out there working. Those are people. Under the last administration, even the little entrepreneurs, petty traders and stuff, that's job. That's part of the job market. You could see the place was like ghosts.
Right.
Small businesses were disappearing under the last
Can you understand your question?
That's a job creation I'm talking about. Today in the private sector, you see small businesses, more and more small businesses being visible and that are thriving. Job was created under the agri sector. You're talking about fishery. It was created under the mining, the oil palm, the cocoa. If you look at the visualization sector, distribution data report for Liberia, that information is online. So it's not a ghost data. The president didn't create any data to take it and make it from some imaginary place or utopia and then put it in his speech. The data is out there. Y'all go and read it. The data is also out there showing that unemployment Liberia became poorer under the last administration, hungrier under the last administration, but now things are getting better. We still have a lot of work to do, but those jobs that were created is a fact. The president spoke the truth. He did not need to create or manufacture data just because he was standing up and needed to give his son on. So if you guys want to look out, it's out there. You're talking about the infrastructure, energy, the environment. You talk about, I talk about with rubber, cocoa palm oil, all these things, the informal sector, trading, street vending, mining, and other services that created those jobs up to 7 years. And Stanton, short term, medium term is the same thing. That's a universal thing, pretty much. So in Liberia, that term, short term, medium term, long term, it applies to Liberia as well. And there are more jobs to be created. The president said last year, his last cabinet meeting, that for 2026 and going forward, his administration is going to focus more and more on job creation. There was a small percentage that was created under the from the government, but most of it came through the private sector in different forms. And the information is there. You guys go and look at the visualization sector distribution on data on Liberia for 2024 to 2025. And hey, y'all think you're mad now? You ain't mad yet, because there are more jobs to be created over the next 4 years for the Liberian people. Thank you. And then again, you're saying, where's the data? Y'all prove that the information is not correct, but it's out there. Y'all go online, you'll find it. Thank you.
Jackie, you get traffic. You get traffic.
I don't want to disrespect you. If you interrupt, I'll have to pull you on the back. We really got to be serious. It's fair to give everyone a chance, please, sir. No, Jackie, you say the data is out there. Can you share with us? Let's put it up. Do you have it?
It's out there. Hold on. I'll drop it in the chat room.
Thank you. And I'll
The Maria sister here, Jackie.
I'm sorry.
No, I see you put me in the back. You know, Jackie get dry face. Shit.
No, the fact that I was talking should not bring it.
Well, prove that the information not correct.
I'm sorry.
The fact that I was asking for.
Okay, so let's move on. So Asadu and Jacob Jala, then from there we go to Dr. Mulva on the other issue. We want to appreciate all of you guys. We are not taking questions now. Please don't call. You can only text. We are not taking calls in. We'll open the line to hear you, but we have to deal with our guests here today. I want to say to you again, welcome to the special edition of Spoon. This is great. A lot of people understanding. It's just kind of confusing that we're not seeing anything. Dr. Richardson, you got cassava farming Liberia, right?
Yes.
How many people you
right now?
That's some of the job.
Stop, man.
That's some of the job.
Man. That Richard's left free focus a bit. Every program. How many people you get working at Casal Farm? That Richard's.
I will describe the people who work on my farm as being seasonal. If by any
Don't
means,
forget about whether seasonal or long term.
Actually, I cannot. I cannot tell you that information because I'm not there. I'm not the manager of the farm. I just get daily report, but I think I get seasonal pictures.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Richardson don't have the data.
Thank you, Paul, you're doing something in Bapodu. Paul, you're doing something in Bapodu. How many people you get working for you in Bapodu?
Yeah, I'm Paul.
I don't have the data.
So that's the problem, Daramonova. Nobody get data.
That's the problem. That's why never ministry need to go to work.
Wait, I'm begging guys. Let me serious, man. Y'all don't make me laugh. I'm begging you guys.
You know what's
Where are 70,000 jobs coming from? And that's our problem. So let's see how many keke rather that they didn't allow to go to Central Monrovia. Let's see how many of them part of this data. So we're going to go to our brother Jacob Jala. Jacob, and we'll go to Isido. Then Dr. Moriba will give us the last topic for tonight as we begin to wind down. Though we get 1 more hour to go. It's a very unique conversation. This seems to me, the state of the nation seems to me, the people know exactly whether the government are lying to us or whether the government is sincere. Don't do that in the chat room. Somebody said, Jackie, they're waiting for you to put it in the chat room. That's what they say. But Dr. Jacob Jala, let's go ahead, sir. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. And I think this employment thing and job creation debate in Liberia, I think it placed the government under enormous pressure to try to pluck some numbers from the thin air as a way of trying to, put some candy in our mouths or kind of lollipop to send us to sleep. But I think. Generally speaking, I think including the 70,000 number in the president's annual message was a disastrous decision. I think it kind of like exploded the president's entire message, and I think the government will struggle for the coming days to try to highlight other sections of the report. I mean, if you're putting all unemployment statistics, you got to be serious about it. You got to be serious. The Ministry of Labor must have some kind of entity or institution or department down there that does labor statistics, that collects data on a very, very frequent basis, and are able to clean up the data and are able to verify the data and are able to really get down to it across the economy and collect this evidence. And I see the kind of flying sheet that's passing around the internet that the government and Mo Ali then consider as the labor statistics or evidence for job creation. This is a huge joke. If we say the labor department is putting up statistics on job creation, they have to be way more serious than this massive joke I see here. I think again, we need to see the evidence. The president talked about 70,000 jobs. That comment has not been backed by any evidence. Look at what the government people are now doing to show us evidence. What is this? You say 8,000 jobs, entrepreneurial grants, civil servant volunteers. 60% of they come from contract. It's so vague and has no substantive basis. So we have to be extremely serious. And I think the president's message today again was a poor job. I think his people did a really poor job in terms of really putting some of the evidence out there. And the job statistics is an evidence of that. And I think that's why the CMC today, Mr. Bility, issued a statement on behalf of the CMC and lay out clearly, what the direction of travel is from our perspective as a political party that is very serious about solving the job question in this country, because we have the expertise to do that. We know how to build businesses. We know how to create sustainable jobs. Mr. Billy talk about that. He talked about sustainable jobs that is going to transform people's life, create sustainable income for them, and give them prosperity. creating prosperity for families across the country. So we have to be extremely serious about transforming our country, about building critical sectors. And we in the CMC have the history and the credibility to do that because our political leader knows how to build business, how to create jobs, how to create prosperity for families. He's done that in the past. He can do that when he have, so long he has access to government resources and the power factors to really change things for our people.
Thank you. Thank you. Asa, let me bring you in. Good to have you. Unfortunately, today you had to work, and then we'll go to Dr. Modubale. He will raise the two last topics for today from the President, State of the Nation. We'll follow suit and go to Honorable Blambo Wisa Blambo from the Liberal Alternative People Party. As we all know, Dr. Clarence Modubale is a political leader of LANO, right? And indeed, we do appreciate your presence on the show. The Honorable Edwin Mervyn Snow will be joining us again, and we're still waiting for the Honorable Musa Hassan Beliti to give his overview. We encourage you after the program, go and listen to Musa Beliti's speech. It was very, 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 very unique. Isaac, welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. And I know this seems to be so jovial and funny, but these are not things we should joke with. A group of people that came to power on lies cannot continue to govern our country on lies. And that's why I think it is important for us to hold this government. The president mentioned accountability and being transparent. We are now looking for what would take 70,000 jobs from, but I will tell you one source where. And that's the reason why when we continue to say this government is incompetent and inept, people try to argue. But like I've always said, whenever we say something, we provide evidence to back everything we said up. The president gave us sonnet today. He was just calling numbers all around the place. 198,000 farmers, 50,000 children, 200,000 teachers. He just calling numbers like accounting people. Now we come to the issue of jobs. I know our sister Jackie is still looking for the data, but I will help you with the data source. And everything I say, I will put it right in the chat room, Stanley. You can put it up on the board. These are the disservices to our people we have to avoid as a country. If Liberia must do better, we cannot sleep on lies every day. Things never should have been this way. Things never should have been this way. When you were to look at the breakdown of the 70,000 jobs from somewhere that President Bouaga talked about, one of the sources of the job mentioned by his newly appointed Minister of Youth and Sports, Madame Kura, is a 15,000 jobs from a project called the Realize Project. But you know what? We designed that project. I will boast of it because I was the head for the design of the project. That 15,000 short-term job was on a component called the labor-intensive public works. And guess what? 15,000 was a job spread over 4 years. 2021, 2022, 2023, to December 2024. It did not say President Bouaga will create 15,000 jobs in 2025. It was a job spread over 4 years. I put it in the chat room, my people. I put the document in the chat room, and I will also put a breakdown of where I took it from. I want to be sure you guys know when we say things that we say, we are saying it on truth. I just posted there the now appointed Minister of Youth and Sports, the breakdown of the.
I said, do me a favor, just post the one, don't put no circle because you are your green circle, black something thing. Give me the real thing, let me put it up.
Yeah, no problem. Let me do that for you. I will absolutely do that. Hey, you know, we have to be sincere to our people. Why should this be there? It shouldn't be this way at all. Stanton, while we're talking, let me be talking and be putting it up a little bit. I already put the first one there. Let me look for the second one, please. It should not be this way. You cannot be a government and think you can lie on the people to put food in their houses. No, you can't. You are saying, oh, the people building roads. You were the same people that argued that George Weah didn't bring jobs. Did you start building roads? Oh, there was no roads being built on the George Weah then. Other Elon Musk robots were building the roads when Georgia was building the roads. But you were arguing that there were no jobs being created on where. If you now see that building roads equal to jobs, why were you arguing around here? We know how jobs are created in the economy. Let's look at water factory, for instance. How many water companies have been created since President Bouakai came to power? Do you know how many people established water businesses when Georgia was there? But yet still you argue that George Weah created no job. That's okay. This is not about George Weah now. This is about you and the lie of the 70,000 jobs. Where did you get it from? Real Last Project? We designed Real Last Project. We started the implementation of Real Last Project. The labor-intensive public work of 15,000 jobs that Madam Kura is including in 70,000 jobs was for 4 years. That would mean about 3,000 something per year. From where 2021? Just stop this.
Actually, let me hold you there. Let's ask you some questions before we go to Dr. Morobai. You're raising these things that some of us have never heard of, and it will only be important that I bring us up to speed as the project actually will across to bring in 15,000 folks in the job market. Am I correct?
Actually, it was a short-term 15,000 work for pay. You do small work, they pay you 15,000 over 4 years. So it was a short-term.
So under the former president George Manuel Weah, it started 2021, right?
The project went into effect 2021. The actual implementation started in 2022.
Okay, so 2022 to 2023. So, but then the total job creation 15,000. Am I correct?
The total creation under that project, under the component LRPW, was 15,000.
So how many folks were employed under the CDC-led government? Let's do the math here to subtract from the 15,000. The 2022, 2023, how many?
So that is the data I can't give you now because I don't have it, but I know we did implement it for 2 years. So 2 years.
it was for how many years, you said?
For 4 years.
So if it's 4 divided by 15, we are talking about
3,000 something.
3,000 change, right? So you guys for 2 years you had almost maybe 7,000 around there.
7,000.
Right? But then are you saying that the now minister destined to go replace Kobangalu Youth and Sport, saying that this government is the entire 15,000?
I just posted in the chat room. Yes, I just posted in the chat room.
So before we got to be, this is component 2 will provide temporary employment and wages to 50,000 per individual through the LRPW, with at least half of the beneficiary being women. That is good. Give us more information because you just gave us there as a flashing point. Want to know the stat, want to know how many people are hired on the CDC, and want to know where you guys left it. If you can find that for us, that would be important. But is this?
Senator, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
The data that's being spoken about right now is totally irrelevant to the president's speech because the data that was in the president's speech is as of 2024 to 2026. So whatever is being discussed here right now with Isaac, that data is not included in what the president said in his speech.
Can I hold you right there, Jackie? Jackie, let me hold you right there. Isaac, you said Kula posted this.
Whether it's correct or not.
Hold on. Jackie, hold on. You said the minister, what her name, Madam Kura, posted this?
Yeah. I posted it.
So Jackie, are you now saying that she was
not even seated yet? So why is she being called here?
Jackie, wait now. Jackie, wait. Thank you. Go on social media and confirm if Madam Kura posted this as a contributing factor to the president's 70,000, then I think she's deceiving Unity Party and Liberal at large. And she did. It's in the chat room. So we will not blame Asidoye for holding her to her own post. Is she misleading? Did she misled the librarian? Is she misleading us, Jackie?
I didn't see what she posted in there.
It's in the chat room. No, it's in the chat room.
Okay.
Yes.
what I'm trying
So
to tell
can we
you is,
confirm that first? Can we confirm that she was misleading us and she misled us? If you can confirm that, we'll come
okay,
back
I
to
will
you.
look in the chat room to see what you're talking about. I don't know what she posted or didn't post.
I posted
But
a
what
link also. Everything we say, we give you evidence of it. So stand
yeah,
there,
but I
let me
also
confirm.
provided evidence in the chat room.
Well,
The data is as of 2024.
it was my
So
time.
even if you created 1 million job under President I wish you didn't. Although Sam Toer said there were 27 million jobs created.
No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet, Jackie.
What I'm trying to say is,
Jackie, I beg you, sister. Let's give
please
us
let
a
me
chance
land
to finish
quickly
up.
with 10 seconds.
You're taking us a time, though.
No, 10 seconds, please. Reporting period is important. The data that the president mentioned today, it was as of his administration. It has nothing to do with the prior administration, whether 1 job was created or 10 jobs were created under the Realize project. The data the president submitted today was as of his administration. So anything that's mentioned here prior to that is totally irrelevant because it's not included in the president's data that he presented today. That's the point I'm trying
Jackie,
to.
it's on her page. It's on her page.
Like you said, I leave last week, but I was last week.
Jackie, I agree with you. Jackie, I agree with you. I'm really supporting your argument, right? But let's be fair. For the deputy minister from the executive mansion, Minister of State, to post on her official page and say that this job came from that project as an addition to the 70,000, I don't think the president should allow her to go to the Minister of Youth and Sport, because then we're in trouble, right? Because it's not, and I want to bring in Dr. Moluba real quick. If you don't have it, I will share it with you. Yeah, go ahead and quickly.
But Jackie, this is what happened if you have to defend all day. You didn't have to put yourself in this mood to keep defending. Jackie, you were defending from now to 2020, 2050. You will keep defending because it does not exist.
Let's get back to it real quick.
Again, this is
the issue.
Yeah. So exactly, Jackie, we are saying the same thing. The president should be reporting on his tenure, but he is reporting even on President Doe's tenure. What we are saying is this project should be creating 15,000 jobs for 4 years, including that of President Weah, but the owner is putting the 15,000 in his own report. That's why we're saying this is factually incorrect. And whoever did this to the country is a bad and wicked person. And I am providing you the evidence, not just in words, so you can see. I went on Facebook and I told the minister's desk on the post.
Can you take the green thing out and send it to us? Let me start joining around here. I'll take it back. Let's put it up to convince our people. Just send it to me. Let me bring it that to Moluba. I said, thank you. We got to go back to our brother, the Honorable Menchi. We said, Blamo, Dr. Clarence, I think we will not come to any conclusion here as to where the 70,000 job coming from. I respect the deputy minister who now going to be the Minister of Youth and Sport, right? There's an issue here. You cannot come on Facebook to outline where the president 70,000. And just 1 hour ago when it was screenshotted, it says social protection realize 15,000 cash for work, street children reintegration. That is a false information. If that is true, if she posted this, these are the people that are deceiving the president. You said you used to work and be the last person to review Madame Salif's speech. And you were cross-checking. What's going on today? Who's cross-checking? Who's actually there right now to say, no, this cannot be included? Let's talk about road infrastructure. Let's talk about agriculture. Let's talk about feeding the children at school. People say, which school? Dr. Moluba, they say, which school they are feeding children? We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. What's going on? Who lied to Mr. President? I like what you said. It's not the president lying. People put it in there. They lied deliberately to Mr. President. But then, the $1 billion question, what will Mr. President do to them? Let me give it back to you, Chief.
You know, and again, thank you so much for the reason why platforms like this are so good is that we get to hold leaders accountable. in any democratic system. Y'all did this in the previous administration, and then y'all are doing it now. And this is so important because I promise you, next year they will be very careful, the speechwriters, in what they put there because of what's happening now. But this is where the legislature becomes so important. The legislature, their job should not be to get legislative project money. It should be now to call Ministry of Labor, to be able to ask them, where are the 70,000 jobs? The legislator job is not to be waiting for few slips. It should be now, where can we now, we talked about Ministry of Public Works in his speech. He said the paved roads are going from 12 to 20%. Let's verify that, because if that's true, that means that over 1,200 to 1,300 kilometers of road that has been paved. So these are the questions now the lawmakers have to be able to ask the executive, and the executive has to be able to answer. And this is the only way. Listen, at the end of the day, the reason why we are all here because we want to see better for Liberia, but there has to be a sense of urgency. And the reason why there's so much frustration is because people put so much hope. Isaac Dua, come and pick first on you. People put so much hope on CDC, and it did not deliver. And then now it turns around, and then it's come back to UP where people said, okay, at least. And then still there's so many questions that are being posed. So what we have to do now as a country, I will go back to the idea, is to leave this, start politicizing every single thing. If the president says there's 70,000 jobs, fine, let the Ministry of Labor go to the House of Representatives and the people of Liberia and say, these are the 70,000 jobs. If it's 12 to 20% of roads that have been paved, from 12% to 20% of roads have been paved, prove it. Where? And so the idea that we're talking about is very simple. How can we fact check all of these things that the president of the Republic of Liberia told us, right? The 156 schools allegedly have computer labs. But what type of computer labs are we talking about? He said that 26,000 desks have been given to schools. That's fine, but do those schools have teachers? So these are the questions we have to be asking. It's not about desks. Who are the teachers? Are they competent? Are they qualified? What is their salaries? So these are the questions. When we talk about transforming Liberia, these are the questions that have to be asked. But the problem and the frustration from the Liberian people is that they will hear all of us, right? Because all of us are political talking heads. They will hear all of us and then nothing will change. So the reason why this is so important that we're talking about it is simply because it's the average person in Liberia, in Stoney, in wherever, is their life changing? Is their life getting better? And to be frank with you, the answer is not fast enough. There's no sense of urgency. There has been no sense of urgency in development of Liberia for a very long time. And if that is not going to change, we are not going to have the country that we want.
So what was the next topic from this thing, your last two topics you want to bring up for us to go into it? And I will just go up before we do that, the honorable let me put this up real quick. Go ahead, Honorable Monubara.
Thank you so much. And I know you all keep going. So me, myself, I will try to disappear from here. But listen, thank you so much for the platform.
Yes,
the only thing that we haven't been talking about, to be honest with you, is also inflation. Because even if inflation is down, the prices of transportation, the prices of food, everything is still high. So yes, inflation is down, which is good, but the prices remain up. So that in itself is a negative multiplying effect on the average person in Liberia. So this is another discussion that we have to be having. If inflation is down, therefore prices as well should be going down. So again, this is when we talk about the bread and butter issues. This is what we should be talking about. How can we make sure that we don't continue to import rice from India? Because that's the only way we're going to get food down. So even if inflation goes down, but we're not producing our own goods, almost 70% of the food we eat in Liberia is grown from outside of the country or produced from outside of the country. So these are the questions, and this is what, when we're talking about the state of the nation, this is the discussion that should be had. These are the transformational things we should be talking about. And so this is the frustrating part, not only from us who are here, but the people of Liberia. How are we changing so that the average person, the average market woman, the average student can have a better life tomorrow than what they have today?
Dr. Monubara, is inflation compared to where we are left at, is it lower? Because when the president said 5.1, and you're right, because the people are not seeing it on the street though. And I understand if you just go and do a common quick check, Liberia inflation rate is expected to be around 7.7% in 2026, according to the International Monetary Fund, which is IMF. However, recent data shows that the inflation rate was 9.45 as of March 2024. has been trending downward. So we are talking about 2026, 7.5. Did the president say 5.1 inflation rate? What was the number the president gave?
No, he said that
4%.
Yeah, he used the 5.1 as an economic growth.
Yeah, he said the economy grew 5.1%.
Okay, so let's just stick to that to be our last conversation. Say you have to leave. Again, we'll go back. Where can we find it? What's the data to show? Is that Liberia own or is it on the international from IMF, World Bank, and all these other things? What do you think? Because you're traveling all over that to Manuva. Talk to us. Where can we find this data to prove that the president was correct?
You see, and again, to be honest with you, and this is why I keep going back to the legislature, we should not be having these questions after the president speaks to the nation. He should now put in place, the Ministry of Finance should be coming to talk to the Liberian people. Where are we getting these numbers from? Because if I'm correct, if you look back at the 2025 State of the Nation, the numbers that he used are almost very similar. So the question is, was there actual growth or is there stagnation? You know, so these are the things that we have to be talking about. So I think, again, somebody please go to 2025 and look at the growth numbers. I think it was almost the exact same. So the question has to be, every single executive, every single minister should be marching down to the legislature right now to go justify what the president said, because there's too many questions. And if there's these many questions, that means now we undermine the entire presidency and what he says to the people of Liberia. So every single minister, especially Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Finance, all of them now need to go to the legislature and justify what they allowed the president to say to the people of Liberia. All of us want development in this country. If the president is accurate that he created 70,000 jobs, thank God for that. But if we start seeing short to medium terms, which are temporary jobs, then we know we are still in a free fall in terms of developing this country. So these are things that the legislature has to be able to put on top of their head. It should not be, I keep saying it because I hate the fact that we give millions of dollars to lawmakers who go do legislative projects. It should not be that case. And even when you look at the State of the Nation address, and in there he talked about decentralization. It's not going to happen when the entire bulk and all the decisions being made in Monrovia, all the finances are being made in Monrovia. Development superintendent got to look for car to come to Monrovia to look for money from Sino. So these are the things. Let's be actual and factual in how we want to transform this country.
Again, we want to say thank you for showing up. We really do appreciate you. So you're always welcome. Whatever you're doing with Lionel, man, we're following you and wish you and your party good luck.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Okay, y'all continue the good work. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Let have a good one. Let me bring in the Honorable G. Wisse Blamo from the Liberia Alternative People's Party. And let's hear you, and then we'll bid farewell to you. We will find space for the political leader of CMC. You will be the one closing this program tonight. Honorable G. Wisse Blamo, thank you for joining us. Let's give you the chance for your partner statement, sir.
In the budget, 2026 budget, the narrative, if we go to 1.3, that's unknown debt management or servicing, you see that narrative says 230 million is that of service debt. Out of 230 million, 159 is for domestic, and 68 is for foreign. If you add 159 and 68, you get 227. The legislature passed the budget, they didn't check it, and there's a $3 million that is outstanding. What are they going to do with it? It's not, there's no explanation there. 227 minus 130, 3 million outstanding. One issue, last night you were discussing it. I want to appeal to my lawmakers to do away with this county development fund project implementation themselves. They should start because it will hook them tomorrow. During the 12 years I was in the House, it was list that was implementing for the legislature. You go to your county, you have your district meeting, you identify the project. List will send engineers to go do the assessment and bring it. You run after the money at the how they call it legislature to send it to list. List will then take up the project to do it. That's some part of employment opportunity. People in the community will be employed, and that's what List was doing. But giving this money to lawmakers to put in your pocket and buy 5 bags of cement, you say, I can't do development. I give 50,000. It's a wrong decision they are making. Honorable Snow talked about it last night. I'm watching you people. There are a lot of other things that are in the budget that we can discuss tonight, but I'm available. With this, I close on the 2. I did a comparative analysis of 2024, 2025, and this year budget. This year budget will have problems for my analysis. I think I overheard the old man saying they're going for a recast. Maybe my ear didn't hear it correct. The budget year inside year 1 month.
Excuse me, did he say that?
For what
Because
reason?
somebody told me that you said that the Honorable Blamo,
So
did he really
this
say
year
that?
budget will surely have problem. I just want to stop there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Blamo. We said it's good to have you, Chief, the political
I'm available
leader.
anytime you come upon me now, Stanton. I'll be
Yes,
available.
indeed. We will.
Anybody
We
have
will.
question? Give it to me, I will answer it.
Thank you very much. We'll email you our question and our invoice. Thank you very much, sir.
I hear
Have a good
America,
night.
so I'm not in Liberia to say I'm going to bed.
Thank you. Follow the show. It's good having you, my friend. Thanks. All right. We want to say thanks to the Honorable Blamo. We said, but did the person already say that the budget is going for recast? Did he say that? Or people just making up a story? I didn't hear that though. Jacob, did you hear? No? Dr. George, always follow this thing diligently. Dr. George, I believe in what you say. You're very truthful, man. You go back to Winston Churchill and all fraud and Freddie. I don't know. Those people are dead and gone. You still talking about that. We're talking about the modern day politics. You take away back. But did you hear the president say anything about recasting the budget?
I didn't hear it directly from the president, but I heard that something like that was said. But I've not heard it directly from the president's office yet.
All right. Anybody, yeah, please let us know. Let's now do our own thing. Welcome to the show as we did. We're still waiting for Musa ability. He said, yeah, he coming on. I don't know where he may say I coming on. You know, we deal with him according to the law that governs the 6C. We want to say yes, the political leader, Chairman Musa ability will be on shortly. Let's take the round quick. A lot of stuff though. And it is amazing that this other speech giving people more headache. More headache that the rich is saying. Than anything. What you think? It's just how, you know, people, the Unity Party people, they are mad. You know, that people saying that those that wrote this thing for the president, they lie. Because when I say President Bwaka lied, President Bwaka trusted his advisor. And these people just put a bull-faced lies from Gafan all the way down, man. Trying to please themselves and create stories, you know. Something that is an embarrassment for Unity Party. It's an embarrassment for this government. It's pure embarrassment that you cannot walk the walk this 2026 when you base everything on lies. When will we stop the lies and begin to tell the people the truth? Some of the job creation now we're fighting to know where the job coming from. The inflation will drop where? So you are not giving us anything, but you want us to believe you. You depend on the MCC. Hey, we are from Compa. Hey, but every other thing that people say on the MCC, you disagree with it.
Yeah.
You depend on IMF. Hey, IMF, stability in the economy, downward trend, upward trend, whatever the nonsense are. But then you're giving us different stories that Richie say. When will this government look in the mirror and tell the people, say, yes, indeed, you are telling us true. You depend on World Bank, right? World Bank saying the growth is like this, the growth is like that, whatever the case may be, but we are, it's hard, man. It's trouble, though. The trouble within this government that I think they need to regroup, Dr. Richardson. Instead of guests going, let me say my own freely. I was talking to somebody, Paul Kennedy. They said, Stanton, you couldn't do all that talking because you're in America. That Richardson, so I said, why you say so? They said, because you come to Liberia, you can't do that talking. I said, why? Intimidation, they will chase you. They said, oh man, forget it. You come to Liberia, you can never do that talking. Then I began to be afraid. Then I went to my front door, my back door, the garage door, the windows, everything. And I called the alarm people again, all 6 of them. I said, you can do the security check for me. The person what happened, I called different, all 6 of them. Because, Jackie, you're laughing. The devil is Stanton. If you come to Liberia, you can't talk like that. Dr. Richardson, why? Because we are fearless, the government must speak truth to power themselves. You cannot lie to the Liberian people again. I didn't lie to the Liberian people at first. I believe Joe was a bad president, and the people believe me. And that's why I'm still pushing on this one today. That this government is becoming to be another bad government. Not that Joe had a bad president. I said Joe government. Let me be corrected. But hey, well, I say I can say Joe had a bad president. I'm saying that's a good move. But they're fixing it, Dr. Richardson. Where we are today, the government needs to be fair, straightforward with the Liberian people. Dr. Richardson, I answer you, got Cassava Farm, and you haven't seen the next 2 months, a year. I heard people saying you are. You saying palm oil now, they're saying 5 gallons to you. How many people working for you? Send that report to the government at job creation. I got potato screen from beyond the radio station. How many people working there? Oh, the radio station got about 69 people working. That part of the job creation, right, Emmanuel? That part of the job creation? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's serious part of the job creation.
Okay. Once they're paying taxes, taxes.
So that no job you capture.
So when they
yeah, they will be captured once they did that.
It's not from the private and public sector.
That Richardson, that long term, right? Because it's from 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Say 6 years, that long term. That long term. So that Joel brought it in, or who brought it in? Madam Sally? But I'll leave it alone, man.
The title of the president's speech. It is from
I think you have to be anyway. I would have to.
So I want to go back to the title of the president's speech, and in short, it's a longer title than this, but what is captivating is he said from resolve to result. So I expected to see him listing, all of the results, and not just results of how many jobs that were created, but as we are questioning here, who, when, how, and where were these jobs created. You are identifying a pattern here, Stanton, a pattern of what people, you guys don't want to blame the president. You said people around the president is telling him. First, I just want to welcome the political leader of the CMC, Mr. Musa Asambeleze. Welcome. As I continue. So you're identifying a pattern. We're saying that we're not going to hold the president responsible. We will hold the people around him for telling Liberian people misinformation, untruth stories. Okay, but in order for our country to progress, in order for our country to move forward, we have to look at the facts. And the facts is this very same questions that we're asking: where are the jobs? Who created these jobs? Are the taxes that these people reported, or is it reflected in the budget? So there are many questions that we continue to ask. Secondly, everybody's talking. There was a lack of inclusivity in this president's budget. And if we're going to talk about unity, we must ask him, there was nothing about 50% of the population, which consists of women, mentioned in his speech. I heard him talk about youth development. I heard him talk about different things, but in recent times, boys were vulnerable to sodomization. Women have been raped, and nothing was mentioned in his speech about these issues. And it's very concerning to me. We consider to be women to be the backbone of our society. I believe when the president comes out to speak, when we have major speeches like this, and to set the tone for unity and inclusiveness in our culture, women should be included as it is in the CMC at all times. So that's what I would like to say. Secondly, just something that a woman observed, or many women, let me say, or I observed in particularly, I would say that the ambience of the occasion was nice. It was beautifully decorated. I saw the red, white, and blue. It was out in the yard. But what happened to those large fans? You know, those large fan, that outside fan, outdoor fan that they had during the inauguration speech, because I heard that it was hot. People were sweating. Okay. Secondly, I think it was in poor taste to see that the guests were walking in, they were already seated, and then we had people pulling. I mean, to some people it may be like little things, but it means a lot to me that they were still pulling runners. I don't know if you guys noticed that there were runners still being pulled while the guests were seated. Why? I think they were saying the vice president was coming in. All of those things should have been taken care of before the onset of the president's speech. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. To tell you the truth, I don't even know what runners is. My wife always talk about runners. So we cannot help you on that, Dr. Richardson.
Okay.
All that little thing you're observing, runners. What is runners?
I agree.
People are running?
Yeah, okay. That's okay. Me and you're not going to, we'll talk about that.
No, all right. Let's welcome the Honorable Man Musa Hassan Benedict, again, the CMC political leader, the chairman for Unity CPP, former chairman, Liberty Party, now the political leader for the Citizen Movement for Change. Is that Citizen Movement for Change or Citizen Movement of Change? For. Okay. I'm not good with my prepositions, but Citizen Movement for Change. We want to welcome the Honorable Musa Hassan Benedict. Dr. Richardson, before Musa Benedict speak to us, it's very important that you found this out. And seriously, the president didn't speak about rape or sodomization. Allegation of rape on one of his ministers, a couple of them, by the way, or more. You know, sodomization of people working in NSA and across the country. This is huge, though. And I would like to bring in the political leader of CMC on this topic. Gender issue and the fight against rape and sodomization in our country. Why wasn't that part of the president's speech? I'm still looking. Maybe it was, but why? Welcome to the show, Honorable Benedict. Can you unmute, sir? Can you unmute?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Just to hit on the issue, I think if you look at the president's speech, in my mind, when the president is giving this speech, the name of the speech is the State of the Nation, which means every sector has to send a report to the presidency on their development, on their achievement, and then it is collated, and a team is set up to do this almost 90 days before the speech is delivered. In that way, like the ministry agenda would have, I'm sure, adequately cover issue of rape. I guarantee you that this speech that was written today, there was no coordination, there was no counter check, there was no fact check. It was done by a certain individual who feel, or a group of them who feel that they have arrived to where they are and that they can sit and write about the country any kind of way and nothing will come out of it. But if you do a proper, check-in, this was an opportunity for the president to tell us the condition. Now remember, we know the condition, but the head of state, who has a responsibility, had also the opportunity to resonate with the population today. Sometimes it's not bad to say things are not okay, but we are improving. Notably, to tell you that there was not a coordinated effort, one major improvement that the president did not talk about today is armed robbery. Armed robbery is almost like a matter of history. A major achievement by the security sector. It was not mentioned. And the only reason why it was not mentioned because there was not a coordination across the line. At the judiciary, whether you like it or not, there have been some initiative in terms of reform. That can only happen if the Ministry of State inform the judicial branch of government and send us your report. This is not the state of the executive. This is the state, the state of the nation. Therefore, the president had a responsibility to reach out. So it didn't happen. So you will see that the area that was touched don't properly resonate with the reality on the ground. You can spin it any kind of way that you can. I am where I said of the opinion that probably, which is possible, is humanly possible, that the president was looking at maybe 7,000 and then mistakenly says 70,000, because 70,000 is a huge number. That's 2 times the size of the civil service. To get 70,000 jobs created in Liberia today within a period of 2 years, that difference, you will see it everywhere. You will see it in the life of people. And more importantly, even if it was true, to say that these are medium-term or short-term jobs is to say that there is no long-term plan for the government. So the state of the nation did not reflect, the address did not reflect the state of the nation. So people are saying, oh, you should blame other people. Yes, if you want to. But the truth of the matter is that the buck starts with the president. Those other people that you're looking at are not the people that the Liberian people went to the ballot box to elect. He's the one that was elected. If someone does a bad job, he will always be the one that will say, Mr. President, the people that you have hired to do this did not do a good job. There are some improvement. Like I said, the security sector, I think that the police have done very well. It's particularly on the issue of armed robbery. In all fairness, as member of the opposition, we're hearing less and less of armed robbery today. There's also a marked improvement on the fight against drugs. I didn't hear about that today. I think that you could have encouraged those people with the meager resources that they're working with to say, we appreciate you. But most importantly, the fact that we have a budget of 1.2 billion and that there has not been any improvement in the life of the people. And I don't care how it is spin around. $1 was not added to people's salary, people who matter, and we had over 45% increment in the revenue base of the country. And yet that was not sent out to the people. So yes, a lot, I believe could have been done to improve what the president said today. I hope that the UP team will see this as an attempt for positivity, to see this as an attempt so that they can look at themselves, all this narcissism, this belief that they are super and they cannot be criticized. They need to stop that. This country, they are running the numbers for all of us. So when something goes wrong, believe me, it affects all of us. And this kind of criticism will help us to prepare, for next year. But so far, the speech did not reflect the reality of the Liberian situation on the ground.
Thank you very much, most ability, representability, political leader for CMC. It's good to have you on to cover this last segment. We're going to ask you some questions. You brought in the fight against drugs. That was a missed opportunity. LDA, they're doing something. They are not there yet. Let's talk about gender ministry. The president had a very short paragraph when he said, years of conflict left many Liberians vulnerable in response. The government expanded a social protection program to ensure fair opportunities for all citizens. There was nothing. I'm still looking to see where you say children, where you say rape, where you say sodomization. Just most recently, the NSA allegation of the deputy director, sodomizing the young boy, and these things are horrific. And the president missed that. The president missed a lot of stuff that he could have posted on the international front. And, the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The president should have stretched that even more. Infrastructure, the big games, the yellow machines coming. And, but the president went on these things that you cannot actually put your hands on. The president said, our effort against drugs abuse intensified with the launch of Liberia First National Anti-Drugs Action Plan, providing a strategic roadmap to reduce both demands and supply, and it is a job by the close of this year, over 800 at which, and that's what confusing people. It's like pushing everything on the mobility. Now he's saying by the end of this year, we'll cover 800 youth. Last year, he said by the end of 2025. 2024 by the end of 2024. So it's like, they're just kicking the can down the road. There is no positive outcome in the short term. And when you talk about the long term, this can will be kicked down the road to 2029. Am I correct?
I think the biggest, first, yes, you're correct. I think the biggest worry the UP should have, that it will not have the opportunity to gauge the public feeling about them. CDC had a chance in 2020. When you had a midterm election, then you have the chance to get out of your bubble, to say, oh, wow, I thought I was doing okay. Now, based on the result, I'm not doing okay. Unity Party is in a bubble. Unfortunately, they're not going to get out of the bubble until after October 10. In the morning of October 11, they realized that the opportunity is the first 2 years is very critical for any government. And I believe that the Unity Party has lost on the first 2 years. Development is resonance. You can talk the number, you can say what you want to say. It's resonance. What the people think about what you're doing. If you are and you think that the Liberian people are not sophisticated enough to know that you people in CDC just fighting over other people's money for the country, all this roll, that's not our money. No government should be using World Bank as achievement. Even if you bring Muammar Gaddafi back and bring it to Liberia, that World Bank money will come. There's no restriction. The ADB money will come. There's no restriction. Those money will come. We're talking about 850 million in 2024, 881 million in 2025, 1.2 billion in 2026. What did you do with it? How did that change the ordinary person's life? The people who got on the street, in the water, if you ask them today, and that's what should bother you, are they going to say, we are happy that we were in the street when it was raining on us, we were walking in sunny way, we were walking that day on UN Drive, and say rain or no rain, or Unity Party, are they okay today? Are these UP apologists that were the champion of yesterday that have now become silent today? You think that the people are okay with that? If you see these young men that were here ready to die to straighten this country up, all of them have gone silent. You think that the people don't know that? The people do. Unfortunately for the Unity Party, there's no midway where they can express themselves so that you can restock and then have the opportunity to relaunch yourself. Most democracies do that. But the way ours is looking is every other presidential year. So this time, the party does not have the opportunity. And most of them are in a bubble. If you see them defending, guys, some of you, I know most of you are not here, but you got family here. If you see the party people defending what is happening in the country, you ask yourself, are we talking about the same country? Honestly, you understand? Today, Chief, I was at the program. I didn't hear the president. That's due to popular. I'm telling you, I didn't hear the president. At some time, I slept because of organization.
I mean, you didn't hear the president. The microphone was low because somebody texted me out of
the people.
Someone texted me. I had two lawmakers sending me a message when I checked on them and say, how's the program? They said, still, we are not hearing anything. And I reached out to one of the government officials and said, listen, is the microphone working? They're saying that it is under, I don't know, in the LBS or something of that nature. And everybody got to feel that. But
something went wrong. It was not corrected. There was no effort to correct it. Thanks to Spoon and other network. Believe me, it's very strange. But I had to put my internet on, my Facebook on, put my earbud in my ear, and I was listening to the president at a program that I was attending through Spoon Network. And this is serious. I'm sure Spoon did the ingenious thing by maybe carrying a microphone all the way to the speaker, so they were able to feed the Liberian people. But this is a fact. In fact, one UP lawmaker took my picture while I was sleeping. Then I told you, I dare you to put it on Facebook. I have explanation for it. I was not hearing anything. I'm not someone who can sit down idly. So when I was sitting down idly, that day I fell asleep. I dare you to put it on, because that's exactly what I was saying. So he didn't put it on. He knows himself. He took my picture when I was sleeping. I said, put it on.
So you still sending one into him?
Up to now, I'm telling you, I dare you to put it. He took my picture. He showed it to me.
I was asking for it. I know who's that lawmaker is.
He showed it to me. He said, my man, I take your picture, you're sleeping. I said, put it on Facebook. The thing I don't want to say voluntarily, I will say it. In fact, there was one time I told Father, I said, Father, I can't call for order, because this is a legislative session and I'm not hearing. Father said, Musa, stop. Musa, stop. Don't disturb this place. So I stopped, but I was not hearing. And I wanted to say, order, Mr. Speaker. We are not hearing the president. The Constitution said the president should come to speak to the legislature. We didn't hear you. But thanks again to Spoon and other network, we were able to be, we improvised technologically, and then we heard it. And then, of course, we had a whole team that was working at the office to generate our response, which they did an excellent job.
Black, thank you very much. We're going to go to Jackie, Paul Kennedy, Asido, Kev Hassan, Dr. George, Colonel Gray. Then we'll bring in your CDC members, Jacob Jada and Dr. Richie, so we'll close us. Honorable Snow is coming back to do a closing. Likewise, it's been a wonderful show. To all of you that depends on Spoon, we say thank you. To all of you that support Spoon, though, we say thank you. To all of you that follow Spoon for first-hand information. So when I get this information, I share with you. Like when the president was giving the speech, I shared the entire speech on our page. I did that because the Liberian people deserve nothing but the best. There will be no need for secrecy. Sharing the speech is not a crime, right? We need to do this thing so often. Let the people read through it. Let the people understand it. And let's just have a frank discussion. So I really want to appreciate all those that came up tonight as guests. Honorable Bility will be taking questions or comments. And then Honorable Snow will come to do his closing. And then we'll have to take calls in. People got to call in and we'll leave here alone. Sis Jackie, welcome, sister.
Hi. Am I asking Honorable
Hey,
question.
you have your minute. You have your 1 minute. You can ask questions. You can make a
Or I can say
statement.
anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, what I want to say to the Liberian people out there, the president fulfilled his constitutional duties today under Article 58 of our Constitution. He spoke for 1.5 hours. That was a long speech. And in that speech, the president talked about things that are tangible.
Jackie, sorry, you are not closing though. Do you have question for Musa? That's what
I thought you said you say anything.
No, we are
I'm not closing. I'm indirect. I'm really responding to Honorable Ability because he said the president pretty much didn't say anything today. Okay, yes, if the microphone even wasn't loud enough, I heard pretty much everything he said.
Jackie, you have to quote. No. You have to quote me properly.
You said a sound system.
No. That one just author. I didn't say
you
that.
had to go to Spoon to listen to the president's speech. I heard you.
Stanton is here. I want to be very clear. I will not appreciate being misquoted. I did not say that the president did not say anything today. I told you, you all wrote a speech that was prepared at the executive mansion that did not include the rest of the government. That did not include
what?
I come in. The rest that did not even include statistics that are in your favor. Like the police, who are dealt properly with armed robbery. You didn't include that. Okay, that's what I said. The state of the nation, the way we know it to be, is that the government collects data from every agency of government and set up a thing to collect it and derive the state of the. That's what they call the state of the nation. The Liberian people, when they say state, that means the condition of the country. So when you explain the condition, they will say, hey, Mr. Minister of Finance, how you doing? Why you not do this? Oh, 12 years, you report. Oh, Commerce Ministry, how you not do? That's how you report. We have had major issue in this country. None of them were talking about. Don't you think today was very, very important for the president to address the issue with a $10 million in FOIA? That is the state of the nation. He should have addressed that. Not because he is our leader, Jackie.
Musa, he talked about the FOIA project, though.
So he mentioned it. He mentioned it today. He talked about the MRU project.
Nah, that's not another context.
Jackie, Jackie, you're not listening to his speech. I know where Jackie coming from. The president the president took ownership of the project today and says it's a fully sponsor of funded Liberian government project. He didn't talk about no MRU.
And what is that project for? Honorable Snow?
He said it's for head of state. But he said he never called it.
For meetings with who?
Jackie, he never called it MRU project.
Wait, so you a big meeting? Really, Jackie?
We gotta go around, Jackie. We gotta go around, Jackie. I will pull exactly what the president said.
Honorable Ability and I are still interacting. Please give me 1 second real quick.
No, we have to go now.
He said I didn't understand. He said I didn't understand him. So I'm trying to say real quick.
I can't listen to the speech.
No.
I can listen to the speech.
Of course, I listen to it. To your constituency, the president spoke to your constituency today on Ability. He talked about the road, the Secretary Road. He talked about electricity, 63,000 connections, including Nima, 17,000 households. Look, the president gave one of the best speeches that a president could give by fulfilling his Article 58. His duties under Article 58 today. The president talked about so many things. I'm surprised he was even able to cover the amount of things he covered within 1.5 hours. So he pretty much spoke about every single sector, including the security sector. He talked about your constituents today. He talked about roads, the Secretary Road, the Tapita Road. He talked about giving your people electricity today. How you can say the president didn't cover the nation when he included your constituents in that?
Again, that's what I say. Let's make progress. We got to go.
Was not connected. They let them do the big
thank you.
okay.
The president said the economy grew by 5%.
Jackie, thank you. We got to go.
What is Sachet say on that? When the IMF is seeing something else.
Jackie, we got to move on.
The data, Jackie, the data on growth is
Jackie, I will have to hold you there, Becky. Let's bring in the others, please.
Okay, Santa,
Right.
that's fine.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Then we'll come to you again when the order come in. Let me go ahead to bring in the orders, please. It's very important we have these great men here to discuss the issue. Yes, we will put up the LOFA project that the president mentioned briefly. Let me say exactly what the president said concerning the LOFA project. Who paying for it, of course, is a big question. The president began to say that the Liberian government is paying for it. We have not seen no PPCC document, no single source document. We have not seen where the money coming from. It's not in the budget, right? But we just believe that the president can take $6.1 million or $10 million from somewhere and build any project in the country now. The guy will not only be now the FOIA project. The president will take $6.1 million to $10 million and give it to his nephew to use it at will and lecture the Liberian people and say, my Liberian people, you don't get better, your money I use it. But I will build this thing in your own face and you go ahead and tell me anything you want to tell me. These are some serious issues we have in our country. And I would not agree to that because you know what, you can get mad at me, no problem. But I would not agree. We said we were coming in to change the system. That's what we said. We said we were coming in, and let me do my talking before I come to you, Dr. George, to make things better. While we have Honorable Ability and Honorable Snow here, we said everything that George Manawiya and the CDC government were doing was so bad. We have a 47-year-old president, vice president, 47-year-old experienced leader in Joseph Yema Boakai. And everything he said, everything that will be done, it will be done according to the book. But mysteriously, Liberia Yemen, and this is where I differ with the whole Unity Party. How can anyone support mysteriously some kind of 10 million appear? And the president and his team said, let's go for you to build a complex. The lawmakers, they don't even know about it. It's not how Liberian money is spent. That somebody have the key to the vote and say, take 10 million. So what thing is happening that we don't know about? And when you say this, they say, they may don't like the government. What thing is happening under the cover of darkness and in secret that we don't know about? It will be forced on the Liberian people to break the news. We have to break the news before people know that people stealing in the government. What's the document for the $6.1 million? What's the material document? Where the money came from? Which SOE? Is that the reason Sekuna is contributing to the budget from the National Port Authority? Is that the reason that Amos Stewart is shot and he gave only 700,000? Where the 10 million coming from? Is that how we're going to walk into 2029 and defend till they flog the hell out of us? So let's be real, my people. You miss an opportunity in the president's speech. You miss it. Liberians, we are in a digital age.
Did he just say, yeah? Stanton, did he just say us?
Yeah, we miss an opportunity. Yeah,
I called that too.
Did he just say us?
We missed an opportunity in the president's speech.
No, you said they will beat us. You said they will beat us.
He said they will beat us. Did he just say that?
I heard that myself.
The reason why, Honorable Musa, the reason why I'm saying us, because I supported Joseph Yema Boakai. And I cannot skip that.
That's fair. That's fair, Stan.
So if they beat Joseph Yema Boakai 2029, they beat me. Whether I will support him again or not, I'm in this, my brother.
So you'll be scoring an own goal in 2029.
But listen, it's just one of those things, right? Let's just talk about a project that people want to score a political point on, and then I will give it to the rest of the team that the judge will come in.
We will be marching towards 2027 State of the Nation address. What will be our message? I can guarantee you, it will be wait for the end of 2027. We'll bring in 800 jobs. We'll bring in another investment. Man, it's a sad day for our country.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sad day for Joseph Yuma Boakai. I used to sit with the president whenever he traveled. He had good vision for the country, good plans for the country. I look at President Boakai today, I see a tired president. I see a president, I have to turn to the lady and say, can I tell the people to sit down? It wasn't planned enough. No, let us speak to this.
But you wait,
I see the president that turned to his aide, to his protocol aide, and say, can I tell them to sit down now? I said, damn.
You wait in America, how you man get out there?
I said, damn.
Did that happen? I mean,
Yeah.
I want to say to all Liberians, this is nothing to do.
You want to play that? You want to play that?
I beg you, Chief. Let me say my own 30-second year. Let me say my own 30-second year.
No, the problem because I'm doubting it. I want to see it.
No, it's true. I heard it.
I want to prove. That's everything.
Yeah, Stefan got a video. He got a video in your phone right now. Look like
Musa, I will play the video. Musa.
Thank you.
I wasn't well, right? But I woke up in the morning, and when I turned my phone off, the first missed call was Kev Hassan. I said, I'm not calling him because he got no control in calling me. Then calls are coming in from Liberia. And then I said, oh God, he's calling because of the State of the Nation address. I missed the time. Just when I pick it up, Dama said, the president is arriving. I started from right there. President went to the podium. He took her his hat. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. The aide tried to take the president out. He said, no, give my hat. He put it back on.
Mm-hmm. You heard that too. That's true.
Then he turned to the lady. He said, can I tell him to sit down now? I broke down.
Oh, wow. I didn't listen. I didn't hear that.
Mm-hmm.
I broke down. Then my wife said, what happened? I lied to her. I said, no, nothing. I got to go in my office. Because I couldn't sit on the bed to explain to her what just took place. And then I began to pray. I came to my office. I began to pray. I said, Lord, I pray for a better day and a better speech. I'm being sincere.
And God answered your prayer?
I will give that testimony at the appropriate time.
This is one of the prayers that God did not listen to, Senator. This is one of his prayers. All prayer can go above the ceiling.
He didn't go about power center yesterday.
I didn't go to church because of the snow. I was still digging snow. But notwithstanding, I want to welcome all of you. Listen, guys, we can do better. We still have time. We should do better. The time is running out. Anybody that posts on social media to defend what you cannot defend, they are playing politics because they got a job to keep. We, as people, must always speak truth to power. Dr. George, Conor Gray, Asido. We'll go around the block. We'll end with Dr. Richardson, and then we'll say goodbye to you guys. We got to get ready for tomorrow. Dr. George, let's see you, my brother. I know ANC tomorrow, they will be giving the response to the President State of the Nation. CDC tomorrow will be giving the response to the President State of the Nation. Honorable Benedict did his today, and we'll run with a couple of the key messages from there.
We are proud to be the leader of the opposition.
I do believe you are. You're always on top of your game. Emmanuel, let's hear you, my friend.
And almost no thank for the support. I guess what was it?
Yes.
I can't go against you, man.
Yeah, tomorrow, the political leader, Mr. Isanabe, the comments will be giving a report. It's going to be powerful because we have an insight of what he will be sharing. But I have questions. Honorable Benedict is off the line, but Senator Snow is here. So
No, he's on. He's on. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, I keep wondering, so they can correct me.
He's talking to me. I'm not hearing him. I'm not hearing him.
Okay. You hearing me now?
Stand on, you hearing him?
Yeah, we can hear him though.
I don't know why I'm not hearing him. Let me go off and come
Yeah,
back.
the issue is that you and ANC do not connect. That's the problem.
No, I got Google friends in ANC.
Yeah, I'm gonna name one of them. Yeah, I name one of them. You get better with me. Musa don't want me to name one of them.
Honorability, the Constitution says the president should give an annual address on the state of the republic.
So in this particular case,
So I'm wondering why we keep calling it the state of the nation when the Constitution, Article 58, is very clear, right? It's a constitution mandate, a state of the republic.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, we knew it would be the annual message. So it have changed over time. Now it's so when did it change from that Constitution, Article 58, state of the republic, and Senator Snow can chime in on it, to the state of the nation?
Well, I mean, it seems different.
The Republic and the
Judge,
nation
it's
is
the
the
same
same.
difference. State of the republic, state of the nation.
The
I
same.
mean, it seems difference. I don't think it's anything.
Under
There's no
our civil
material
law and everything, the
you
state,
know. I mean, the Constitution says that's when the president will present his legislative agenda for the ensuing year. So
Exactly.
he presents that to the state. He presents that to the nation. He presents that to the republic. So it seems different. I don't think there's anything major there.
and then also it should be 50% of report of the previous year, and 50% should be your agenda. What you intend, what legislature you intend to
That
present.
message is more about housekeeping. It's more about, setting the nation, over the year. That's why even when you go to obituary, you now, give a moment of silence or list those, important people that, passed through the period. So you give what your achievements were, what your challenges were over the last year, and you lay before the legislature, your legislative agenda. Like today, the president said he named some things that he wanted, the legislature to support or to pass. He even talked about the AMLD. I think Stanton and I talked about it last night on the show. It has not been passed yet by the Senate, but the president talked about it today. I was surprised that he didn't talk about the other one with what's the people name? Avinho, the real people. I didn't get anything on that one. He talked about so there were some things he talked about Oranto, he talked about Total, and the truth is, like I agree with my friend Miss Ability, there were a lot of missed opportunities today. I think the speech writers were trying so hard to send a picture that didn't exist and forgot about a good picture that existed. And I agree with Musa. I mean, we would have talked today about the fight against drugs. I mean, there have been numerous changes at the LDEA, but the last, folks that are there, I mean, they can see something that they are achieving there. The police, I think the police, it may not be the perfect police. There have been some skirmishes here, there, yonder that, they haven't given proper account of. But on the overall, I would say the police is doing okay. I didn't hear much about it today. Other than talking about the fire at the Capitol building, he didn't say much about judicial reform, that some of the things I want to see in our laws and, all those kinds. He talked about the mineral laws, though, that, we must, begin. Extend. I remember last night, I was even talking about the same thing last night, that we should look at our precious mineral laws, to see how it benefit the country. He talked something about it today. I was impressed. But again, I mean, the speech was out in the public by 11, 12 o'clock today. When Steno was showing it last night, I thought he was joking. But by 11 o'clock today, almost everybody had the president's speech already. Journalists were sharing the speech with, with us as lawmakers to read. So everybody had an idea. And I think it just became public record. And maybe they still have opportunity to correct some of those things on it that they didn't do. But there was just some lapses. And Ms. Ability said, we don't have a midterm election, but the speech will form the basis of the midterm agenda. And if where we dropped the ball, I think on some of those things, that the FOIA project, the president talked about the FOIA project, but he didn't explain about the accountability leading to the FOIA project. The president talked about the yellow machine. He didn't explain the accountability leading to the procurement of the yellow machines. So there were just things that the president talked about without giving the Liberian people details. What was the decision behind the FOIA project? What was the procurement process like? How was the funding? What was the cost of the project? The yellow machine. When the yellow machine first came to Liberia, we have the video when Minister Mamaka Belete was on top of the vehicle with her hand up, and the Unity Partisans came out in the street and was cheering for yellow machines that were coming for almost $80 million. It's left from $18 million under the vice president to $26 million. Fine, it's $26 million, but what's the procurement process? What's the decision that led? What was the involvement of the legislature in going in the national coffers, in the press of the country to secure machines for $26 million, even though it may be important to us, but what's the process like? So there are just too many missed opportunities and too many, I know some of the radio stations that have fact checks. Maybe fact check will be very interesting in the next few days. And we look forward to, I just tell you did a great job. I mean, you did a pre-thing last night when we talked, and then today you've come back again, and bring the quote, Mr. Belete. You said it. I really thought you were joking, Musa, when you said you were going to, respond tonight, and I follow you. I think that was very excellent. And I said it last night that CMC has actually fitted in the third place position in the opposition in our democratic space. And if care is not taken, I mean, you could hit the glass, you could break the glass ceiling. So the fact that as a new political party,
I pray that care is not taken.
As a new political party, you were able to respond tonight. We look forward to the ANC response. People believe strongly that, with the appearance of Mr. Cummings at the SKD, the ANC response may not be as strong as it should have been. We look forward to the CDC response, tomorrow. And the close tension on this topic, what the speech did tonight, it has put the rescue lawmakers under a lot of pressure. I mean, in a few political chat rooms, where people are now asking the rescue lawmakers how the 70,000 jobs come to Liberia, and they were not able to take some of those jobs in the county. There is no county today in Liberia that don't have a rescue lawmaker. So 70,000 jobs, and the people in Bomi County still looking for food, still looking for jobs. 70,000 jobs, and the people in Bapolu cannot talk about that. The 70,000 jobs, 70,000 jobs in Cape Mount. I'm speaking on we have the Western region. So our rescue senators have to tell us, what they did with 70,000 jobs, where did it go? It's very important. Again, so Senator, I think it's a very good show, but I would still do my closing, but for now, I think just
thank you very much,
and adding to Dr. George.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Let me bring in Asido. Asido, let's see you.
Yeah, so I got two questions, one for Representative Belete and the other one for Senator Snow. Senator Snow, let me start with you. Chief, you are a senator, and these things are very important to our country. That's why some of us with the requisite knowledge and experience, we like to bring it up to your attention so you take it from there. Chief, the country, okay, since he's gone, let me
go ahead. Listen, he coming back. We'll post your question.
I wanted to go to representability. When he comes, I will ask his own question. So let me go to you. I know you spoke a little bit about it, but I want to re-emphasize that. So we talk about it again. The issue of being truthful is an essential characteristic of a leader. You don't want to present yourself to be someone who is not sincere to the public. It kind of discredits you as a person. I'm not sure where I'm at. So, Standard, what you want me to do? I should complete Senator Snow?
I mean, it's up to you. You guys are opposition. You'll decide.
Let me just complete Senator Snow because I think this is important. So, Senator Snow, as I was saying, in the president's sonata today, the president said by the end of 2025, they raised 885.8 million revenue. The country is only being run on the national budget, so we have to be extremely careful on how the national budget is being handled. Apart from the 885.8 million revenue, he said, as at November ending, the government did spend 709.7 million. So if you deduct the expenditure from the revenue, you have a balance of 176.1 million excess. Now, with this 709.7 million expenditure as at November, if you were to divide it by the 11 months past, it means the government was spending about $64 million every month. For December, you and I will agree that the government will not spend 176.1 million only in December. For the budget in 2026, we expected to see some kind of a carry forward from last year, because the excess of revenue that left over should have been carried forward, but this year's budget is zero. Chief, do you have any concern with this? And do you think this is something you need to bring to the floor for the country to understand what happened to the balance 176 million that the president informed the country was not spent at the end of November?
Well, actually, with all fairness to the president, as you know, the budget year will close, but then you still have at least a 90 days period to close on those figures. And if you listen to the president today, he talked about coming back to the legislature with a supplemental budget in the last few lines of his speech. So the idea for that supplemental budget is the excesses from 2025 budget that were not brought forward in the 2026. They will now come with a supplemental budget, and that will be fused into the budget. So that was covered. That was actually covered. He didn't explain in depth, but that was the meaning of coming to us with a supplemental budget, because the excesses from 2025 budget that will roll over and is now infused into the 26 budget. So doing this as a supplemental budget, that's the idea for that. So I think it was covered.
Okay, so it means the supplementary budget will not take into consideration the revenue for 2026, but it will actually be from what came over from 2025.
You already have a budget that was passed for 2026.
Right.
So the leftover, the excess revenue from
From last
2025
year.
will now
in
account
the
for the
supplementary.
supplemental budget that's coming for to 2026.
Fair point. So I just encourage you.
I think, can I, can I, just chime in that first on the snow? I cannot disagree with that. Accounting should allow for balance brought forward, even if it is in the budget. So from 2025, if there were excess money, I agree the LRA did report excess money. In the revenue portion of the 2026 budget, we should have what we refer to as balance brought forward, which is common accounting. Because every revenue has to have a source. Every money that you are putting in the budget.
Mr. Ability, let me just say this to you. You're a freshman lawmaker, so just help me. Let me help.
No,
you.
but I'm talking accounting, not about your law.
Okay.
making.
Yeah.
I'm talking
But
about accounting.
so
Talking
the
accounting economics,
financial.
where I went to school and
So
studied.
Musa, the budget was passed before December 31st. Do you agree with me? The budget was passed before December 31st. So
It has
there was
nothing to do with
still.
that.
It does. How can you bring forward if you are not close your books? Paul, you can help me with that. How can you
No,
bring
Edwin.
forward revenue
The
from
budget is not
2025
about closing
if you
books.
are not close?
No.
But you said bring forward. You said what we brought forward. That's what you.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It has to be recorded as a surplus because the budget.
When do you report the surplus? Musa, when do you report
What?
the surplus? When do you report the surplus? When was the surplus
Based on the
reported?
revenue. The
When
LRA,
was it reported?
the LRA reported the surplus in 2024, not just now. The reported
2024?
surplus in 2020. Yes. The
2024?
reported surplus in 2024 and reported surplus in
24?
2025. Yes.
Musa,
In both
Musa,
years. I do follow it. I'm
Musa,
gonna start defending the people, man.
Musa, the fact
At the end
that
of the day,
Musa, Mr. Belete, the fact that government operation was still ongoing up to December 31st, and the
no,
budget
Edwin,
for 2026 was passed before December
no,
30,
the budget
31st.
that was passed and in operation was on revenue that was approved by the legislature. The budget is not a guessing game. They tell the
Musa,
people that we will bring
Musa,
881 million.
Musa,
Listen, if you raise
Musa,
additional money,
you can't be president with it too simple for you to
Edwin,
do
The
it.
budget is a forecast.
This is exactly what we have done, and millions of dollars of Liberian poor money are go unaccounted for. If you get a budget of 881 million, and you generate the LRA generate 1 million above that 800, you have no right to spend the 1 million because it's not in the budget. You cannot spend it. It is not, yes, because the legislature authorizes you to raise the money you say you can raise and then spend it. It didn't tell you, say, when you get extra money, you have the right to spend it.
Musa, when the extra monies will go in the budget?
No, it's not about when it goes in the budget. It's about it being accounted for.
Well, Musa,
When
it's
you
being accounted
have-
for. That's why the supplemental budget is coming about, Musa.
No,
Musa,
Edwin,
listen.
when you
Musa,
make
all
a
right.
budget,
Can I make my
and you
case?
say you're getting 200, ain't you getting 200 million from Meta Steel? You can still say, I expect 100 million as surplus because
You
it's a
finished?
projection.
You finish? Are you done, sir? So,
Yeah.
Stanton, here's my argument, and let's be fair about this. The budget, the last day of the year is December 31st, 2025.
Oh, he's frozen.
So as the senator is frozen, maybe I can just
No,
go.
I wanted to say something real quick.
No,
in that-
Jackie, when your time come, I beg you. Let me end.
But
I
I
beg you.
started first. I
No, I
started
was
first.
the
Just
one-
quickly,
I was the-
Isaac. Just quickly, the honorable ability. So I think one of the things Edwin Honorable Snow was trying to say is that although the budget year ends at December 31st, but you have up to 90 days in the new year to close your books. The books are not closed yet. The president is submitting a supplemental budget. If there's anything excess to that, so Honorable Snow was trying to refer to what you were saying. If you made $1 over your forecast, what do you do with that? And that's what he is saying. The president is now presenting a supplemental budget. But keep in mind that government has up to 90 days, is the law, to close the previous year. Although the year starts from January, it ends December, but you have up to 90 days to totally close that previous budget year out. But you can still start the new budget year while you're closing out your old budget year. And so the adjustments are being made, and the president referred to that today.
Do we agree that in 2024, the LRA reported surplus? It was not a lie.
Did they have a surplus in 2024?
Yeah,
30 million.
Musa, you are quite correct on the mobility.
Yes.
2024, the reported surplus. 2025.
The 2025 account for that.
The reported
The 2025
surplus
account for
also.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, so are you asking if it was included in the 2025 budget? Yeah, what did it do with it? Is that your
I
question?
know that I went to the 2025 budget, it was not there. So that's money that needs to be accounted for in 2024. So the same thing, they are doing this.
But you're talking about domestic revenue, though, right?
Okay, so
But
let
I
me
wasn't
start
looking
this.
for that.
Let
What
me
I want
first-
to say, Jackie, the one you're getting us, I will not what I want. Just
Jackie,
focus
can you
on-
But you still have the expenditure, even if you exceeded it offsets.
You are not. You have no
The
authority to
domestic
spend
revenue,
money.
you have the domestic and international and
we're gonna
foreign
go-
revenue.
Stand on. Stand on.
So the surplus was just domestic revenue.
Jackie,
Stand on.
Yes, on the Snow.
Stand on. Like Jackie said, and for once, it pains my heart that me and Jackie on the same side, but she's right on this one. You have 90 days after the closing of the year. Because you will write check, for example, if you wrote a check on December 30th, that check will be cleared after December 31st. So you have 90 days to close on it. So whatever surplus that is reported from the LRA will now be reflected, will be taken forward in the 2026 budget. And to put that in the budget, that is why the president is now proposing a supplementary budget, because that amount has to be reflected in the 2026 budget.
All right, thank you very much. I think we get it both sides. Let me come back to Asadu. Minister Joe, can you finish up your round? We're about to move to the next
What's
person.
accounted for honorability?
Minister Asadu, if you keep quiet, Jackie will talk through.
Yeah, so Chief, I didn't want to get between the two big people's conversation, but I think the accounting for the fund is wrong. Budgeting it itself is not actual, it's projected to come. And whenever actual number comes in, they have adjustments to the projected figures. That's when the actual figure is reflected. But I'm not sure that's your lawmaker things. I don't want to get in it, but I'm not quite sure government can say, oh, since the year end, so let's wait when the year end, then we carry a supplemental budget. So I don't think that's how it should work.
I said the budget is passed 3 weeks before the end of the year. How do you expect that to be reflected? The budget is passed 3 weeks before the end of the year.
Yeah.
So how do you put that in a budget that has not passed yet?
Right. I agree with you, Chief, but I'm just looking at it from the financial side of it. So this is the way you put it there, Chief. I want you to take the national budget and look, you will see something they call expected return. Expected outturn. That expected outturn does not mean it's actual. It means it is what the government expects to spend at a particular time. It is that one that is adjusted at a particular time to reflect the actual. So what I'm
you
saying
want them
is,
to put, you want the government to list the expected in the core budget for 2026?
No.
No, I say, this is something too elementary for us to even argue about. Because it's expected, you based on projection. At the end of the cycle, end of March, whatever assets that came from the 2025 budget will be presented to the legislature, and there will be progress for it forms part of the core budget. Then it comes in the budget. And that is why you now need a supplementary budget you see, if you are reporting a shortfall, then you don't need that. But if you're reporting surplus, your surplus have to come in a new budget, and you cannot put a surplus in a new budget before the end of the year. Don't forget, the budget is passed in the first week or second week in December. The year ends 3 weeks later. So how do you put that money in the budget when the year has not ended yet? Why if you put that money there and you got someone as national emergency, you got to write a check for $10 million after the budget has passed? How do you project that?
Right. So, Chief, I agree with you. If you can just give me.
So what happened to the surplus in 2024?
I agree with you. What I'm only saying.
The domestic revenue you're talking about, surplus.
This is very important because this is national. So, Chief, the president reported on the year.
But it was accounted for. It went against the expenditure for the year.
All right. Since Jackie don't want to give me sense, so Chief, let me just ask you from this just a quick follow-up question before I go to the Chief. So when the president sends the supplemental budget, and say for instance, if there was excess, it means the national revenue for 2026 may increase from 1.2 million. It may go.
That's
up to
correct.
1.3.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's not. But again, okay.
All right. So let's move on to the audience.
Let me ask you.
We gotta go now.
Yeah, Chairman, but that's all. But I don't agree. But anyways, that's okay. So, Chairman, the issue of this job is important. This whole 70,000 job, we can't allow government to just come and talk and just call. Listen, the president was just calling numbers. Chief, the president was just calling number 198,000 farmers. He came from there. He said 3,400 teachers.
Isaac. I've instructed my office. We're doing a formal letter tomorrow to the plenary. It might come on the floor on Thursday to call the Minister of Justice to give us the statistics on jobs for 2025. And then we'll reflect, even the youth, the 120,000, all the different figures will be asking, even the agricultural sector. I'm in that sector. So it's very important. The figures the president gave today, my office will be doing a formal letter to the Senate. It's expected to be read right on the floor on Thursday. And then we can start the debate from there. But it won't go unnoticed. You can rest assured.
All right. So I stop there. Thank you. So Chairman Benedict, the chief already answered you, so no issue.
Thank you very much. Now, Conor Gray, you want to come in before Kev? Let's hear you, Conor. You've been quiet. Conor, you muted yourself, sir. Can you unmute?
All right, I think I'm okay now. Good day, everyone. You know, it's easy to sit here and blame one part of the government over another. Here in the U.S., every congressperson, senator or representative has a research and development person in their office. It's very important. The issue about reporting on county job, for instance, on activities on the county, squarely also lies on the head of the legislature, especially senators and representatives. For instance, if I ask how many jobs were created in Bomi, it's the responsibility, carnal responsibility of Mr. Snow. If I'm talking about NIMBA, some portion of that will be Mr. Building. So it's very easy for us to kick the can down the road and say, this is the guy that's supposed to report on it. But you have that responsibility. That's why when you're hiring in your office, here in the US, you go to the Library of Congress, every congressional member, every member of the House of Senate or of Representative or the Senate, they have their research and development section. If I ask Honorable Building up, doesn't even have a clue about who is the research and development in his office because there is not one there. So my question to the two of you, if I were to go now on your website to say I want to see,
first of all, you asking him whether he got one, or you making a false statement that he does?
I'll make it's a challenge, it's a rhetorical challenge. Okay. In other words, if he has one, he will tell me. If he doesn't, well, he will also inform me. But the issue about people who have the knowledge to come and research your activity, in other words, put down in the books so that we in the international circle will see it. I want you to tell me what are some of the effort of reportage from your county. How can I go now and say this is what Musa Hassan Belde has achieved over the course of him being in the House, let alone Honorable Melvin Snow? And what is the county in terms of job, employment, and so on and so forth? How do each of how does their county or their activity, legislative activity, make it into the books? How do we know? For instance, if I were to come out and ask you guys, the two of you.
So, Conor Gray, I'll start again. I may have some things that may not be functioning, but when it comes to my office staff, I don't joke with that. I have a very good research officer. The matter of fact, if I had your number now while you were even challenging me, I was going to send you a text message with all the research my staff have been doing since I got on the phone on the show. Even last night I was on the show. So every time I'm on the show, I have a full team that's researching everything I'm saying to you. I'll say on the show in the public, and it's even when I make mistakes. Like tonight, when I started the show, I gave the president just 2 marks for reconciliation. I counted the reburial of Samuel Doe and the reburial of President Tolbert. My staff sent me and said, no, that's a tear when you forgot the president reconciled with Henry Costa, so you got to make it 3. So I have a very good research team, and I just want to let you know that I do have a team. I have research officer, and they're very efficient. So instead of 2 standards, it's 3 actually.
But let me ask you, let me close on this. So what does your research guide, what is what was your job creation at your county? Not you specifically, but as a county, Bomi County. Tell me the job creation there for year 2025. What did your research guys say to you?
Okay, so in 2025, I can say to you, and that's why I'm challenging the 70,000 jobs, because there were no job creation in 2025. So that's why I'm concerned. Maybe it went to other counties, but then we cannot boast of job creation. Matter of fact, don't forget, we had the famous or infamous, whatever you call it, Western Cluster that actually shut down an operation in 2025. They were employing people there. So there was nothing new that happened in the county. Now they talk about short term, middle term, and long term. So if they even ask it in the private sector, there was very insignificant job creation in the private sector. To the extent, to even add up to what my research officer may have said to me, when we even invited the Minister of Labor at the Senate, he could not give us that statistic. You invited him on Spoon on your show and you asked him. He could not give you that information. They said that jobs were going to Aiden, so we're going to increase the work permit fees, to X amount of money so that we can create jobs for Liberia. We're not being able to reach it. So that's why I just said to you, Colonel Gray, that we will be asking the Senate to invite the Ministry of Labor to give us a take on the creation of 70,000
jobs. You're kicking the can down the road again. You're kicking the can. I asked you your county. That
Senator,
Honorable. What is the research? You say someone tells you.
Honorable Gray,
how can I access that?
Colonel Gray, if you look at my 3 cardinal responsibility, I also have oversight on the executive. So the executive gave me information that does not confirm with the information I have the legislative authority to require the executive to give me the information I need. So I'm going to exercise my oversight responsibility to request the information.
Now, your research first. Do you have?
I just told you my research shows contrary. I just cited that to you.
Can you share it?
Give me your number. Call your number. I'll send it to you.
No, it should be on a site. It should be public information.
My website is edwinsnow.org. edwinsnowe.org. All right.
So is that information on your
all
website?
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our brother Kev Hassan. Kefiko.
I need to respond.
Jackie, go to
Kev, I'm sorry. The honorable ability need to respond.
I am sorry, but you cannot define my responsibility. My responsibility is to oversee the executive in the work that they do. And as I sit here, my responsibility is when the president reports to me annually, for me to look into that, to see whether it's true or false. And because I've said that what he said, I have not seen it, then you now want me to switch gear to go and do the executive work. No, government is divided. Government is divided into sections. One there to do the job, one there to make law, and then oversee the one who enforces that law. In this particular case, and I want to stick to that, the President of the Republic of Liberia came to report to us and told us that he has produced 70,000 jobs. We're concerned as lawmakers as to where those jobs are. Then you are telling me that my research officers will go and find a job that somebody else said they produce. That's not my responsibility. Absolutely not. And that my research officer responsibility is not to find job data. It's to research the information that I get from the president or from ministers, because that's what he's there to do. I am not. No, excuse me, sir.
Do you have an annual report for your office? Do you have an annual report?
If you have not read it,
what does that entail? Annual report.
Bossman, let me explain to you now. You will not interrupt me. Let me finish. I am a responsible lawmaker. I'm in my second year. I report to my people and I report to Liberian people. And I publish that report. If you have not had it,
Go and research it. It's there. It's all on the website. Okay? At the end of the day,
Was I in your third year, not second year? Was I in your third year?
I say I have 2 years of report, which you can check out. I've not done anything in my 3rd year. It just started. I have nothing to report on it. So I'm only accountable for 2 years. The point I'm trying to make is
Honorable Billington, what's your website?
Wait.
Excuse me, you will not interrupt me.
Sorry.
Go look for it, you will find it.
Well, the president Sona.
Wait, I say, wait. We gotta move on.
When the president comes and gives us information that are not accurate, you guys will not have that. The research officer in my office is not the whole research job.
Thank you.
Is to research the information that I receive in my capacity as overseer of the rest of the government.
Thank you very much.
The president gives me his State of the Nation address. My job now is to go and find out whether it is true or false. So far, job issue is not true. I don't see it. I mean, people are asking me where the 70,000 jobs are. And as you know, whether it's from the youth department, from the health, it's from what informal or formal sector, and you are referring to short term. Maybe by the time the president talk about some of these
Honorable Musa Hassan Benedict, thank you. Let be very clear.
Research officer
if we want to go into the offices of these lawmakers, then let me be very clear. We can call them and they will give us the list of the staff. This is about President Bouakai. This is about Liberia as a whole. This is about his achievement and what to expect in the next year and beyond, right? But let's just put it out there. Listen, if the guys that mess up, they will remove them. Why are we shifting the goalpost? President Bouakai once in the lifetime, once in his presidency, probability 1 minute, I beg you, Chief. Once in his presidency, as per the Constitution, he have to address the nation. The lawmakers got to present a report to them. And the report we received today, they are very discouraging. They are concerning whether this president told the Liberian people the truth. Not that the president lied, but whether those that are around the president lie. And they put on those report things that aren't true. So let's face it. We'll bring Musa Benedict next time to talk about second play. We'll bring in Honorable Snow to talk about bombing. Today, let's talk about Joseph Bouakai. Did he say the truth? And let's that be the conversation. For us to shift the goalpost now and ask them about the research team. I care about research team, yeah. Let's talk about who research. Let's talk about brother, we gotta move on. Let's talk about who researched for President Bouakai. Who researched for the president? Who researched for President Bouakai? Who put that nonsense in the speech today that they have no data, no good point to say yes, we'll refer you to this place. Everybody trying to score political point, they're all running on social media, celebrating that the president talking about the ministry or the entity. They are destroying the government. Who researched? Clarence Monuba came here, Dr. Monuba, Lanu. He said, I was the one responsible to go ahead and verify these reports. Who verified those reports? Look at the speech, and that's why intentionally I posted a speech today. For Liberians to read what the president was reading, Liberians should be reading as well. How can we sit here and shift down on Marvin Cole and shift down on the other lawmaker? We'll deal with them. We'll always deal with them. Let's talk about who did that to the president today. I know they want to cause me. That's okay. But I always tell you, my friend, we are in this for the better Liberia. If anybody want to shift the goalpost, no, come up with something better. I can beat on Musa Benedict and CMC or Honorable Snow, but today that Joseph Bouakai did, he gave the Liberian people a report that was so inaccurate. Now we're having trouble to defend it. I'm not defending it. I will defend the good one inside. But the bad one will speak about it. And that's the fact. We'll always remember the people that told us the truth than the people that lied to us. Go ask Joe Biden where today. When people were lying to him, we felt that they were telling him the truth. But now I can say to you, he realized that if he should ever come back, maybe he would do it differently. I don't want Joseph Boakai to be like that, because there will be no coming back for Joseph Boakai if he removed 2029. How old he would be? There'll be no coming back for Joseph Boakai if they remove in 2029. So right now, let's tell him the truth. Folks in the government lied to him. And that's my position on the State of the Nation address. They missed the point, like Musa said. They had good things to discuss. But when you want to put yourself, and that's my problem. I think because these people, they are looking onto 2029 for themselves, that's what Rich is saying, that they want to run for president, they want to run for senator, they want to run for representative, so they lie in that report. Look at Gafwan, going to Lofa County, meeting chief and others, saying the people welcome him, because he want to run 2029. And therefore, he's not focused. Their eyes is not on the prize, because the prize is their prize. They want to be a political lawmaker, a political representative and senator. That's what they want. And therefore, they are deceiving Mr. President. That's not Joseph Boakai. That's not his message. Hey, to each his own. Kev Hassan, let's hear you. We're close to the show, my people. I can smell spaghetti with meatballs. We got to go eat something. Kev?
Yeah.
Musa, what did you eat today, Musa? What they gave you today?
What day?
What did you eat today?
No, I ain't the fool. I saw it. I was scared because we had a team, so I went to my CMC airport.
Musa,
Yeah.
Musa, in the SONA, the president said we increase Liberia paved road.
Kev, I beg you, Kev, let me do this real quick. I don't know who's the guy to call Musa Sako. He says, stand on stop. The president can read and write. So let's hold the president for his speech and for his action and what he says to us. I tell myself on that one. Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, the president said they paved 20% of the road from under 12%, 20% paved road. Musa, you know any paved 20% paved road in the whole Republic of Liberia? That's what they say.
Well, again, one thing you have to do for the Union Party, you have to respect them, and I respect them a lot, because what they did, the government system that would have held them accountable, they first broke that down. So once that is broken down, there's no accountability. Everything we say now, when we write a letter to say, because the president, once the president speaks about rule, under normal circumstances, all assume, and rightly so, that information was provided him by the Minister of Public Works. But now, we should be able to summon the Minister of Public Works and say we need a little more detail from the president's speech. Like I heard Moniba talking today. Can you give us a little more detail? The CDC government, through the ADB, commissioned a road from Ganda to Tapeta. Okay, commission it. Between Saint-Lépier and between Ganda and Saint-Lépier, there was a short portion left. And there was $4.5 million left to be paid, which the CDC did not pay. It's been $1.6 billion of expenditure, and that money is still not being paid in full. And that's why that road has not been made after 24 months. So at the end of the day, the legislature is incapacitated. I mean, let me speak for the House for now. because I don't want to be making flower with people every day. So let me just speak for the house now. The house.
Before I call Moe and Nokwe for you.
Those are jokers. I don't even like to call their name. Those people are jokers. They don't deserve to be in there. And you know that they don't deserve to be in there. Calling their name,
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So, but why you call their name? But you know they are jokers.
Well,
So
I
at
want
the
to
end of the
ask
day,
a second question quick before the time.
yeah. So at the end of the day, there's no accountability. Kev. We're struggling. There was a $363 million budget. I mean, a loan that was passed in the House of Representatives with no process. I wrote the speaker 3 times. I even wrote the pro tem and wrote all the senators to say we're committing our country to $363 million, but the process was never followed properly. None of them responded to me. Nothing. It was like I didn't say anything. So government officials, ministers can do what they want to do right now. You write letter to Rachel Kuhn or to Mofala, it's for nothing. Even themselves wrote the letter the last time that the Minister of Internal Affairs should come and account for the county development fund. The speaker sees the motion, and that's the end of it.
Wow.
And this was the deliberate act. It was Furantikova was never removed because he was not Furantikova was cooperating with President Baka more than anybody could have. In our leadership meeting, almost nowhere in that meeting, he said to the president, anything you want, you will get it. You understand? But the idea was, it was not about that. It was about accountability. It was about making sure that there's no stumbling block when they're ready to do the things they are doing right now.
Okay.
So you're not going to get accountability.
Yeah. Well, my last question, and Senator Snow, I want to ask you this: 239,000 students, according to the president, was fed by this and government. CH Dewey, Pentecostal, HQ Taylor, all the schools there in Burmese. You saw any food there? Because it looked like Careful is back. Saw any food there?
Kev, let me just say no. When I start explaining, I will just feel bad. Not at all. And the thing about it, I feel sorry for the rescue lawmakers because we're going to tell the citizens that they've sent food here for you, and we know what happened to you. Ask your rescue lawmakers. And I know that there's nothing like that in Burmese. I mean, I know Mary Mills operator. I know Mary Mills. I know Mary Mills even shut down. So school feeding programs. we look. Burmese Junior High don't even have school building to sit in. They're sitting in CA during auditorium. There's no math teacher in Southtown Public School. There's no math teacher. Gaia Hill School, no teachers there. Sakitan, no teachers there. And this is not politics, it's just a reality. We got to do something about it. It doesn't make me feel better to come on the air and explain that there's a school right next door to Monrovia that we don't have math teacher and the students will be taking WAS this year. That there's a school right next to Monrovia and there's no classroom. The students are at a domicile in CH Dewey. It doesn't help. But forget about CH Dewey. Go to JFK. Let's stand on tomorrow. Send your reporter at JFK. For 5 p.m., you can't find any doctor at JFK. Only the foreign doctor sitting down there. Jackie, you help practitioner go to JFK tomorrow and come on spoon and tell people say Allah. Go and see what happened to JFK. See the condition, the healthcare system, what's happening. And if we play politics with that one again, then I give it. Jackie, I'm challenging you tonight. You are in the healthcare business. Go to JFK tomorrow and come and say Senator Snow lie. See what happened to JFK. So, and somebody Jackie can do that. Jackie is very passionate about health. If Jackie does that, and I give her, she's very passionate about health. There's no way anybody go to Musa, go to JFK and see what happening there. The citizens are angry with us, Musa. Every day we come on the radio, we talk, say opposition, we ruling party. The citizens don't care about who opposition, who ruling party. They are angry. What happening today is disheartening. The people are not happy, Musa. And we can't do, like you said, Musa, there's no midterm election. So you can't really do an assessment because there's no midterm election. But it's not easy. They clean it. The president even talked about solar system in different hospitals in the country because of no LEC. I mean, bombing during the, I think, Manasali or President Weah time, President Sali or President Weah, they put solar system to bombing government hospital. There's nothing new has gone there that we can post up in bombing to say we have it there. You know, but anyway, the president said areas that don't have LEC, we got LEC in bombing. But imagine what happened in other counties. So if we even decide that we want to play politics out of the healthcare, out of the education sector, because we want to, again, like I said, the emperor's new suit, it's not going to help us.
Was
And when
the president on the oath today? Was the president on the oath today?
the president on the oath, when the day he takes the office as president of Liberia, he's on the oath. So
he lied.
Russell, let me come to you.
Musa,
I want to just say
Musa,
this.
all the point while in America, at 1 o'clock in the morning here, Musa, I gotta go to session tomorrow.
I want to thank you for realizing that. You know, as a political leader, the time is not a problem for you. You getting there, like Sir Joseph. What happened with Sir Joseph political party? Is it still
it was dissolved before it was formed.
It died upon arrival. It died, Senator.
For the day Sir Joseph went to Lofa and said he's more secure now than before, that was the end of the party.
The day Sir Joseph said, if Joseph Baka run, then I'm not running about political leader.
I'm not running.
How can you say that? Your political leader depends on Joseph Baka running. I'll bring you in, Winfred Russell, on the health sector, though. If you read this thing, you know, I know you guys are opposition, maybe another percent. Jackie and myself can agree, and, you know, somewhat support the president here. But we will speak truth to power continuously. It is discouraging what you just said today, Honorable Snow. Now, after 5 other doctors, they are on calls. But the president said he have increased the nurses' salary. Nurses' salary. They are increasing. I have the people that will be coming on Spoon tomorrow. I have agreed to bring them on. The anesthetists, how you call them, they sent us a report. And they said that they're getting no money. The government have forgotten them. And they are complaining. See that?
I say, who said anesthesiologist?
Yes. And the whole department have a problem. And they are coming on Spoon to speak to this issue. Some nurses reached out to me and said, maybe what the president said ain't reached to them yet to increase nurses' salary. They said maybe ain't reached to them yet, because they are still underwater.
In the air.
So what's the truth? And I do agree. The president means well for our country, but people are lying to the president.
Stand on. What did I tell you last night? I told you last night the president needs to have a team that will go and verify this information that they're giving him. He needs a team. Stand on. I told you on the show last night.
It's the president. That's the president's fault. That's him. He wanted
I
that.
agree. I agree, Kev. I agree. But if the president had a team to verify this kind of independent team to verify some information, the president wouldn't have done what he did today.
But wait, I gotta bring in Winfred Russell. I beg you guys. I'll just read this quick and bring it.
Can I talk, Cynthia?
Yeah, I beg you, Alphabet of Russell. I beg you, Sis Jackie. That Richardson got to talk to and Paul Kennedy got to talk.
Thank you.
Let's read this real quick. When the president said we recorded significant progress in addressing
infrastructure constraint confronting the health sector. Reconstruction work on the C.H. Renning facility in McGibby County is underway at the new Kakatan location, where it would now include midwifery school construction work on the neuropsychiatric hospital in Bensonville is now at 75%, while work on the regional diagnostic center in Bond County is at 85% to support the continuous delivery of quality services in the sector. A new midwifery training program has been initiated in Bowman County. So, you have a new program in Bowman County. That's where I want to, in Bowman Community College in the county. So, can you talk to us about that real quick before we bring in?
Well, I must state, Bowman Community College have a nursing school, and I think it happens to be one of the best in the country right now.
Correct.
So, yeah, there's a nursing school in Bowman, the community college, that is doing extremely well. And there have been additional support for that nursing school. The information is correct.
The information is correct. And C.H. Renning Hospital, they are.
It's in Kakata. That is in McGibby. Yeah.
Yes, they are working on it as well. That's the good news. Right.
Well, I don't know about it. You can ask Musa to ask Nokwe or Maggie. I don't know.
Okay, I'll ask Luka to ask Prince Moyi. Prince Moyi or Nokwe.
Well, Maggie, there's Nokwe, McGibby is Nokwe.
So I'll ask Musa to ask Nokwe, not Michael. Nokwe will be the person to answer.
So, how are you?
Winfred Russell, let's bring you in. Paul, 1 minute after Winfred, then we'll bring you in. I beg you, my brother. We got to go now. We're on the show. Brother Russell, very quick. Thank you very much. We are not hearing you, Brother Russell. Oh, thank God. We're not hearing you. It's a good thing. We just move on. Poor candidate, we're hearing the man. Now, one down, ready to go. I mean, we're not hearing you. Okay, go ahead and come back in. Yeah, go ahead and come back in. So now you go, you will not make it come back.
Go working. I'm on a door in the so. But Senator, how what's this the academic, I mean the credentialing institution that tells you the nursing school in Bowman is one of the best in the country?
So they
find that.
No, I follow up on the. I'm very involved with the systems in Bowman, and I follow up with the Bowman Community College, the nursing board. They've done some recruiting. The matter of fact, right now the students are on affiliation. They are out there in the field, and the feedback we've gotten from I've made some investment in the nursing school. The community college have done that too, and their ratings over the last few years has been excellent.
Thank God. That's very good for our region. We're looking forward to more of that. Where government thrives and succeed, we clap hands and say, thank you, Lord. And thank you all for your output. Where government, look, it's 2026. And anyone who thinks that government will not be fact-checked, you need to go and think again. Now, not 1961 here when President Trump was doing anything, people were standing in line and clapping for him. Mm-hmm. If you expect that you're going to get that kind of reaction from opposition in these days and time, then you need to bury your head in the sand. Mm-hmm. We will hold our government's feet to the fire, and Dr. Moniba told you that tonight. And I stand with him. He's a political leader who looks above party line and see things from a holistic perspective of how the people in the country will do well. That is why I'm with Clarence Moniba. Look, the president talked about giving 26,000 decks to schools. But Babolu County Public High School has 5 teachers on payroll. The rest of them are volunteer teachers for over 150 students. So let's say you give each of them decks, that the decks will teach them. Mm-hmm. How do you put this kind of mediocre thing even in the president's SONA? I think the president should fire the president who wrote the SONA. You're talking about creating 700,000 jobs, and you gave Cornelia Kula.
Stop giving the president a pass, man.
My man, give me time. Let me finish, man. Don't interrupt me, Kev. Don't do that. When you do that, I lost my train of thoughts. The president was struggling with job business. He gave me a father and a daughter, and don't come tell me about qualification yet. They are not the only 2 persons among the 5.7 million people in the country that are qualified. How do you make the both of them minister? A father and a daughter in a country when there are other qualified people that are supposed to get jobs. Don't come argue with me that. And Senator Snow, you shouldn't pass that woman in the Senate. You reject her. Let her go back to the deputy ministerial position. Because Liberia needs to go beyond party politics to really make sure that our people who are everywhere in the country have some aspect. The entire Babolu country, they don't have one ministerial job. Then you give in guy daughter, 2 of them ministerial job. How are you honest to our people? So the entire SONA was a beautiful speech delivered by the president with no substance. They need to go back and relook at what we need for our people impact. How is all the things they are laboring impacting the people there in Gongolala or in Bela Baroma? All the things you're talking about only benefit the people in Monterrado, right? As we are speaking to you right now, it's a challenge for us to even be able to bring our farms to market in Bapolo. But then you sit down here and tell me you created 21 kilometer of road, 121 kilometer of roads. Why are we not seeing those roads in Bapolo? So let's be realistic. And Senator, one of the things you need to do is that man who can be blowing that stupid thing behind the president, boo, 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 boo. You take that thing from there. It's sycophantic. I don't like sycophancy. The president into anything, he blow it, boom, 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 boom. Now what President Thurman used to do.
I mean, you're living in America too long, man.
Don't forget the
tradition. Now what tradition there?
Yeah, remember
that Liberian tradition, huh?
You know, Colonel Gray, that man just standing behind the president. Why the president do a good deal now?
The executive one.
What do you say?
But let me ask you a question before we go to Dr. Richardson. Let me ask you. Are you saying that you just pointed to Honorable Snow that he should do everything possible that Madam Crash shouldn't be?
I'll give message to Amar.
Are you serious? You don't want them to confirm her?
I will reach out to Senator Snow and Senator Kane. Senator Kane and Senator Kone to ensure that the people from the same household, if regardless of qualifications,
you just say you're going to Liberia to congratulate her for a new position.
You ain't nobody talk about that. You ain't nobody. Stand on. But everybody here listening.
Are you saying she's not qualified?
Jackie,
nobody talking about qualifications. Jackie, you got 1.2 million households in Liberia. 1.2 million.
Kevin Marcel laughing in the back. The first day we announced it, Parker they said, man, that's good. I will be in Liberia the second week of February. I will get gift to congratulate her.
I heard him.
Okay.
That is speech made fast.
Make it to all.
Thank you. Make it to all. That was the thing.
Jackie, this is not about qualifications. Jackie, you there. People like you there that you get a minister job. You can't give the same 2 households. You got 1.2 million households in Liberia. If we divide the family size by 5 in the 5.7 million people. Why do you give the same household 2 ministerial jobs when there are other qualified people there like you? Don't bring the argument of qualification. It's about equity.
Senator Snow, I'm enjoying your jabs. Your little jabs on everyone.
Don't point on my mouth.
I just want to thank you for recognizing that CMC is one of the fastest growing political party in Liberia, and that we are presenting a vision, that is different, that is focusing on education, healthcare, infrastructure, and the needs of the Liberian people. And what sets us apart, and I'm sure you're noticing as well, is the urgency that we are placing on the needs of the Liberian people. I know I'm taking, saying a secret outside of the box, but every one of us are seeing that we come here, we listen to these political speeches, and there's no urgency attached to our suffering Liberian people and the hardship that exists in the Liberian people. And that's what CMC wants to put in the forefront, the urgency of the needs of the Liberian people, which is healthcare, education, infrastructure, and of course good governance, etc. I want to urge you to please send that letter, as you said that you're going to do, because this whole State of the Nation speech, we heard a lot of figures, okay, a lot of figures from jobs to, you know, percentage of road to, you know, healthcare, new for healthcare facilities and what have you, but we didn't hear a lot of measurable, sustainable, specific outcomes of all of the things that the president mentioned. And I hope that by you putting your bill on the floor, we create this sense of we want to just see measurable outcomes. We want specific plans. Okay, we want to see how you're going to sustain, you know, these plans that you put out. I was surprised, I think, as I've said before, that in the president's speech, he did not mention the successes and challenges of women. Okay, the population that make up at least 50% of the population. He did not mention that at all, and that surprises me. He did not mention the recent cry of so many Liberians about the sodomization of young boys. He also didn't talk about the reported high rate of rape in the country of women and, of course, young boys. I will mention. We just saw that his own NSA appointee was, you know, alleged of, you know, engaging in sodomization of a young boy. That was just, you know, passed on. And so I just want to tell you, thank you again for your letter. And I want to thank all of those on the show for at least, you know, discussing how we can move our.
I really think you're doing much better in politics with CNC than you did with ANC. Honestly, I think CNC doing a great job.
Thank
Honestly,
you.
I'm
Thank
very
you
impressed.
Thank you for your job. Thank you for your job.
No, I'm very impressed. I'm serious.
No,
I'm
thank
very
you.
serious.
That say a lot of good feedback that coming
Yeah,
in.
seriously.
You have reformed a lot, and I don't know.
I'm serious, honestly.
Seriously, and thank God, not to CMC. Thank God that
we take it in stride.
Some of us in your life, and you know.
I think Jackie helped with that too. Jackie helped.
On this note, we're going to say we will be closing the show. Ladies and
On
gentlemen,
this
as
note, we'll
always,
close the show.
I haven't spoken.
Go ahead, Jackie. Speak now. We gotta go. So what great problem.
Since you're tired, you just want to throw your political.
So no closing. I only ask questions. No closing.
Yeah. So let's do our closing quickly. We will give Honorable Snow and Honorable Billy King. Jackie spoke on the issue. All the players talking, Jackie was talking here.
Stanton, again, Stanton, I think you're doing a great job. I want to say thanks to the panelists. Last night.
Chief, I beg you, Chief.
Honorable Snow, can I talk quickly for a minute?
I'm tired now. I'll listen to the show. I'm tired, Stanton.
After Jackie will come in.
Jackie don't have a job. I got a job. I go to work tomorrow morning. Jackie don't have a job.
Look. Honorable Snow.
I go to work tomorrow morning.
Jackie is the chair lady for the diaspora committee here for Joseph Boycott, International Front, working at the embassy in Washington, D.C. She has a job.
Wow, finally. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
Honorable Snow, you acted like you got me on your radar. Let me say something real quick. You mentioned JFK. You mentioned JFK. Honorable Snow, I was at JFK recently, probably within the last 30 days or so. Honorable Snow, JFK, I don't know when was the last time you were there, but you can see visible and tangible improvements at JFK. There are Liberian clinicians, doctors, and nurses there at all times. So yes, you do have our international doctors that are there, but you have at all times Liberian clinicians that are at
Are you serious?
I am serious. Are you serious? How you have a hospital at JFK and not one Liberian clinician is there? A medical staff is there.
But Jackie said they are not in there in the evening. They all go home and they are on calls.
And I said at all times they are there. At least one is there. Yeah. And you do have the nurses and what have you that are there. So you do have Liberian medical staff there at all times.
Wow.
But it is true. Don't say wow. Secondly, again, whenever
I'm
a
hearing
president
feedback, or
speaks,
somebody should turn their radio down or whatever they're listening to. I'm hearing feedback.
Yeah, between Jackie and Honorable Snow.
no, it's probably Honorable Snow. Tomorrow, Tuesday. Oh yeah, you got session Honorable Snow tomorrow. Okay, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I just want to say quickly.
What are you doing there? You did by the hijacking up your spoiling.
No, they say it's not. You're not muted.
Jackie, go ahead. We can hear you, Mama. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I've listened to the oppositions tonight. It's just clear that President Boyka, the beef that's in his speech, they don't want the Liberian people to understand it. Like, the economy is growing, inflation dropping, commodity prices dropping. The president is prioritizing job creation. The 285 machines, yellow machines, it scares them because what the president is on the right track. And I understand Honorable Snow, Honorable Ability, but Honorable Ability, one question I wanted to ask you. I thought, did you say you are not running for president, or are you running for president? I know you created your party though. So that was just a thought. But going back to the president's speech, there were a lot of tangibles that were in that speech that are real, that are true, and that the Liberian people are seeing the improvement. The health sector, maternal mortality has dropped. There are a lot of improvement in the health sector throughout the country. It's only 2 years. So there's still a lot more to improve within the health sector. We all agree to that. But if you go to JFK, there's some visible improvements there. There's still more improvements, but there's visible improvement there. Bombing County, there's visible improvement there. Nima County, there's visible improvement there. Throughout the country, there's some type of visible improvement in the health sector. The president talked about the economy grew at 5%, but the opposition, they want the Liberian people to know about that. All the good things the president talked about, the roads, you name it, the local government act, the legislative agenda, the things are in front of the legislature, and they talk about doubting the president job creation and the responsibility for oversight. But Honorable Ability and Honorable Snow knows very well that their job is also to help to create jobs for the Liberian people in all the 15 counties. Whether or not they're doing that, maybe we need to do our research to see what they're doing as well, because I don't know how much they're contributing to that. We don't know that. Maybe you guys need to do your report and let the constituents, all of us in the 15 counties, know how you're contributing to job creation within the country, throughout the country.
Thank you, Jackie.
I will pause for that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Nelson, can you come on? We have come this far by faith, leaning on the law. Edwin Snow, LDC going off. You got to come back by generator. That's the report.
Wait, Jackie and LDC.
Senator Snow, go ahead. Make the case, sir.
So my LEC gone, or turn the generator on by shit talk.
Yes, sir.
Isaac Joe, my man.
you know, Senator, I see why Dr. Jala has so much problem as Minister of Health. That people like Jackie, they were advising that woman. Jackie was a big advisor in Dr. Jala office. Now I understand why that woman have problem. Jackie said JFK, all is well at JFK. I gave her on Jackie. I gave up on Jackie. Second,
yes, sir.
The situation at JFK is challenging. I'm telling you, it's very, very challenging.
We're not hearing you. Can you unmute?
Yeah, the situation at JFK, for Jackie to tell us tonight that what I'm saying about JFK is wrong. Stanton, please send your people tomorrow to JFK and interview the patients, interview the nurses and the patients at JFK. You think I really want to come on the air and do politics with healthcare? Go to JFK. She said, when I was there, I was JFK on Tuesday, on Monday night, before Mrs. Taylor's son died, I was at JFK. I'm telling you what I saw at JFK that very night. That very night. Go to JFK, stand on. And you think it's politics? Jackie looking to protect her job, and she think it's politics. I'm playing it. It's not politics, stand on. You know, I won't come on the air and play politics with John F. Kennedy Medical Center. I saw what I saw there. And I'm telling you what I saw there just on Monday, 1 week ago. And the situation there is not something. The doctor that was seeing Philip Taylor is a foreign doctor. He had been the doctor on shift the entire day. At 1 a.m., this man said, I beg you, I have to go home and rest because I've been here all day. We have crisis in the health sector. You think it's politics? It's not politics. It's reality. And we all need to put whichever party we put our party count away, put it aside, and work towards resolving this problem in the healthcare sector as we want to resolve it in the education sector. And no particular person will be responsible for this, including us as legislators, should take the bull by the horn and try to solve the healthcare problem and the education problem in our country, because it's very serious and it's very, very deplorable.
Folks calling in, I cannot take the call, but what he's saying, they're saying you're right. The guy, he just said to me, 6 p.m., anyone should go to the ICU, right?
Thank you.
Or the emergency room. The doctors are only on call. They go home 6 p.m. We need to confirm that, and we'll send a team there. The saying, Stanton, go there anytime, 6 p.m. or after 6 p.m. Everybody go home. Again, that's something to look into. Maybe the president is not aware of that, but we gotta figure out. Honorable Snow, thank you very much for coming on tonight. Is that how it works? LEC gone, the generator just pick up? Is that how it works?
It ain't just because it's something out in darkness for at least 5 minutes.
Okay. So not every day you get constant LEC, right?
Well, you know, I think LEC is challenged, but there are a lot of prospects at LEC. I chair the Energy Committee at the Senate. We need to put more money at LEC, and we need to encourage the government ministries and agencies to pay the electricity bill. If we don't pay bills, Stanton, and LEC cannot raise money, we should not expect the outcome that we want from LEC.
So
right now, Stanton, right now as I speak to you,
that LEC bill that will pay. That one when you're in session, they turn you up.
Stanton, even the legislature should pay LEC bill. And to all credit to Madam Yomli Kanga Lawrence, she is determined and told LEC to put meter on the Senate wing to pay the bills. Stanton, if you see government bill, if you see what government ministry and agency owe LEC, it can build a whole new hydro in this country.
Wow.
We're buying electricity from Cote d'Ivoire. We're buying electricity from Guinea. Okay, we're buying electricity.
The $50 million. Can you talk to us about the $50 million request from LEC?
Yeah, so there's $50 million is to increase the LEC T&D, transmission and distribution, as well as generation capacity. There has been a lot of connection over the last few years. LEC has overstretched, and we're also investing now into solar farming. So a lot of things going on at LEC. They need support. The hydro that was constructed during the regime of Manan Sirleaf, it's not up to expectation. Or one of the turbines been down for a long time, and those turbines is not something you can just go and buy off the shelf. You have to put in requisition. It takes sometimes 6 to 12 months to get it ready. So we are having a lot of challenges.
Very quick, I know you got to go and talk about the major corruption scandal at LEC too. That's our other problem. The different pocket of corruption. And I know next time we'll speak to you since you're on the Energy Committee. It's always good having you, Honorable Snow. People say the gentleman is trying, but as we move down to the peak season or dry season, things are beginning to turn around, begin to be bad in the country. But the corruption scandal at LEC, information I'm looking at is back under this LEC leadership. It's like we're going back on the money, Captain. So we're happy to discuss it someday. Thank you very much.
So, Senator, before I leave, we will be inviting the LEC chairman, managing director, to make a report on the energy sector in the country to the Senate. If you have anything or anybody have any information, I would love to have it so that I can question him about it. In addition to that, in the next few days, we'll be carrying on confirmation hearing for the new chairman of the LEC board. I'll be chairing the confirmation process. And if I have any information on that, I would love to raise it with the managing director of LEC.
Thank you very much. We'll compare notes. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Have a good night, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Honorable Musa Ability, let's hear you, my friend.
Well, thank you, Stanley, and thanks to the team. I think it was a good night, for me. The state of the nation. I really hope that next year will be better. Get data from the agencies, collect them, and summarize them into a speech so that the president can set his vision. Because it's from there you can be able to, state out your challenges, and then let the Liberian people. The Liberians are very patient people. Just tell them this is where I am right now, but these are my plans to deal with that issue. When you begin to polish the issue and talk, the way Jackie then talking, that's campaign rhetoric, and that would not help you, because the reality is different from what they're saying. And look, the best witness to UP is CDC. CDC did that, but in 2 years they realized it, because 2020 election they lost it massively, but they were able to regroup because it was a wake-up call for them. Unfortunately, the party does not have the opportunity. So you have to be mindful of that. The gap, even good point, such as armed robbery that has been dealt with. It seems to be that the fight against drug is taking shape. That could have, formed part of the president's State of the Nation address. It did not. What is happening to our airport? What is happening to LEC? People think that LEC will be able to transform in a very short period of time. That play has been rotting. But the people want to hear from their president. So a good outlook of LEC would have, eased down the tension. To say this is where LEC is right now. Since the new management came into force, but here are the outlook. And then hopefully by this time next year, I expect a better result. That's what we expect from the State of the Nation. The State of the Nation is not to question me and what I do. That's not the state of my district we are discussing tonight. We are discussing the state of the Republic of Liberia. And the president is the one who gives that to all of us. And then we have the opportunity. Even people who support the president can use it as soul searching. How come 2 boys were sodomized? That's a major issue. So the issue of rape did not form part of the president's speech. That's a big gap. So there were missed opportunities. Just as the president used to tell us, there was a missed opportunity on all of the issues. Clarity needed to come as far as the port is concerned, but it was put into rhetoric. The president is the leader of the country. He needs to tell where he's going with the port. The anomaly are increasing. The legislature sent a bill to the president. The Senate, the Secretary of the Senate, and the chief clerk have written to withdraw that document. Who gave them that power? Because the legislature voted to send it to the president. I didn't vote for it, but the majority voted. So if we go to take it from the president because you feel that you won't correct it, these people don't have the power to do that. Only the legislature can sit in session and say what we send to the president, we want to send him back because we want to correction. That's how it works. Governor. So for me, it was an opportunity. Look, overall, one thing that came from that place today is the organization. The organization was very good. There was no confusion about sitting. Even as legislators, our seats were marked. Things were properly organized. And the president came and gave his speech. Everybody was on time. Nobody waited for their friend. That was a good mark. But we should improve it tomorrow. We should not be, don't be so thin-skinned. This government is not just for you, it's for all of us. We're opposed to it, but what happens to it right now matters to all of us. So for me, Stanton and guys, tonight, the president gave a lot of information. Like Honorable Snow has started, I will do mine. We'll write specific letters to ask for specific details so that it can help. Maybe, honestly, maybe we're the one that are wrong. So if they tell where the 70 jobs are, so when people ask us, because we're all part of this government, when people ask what we'll build, they say, no, yeah, the job so. And then we can move it. That's what government is about. Finally, the government of Liberia, and I hope that the foreign minister is listening, that one bright part that we must commend. And the president for standing with her, because that's the president that they wanted to vilify, but the president stood with her. She's performing very well. She's beginning to reassert our international credential. I was very surprised that did not form part of the speech. Could that be the result of some internal squabbles where people try to step over each other? You understand? We don't know, because there's a major achievement. We made it to the how you call it, the United Nations Security Council. We had a lot of foreign, what happened to those? Is there something going on internally that is blighting all of the things that the president should have said? Let's think about them. Let us design a way to encourage each other to close the legislature, especially the House of Representatives. It's not the leadership, the speaker, the deputy speaker. They are not allowing that building to function. Letters written to them are kept aside. Things that covers our responsibility are not respected. And Mr. President, yes, it's good to take the phone and call the head of the Liberian community in Minnesota just to check on them, just to make sure that they're okay, make sure how they're doing, and advise them. We do it all the time in our CMC chat room. Every other day, when I go in the chat room, I tell our partisans, guys, stay indoor if you don't have anything to do out. But if you're out, be identified, be loyal body, stay out of trouble. The Liberian community there, somebody should look for the man number and give it to the president and pick it up. The last thing, Mr. Russell, he launched his campaign on the weekend. Let's take politics out of it. There's nowhere in the world where a country like Liberia has so much citizens in the United States and we have no say in the government. There's nowhere in the world. We need to change that now. People are Jewish, people are strong, Jewish people are, it is because they make sure that they push themselves. It must never be about Unity Party. It must never be about CDC. It must never be about CMC. It must never be about any party. we all should stand with him. And we should stand with him without our identities. So that I would never support him as CMC. We should for once call on our sense of patriotism and that we have a stake in the United States of America. And our citizens are there as citizens now, and one of them wants to become a member of the House of Representatives. We got over, according to the United States statistics, we were over 52,000 Liberians in that state. If we vote for him, the African American community and the Asian community that he's very close to will join us. Let's do that. Mr. President, you can lead this. Just as we led the fight, the struggle to get into the United Nations, we need to be represented. Most of the decisions America makes are made at this level. If you have people that are going to fight for you, many things that are happening to us today will not happen. Why do you think Israel is so strong? Because they are fully represented. We should do the same thing. We have the number in the United States to do it. So I hope that we can fight together as Liberians this time around. Because I don't even know what party Mr. Russell is in, but it should not matter. What should matter right now, he has braved the storm and he wants to be a member of the House of Representatives. We also stand by him, whether Unity Party, and I'm prepared on behalf of the CMC to join hands with the ANC, the Unity Party, the CDC, for us to come together for once to prove that when we stand together, we can achieve something. And so when we're in trouble in Washington, we got somebody that can run for us. When we're in trouble, we got somebody that. I'm hoping that we'll take politics out of this and give him our support. And with Fred, I wish you the best. You have the full support of the CMC, not as a political party, but as a bunch of Liberians that want to support you. Thank you, Stendo. Good night.
Senator, can I say something before Honorable Ability leaves?
You not say anything.
It's complimentary. It's nothing bad. Honorable Ability. It's been a while since you and I be on the stage together, but I always enjoy debating with you. Even though we're on opposite sides of the fence all the time, the last thing you just said. I gotta miss debating with you, though. I used to enjoy debating with you on the other show and stuff. It's been a while, but it was good chatting with you tonight. Yeah, it's always a pleasure chatting with you. But the last thing you said, I think that's very important and critical. I don't know if Winfred is the only Liberian who's running. Are you the only in the House for the legislature?
Winfred, we have a problem with your microphone. We have a problem with your microphone, but guys, I'm really appealing to you. Forgive us if we can end the show in this manner. I have Mr. Levi Dempster, the young man. Yeah, I got it. It's my time to babysit my grandson. It was a good show. Honorable Benedict, thank you, all of you that came on today. Honorable Clarence Modovad, Mr. Blambo, political leader, Mr. Blambo, Honorable Snow, and everyone that joined us on a beautiful Monday State of the Nation address day. We want to say thank you. So we'll meet
the president did very well.
May God bless you. May God keep you. May God save our state.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother Conor Everett. Great. Thank you, Brother Winfred Russell. Thanks to all of you. We do appreciate you. To you, Nelson, you're beginning to give me a hard time. Say bye to Nelson. Say bye, Nelson. Come on. Can I say bye to Nelson? Say bye, Nelson. Okay.
Bye, Levi. Bye, Levi.
All right. So we're going to go in peace. Thank you very much, Nelson. Thanks for everything. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. You too. Well, folks, I want to say thanks to everyone tonight. It's been a good show. Thanks to all of you who call in, share your thoughts, share your views on the different issues tonight. The invitation is just to join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night, folks, and bye for now.
With the spoon and your boy riding the south man.